Booming thunder tore through the heavy leaden clouds above Konoha, and a torrential downpour crashed down like the Milky Way, overturning madly, washing over this abandoned land at the very edge of the village. This place had once been the ancestral grounds of Konoha's most illustrious clan, the Senju. Now only shattered walls and broken foundations remained choked with weeds, not even a single intact stone stele to be found. In the muddy center of the ruins, a blonde woman sat collapsed without any regard for her image in a puddle of dirty water. She was drenched from head to toe, her loose green gambler's coat clinging tightly to her body, outlining a breathtakingly voluptuous figure. Yet at this moment the face that should have been radiantly beautiful was instead covered in an ashen pallor and utter despair. This was Senju Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin whose name shook the ninja world, the direct granddaughter of the first Hokage. Now she clutched a mud-stained green chakra crystal necklace in a death grip, her body trembling violently as though trapped in an ice cellar. Dan. Nawaki. Tsunade muttered to herself, her empty gaze reflecting only the falling rain. Yet in her eyes, every thread of rain was a blinding streak of scarlet. Blood. Blood everywhere. The ghastly sight of Kato Dan's hollowed-out innards, the mangled corpse of Nawaki blown beyond recognition by explosive tags. These scenes intertwined madly in her mind like an inescapable nightmare. A violent wave of nausea surged up in her chest. Tsunade collapsed forward into the muddy water, retching in agony. Hemophobia. This psychological affliction, deadly enough for a medical ninja or for any shinobi, completely shattered the pride of the Senju clan. Tisk tsk. How unsightly, Lady Tsunade. A cold, shrill voice pierced through the curtain of rain, hissing in her ear like a viper flicking its tongue. For shinobi wearing ghastly white animal masks and black cloaks appeared like ghosts around Tsunade, encircling her and cutting off any escape. The root operative leading them, Yeshiao, looked down at Tsunade sprawled in the mud. Behind his mask, his eyes were filled with undisguised mockery and greed. The Princess Tsunade, who once dominated the battlefield in the Land of Rain, now trembles just from seeing reddish muddy water. Truly lamentable. Yeshiao drew the ninja blade from his back. A dark red blood from a previous assassination still stained the uncleaned edge. He deliberately waved the blade back and forth before Tsunade's eyes. Take it away. Get it away. The faint iron scent of blood and that dark red smear made Tsunade shriek as though shocked by lightning. She scrambled backward, frantically clutching her head with both hands, her nails digging deep into her scalp. Ha ha. Lord Danzō was right, you're finished. Yeshiao's laughter abruptly dropped into a low, icy tone that radiated killing intent. Lady Tsunade, since you are now a cripple who cannot even hold a kunai, and you are the last surviving sprout of the Senju, this ancestral land, and the Senju's secret vault hidden beneath it, should all be handed over to the village free of charge. Surrender the key to the secret vault, and perhaps Lord Danzō will show great mercy and allow you a room in some corner of the village to live out your days. Otherwise, Yeshiao stepped forward, seized a fistful of Tsunade's blonde hair, and yanked her upright, snarling, "For the prosperity of Konoha, as the first Hokage's granddaughter, you should understand what it means to sacrifice. Get away from me." Tsunade struggled weakly, but the somatic symptoms triggered by her hemophobia left her unable to refine even a trace of chakra. Despair. A bottomless despair swallowed her whole. Grandfather, granduncle, why has the Konoha you built become like this? The Senju clan shed blood and laid down their lives for the village, and in the end even their lands were to be seized and plundered by these rats skulking in the sewers. It seems you won't shed tears until you see your own coffin. Move in, search her. Take the necklace and the scrolls. Yeshiao flung Tsunade back to the ground and barked the order at his subordinates. The three-root shinobi pounced toward Tsunade like ravenous wolves. Just as those filthy hands were about to touch her, thud. A dull, immensely heavy thump, as if detonating in the depths of the soul itself, echoed from far beneath the ground without warning. The three-root shinobi froze mid-motion, as though their hearts had been slammed by a massive hammer, their blood surging wildly. What was that sound? Yeshio looked around warily. Thud. Thud. A heartbeat. It was definitely the heartbeat of some enormous entity. And it was growing faster, louder. Even the water pooled on the ground began to leap wildly in time with that rhythm. With a sharp crack less than 3 meters before Tsunade, the hard bluestone ground suddenly split open with a terrifying fissure. In the next instant, a suffocating surge of purple-green chakra brimming with primordial savagery erupted from the depths, like a volcanic blast shooting straight into the sky. The violent shockwave flung the four-root shinobi more than 10 meters away in an instant. Even the torrential rain was forcibly driven aside by the climbing pillar of chakra, forming a bizarre vacuum in the storm. Tsunade sat there in a daze. Though that chakra was wild and violent, it did not harm her in the slightest. Instead, it carried a life force that felt impossibly familiar and warm to her. Within that dazzling column of light, a memory sealed away for decades seemed to cross time itself, flickering briefly above the ruins. It was the end of the Warring States era, a battlefield shrouded in smoke and fire. A young man, his body drenched in blood and knotted with muscle, stood with a strange black wooden spike embedded in his chest, a raging energy tearing him apart from within. Before him stood young Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Big Pillar, stop fussing. The core of this divine tree is too tyrannical, my body can barely contain it. Use your Myojinmen and the strongest sealing arts of the Senju to bury me beneath the earth. Let the yin energy of the ley lines temper this yang release. In the vision, Senju Hashirama wept as he formed hand seals. Brother Songjia, you will sleep for a very long time. What's there to fear? When you finish building that so-called Konoha village, remember to wake me up for a drink. The vision shattered like glass. In reality, the soaring pillar of purple-green light slowly drew back into the earth. A tall, powerfully built figure slowly rose, suspended from the depths of the crack, then descended to stand firmly before Tsunade. It was a man. He wore an ancient suit of armor that had long since rotted into strips of cloth, most of his upper body exposed to the air. It was a physique that would drive any taijutsu practitioner mad, with envy, a body hewn to perfection. Standing 2 meters tall, every muscle on his body resembled tempered granite packed with enough explosive power to shatter heaven and earth, yet without a trace of bulkiness. However, in stark contrast to this devilishly ferocious physique was his face. It was a face that appeared to be just over 20, remarkably handsome and exuding an aura of pure innocence and harmlessness. At that moment, the man slowly opened his eyes. They were deep abyss-like black orbs within which a faint, frantic flicker of golden-green light danced. Hugh, Beiyuan Sangjie exhaled a breath of turbid air, his exhalation transforming into a mist that instantly shattered a colossal boulder before him. He twisted his neck, eliciting a series of brittle firecracker-like snaps from his bones. I slept so poorly that my back aches. Sangjie ruffled his disheveled hair, a hint of perplexity crossing his innocent face as he glanced at the surrounding ruins before finally fixing his gaze upon a dumbfounded Gangho. Hey, little girl. His voice was low and sonorous, imbued with undeniable authority. Where are Dazuzi and Baimao? How has the village you built become such a mess? And why are you up at this late hour playing in the mud? Gang's mind went utterly blank. Dazuzi. Baimao. Such appellations. Who on earth is this man? Before Gangho could answer, the overturned Yexiao had already risen. He regarded the mysterious man who had emerged from beneath the ground with a mix of amazement and dread, and bolstered by his formidable background, he bellowed, "Who are you? How dare you obstruct the Umbu in the execution of their duties? No matter what kind of beast you are on Konoha's turf, kneel immediately and submit." Yexiao swiftly formed hand seals with both hands as he exclaimed, "Fingduan Jinkong Dayu." Several high-pressure wind orbs hurtled like cannonballs toward the back of Songjia. "Watch out!" Gangho instinctively cried, yet Songjia didn't even turn his head. He merely fiddled with his ear in irritation as a trace of severity crossed his innocent face. "I abhor it when others raise their voices behind me." Before his words had faded, Songjia inexplicably vanished from sight. No hand seals, no outburst of chakra, not even an afterimage. It was pure, unadulterated physical prowess at its zenith. Bang! In the next second, Songjia appeared before Yexiao. The wind-style jutsu, powerful enough to shatter rocks, struck his granite-like chest without leaving a trace, dissipating like a gentle breeze. Under Yexiao's gaze of utter terror, Songjia slowly raised his right hand and delivered a slap that sealed off all his escape routes. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as Yexiao, unable to even cry out, had his upper body blasted as if struck by a speeding train, exploding in midair into a maelstrom of blood and gore. Pure physical execution. The remaining 3 Genba ninjas were so terrified that their hearts skipped a beat, their legs buckling as they fell to their knees in the mud. Sangjia disdainfully flicked the bloodstains from his hand before turning to gaze once more at the utterly stupefied Gang Ho. At that moment, a crisp mechanical sound abruptly resonated in Sangjia's mind. Ding. Detected host awakening system binding in progress. Hahuan system activated. Warning. The divine tree of Yangdan within the host, having accumulated over decades, has reached a critical explosive threshold. If yin and yang are not harmonized promptly, the host's body will explode within 3 days. Solution: it requires deep yin-yang synergy with an elite kunoichi to refine the bloodline and fully master the immortal physique and mokuton. Current primary target locked Gang Ho in a state of profound sorrow and blood phobia. Tip: through dual cultivation, the host's pure yang vitality can flawlessly heal the target's psychological trauma and physical ailments. Listening to the voice within his mind and gazing upon the golden-haired beauty before him, a woman whose disheveled state only heightened her breathtaking allure, Baiyuan Sangjia's pure face gradually took on an uncanny expression. Qianshou. Gang Ho. Sangjia stroked his chin. So you are Dazuzi's granddaughter. This system is forcing me into being an old scoundrel, isn't it? A torrential downpour persisted, yet the air above the ruins of the Qianshou clan seemed to have solidified. Unperturbed by the incessantly flashing red warnings in his mind, Sangjia strode purposefully toward Gongshou, looking down upon the trembling junior with a domineering gaze. As he beheld her dazzling golden hair and the faint echo of Dazuzi in her features, Sangjia's heart swelled with an inexplicable sense of kinship. But soon that burgeoning kinship was supplanted by overwhelming perplexity. Little girl, do not be afraid. Sangjia endeavored to soften his tone, yet his towering 2-meter muscular frame, combined with his innocent visage, exuded an uncanny sense of intimidation. He crouched down, disregarding the mud clinging to Gongshou, and gently pressed his broad palm onto her shoulder. Tell me, what year is it in Konoha now? Dazuzi. And what of those 2 bastards, Feijian? Sangjia frowned and complained. We agreed that once the village was built I would be unearthed, yet instead I was buried for decades. My bones are on the verge of rusting. Are they hiding out in some tavern living it up? Upon hearing these 2 familiar and hallowed names casually uttered by the mysterious man, Gongshou's muddled mind, clouded by blood phobia, finally regained a hint of clarity. Her amber eyes widened as she fixed an unwavering stare upon him, her voice trembling with shock. You. Who exactly are you? How dare you directly invoke the names of the first and second elders? First elder. Second elder. Sangjia was momentarily taken aback, then responded, oh, it seems they are faring well, have even become village chiefs. I am Baiyuan Sangjia. By seniority, I am the sworn elder brother to Dazuzi and Yuziba Ban, and since you belong to the Qianshou clan, you must have heard of my name, shouldn't you? Baiyuan Sangjia. Gang Ho was struck as if by lightning. This name is an absolute taboo in Konoha today, yet mere fragments of it remain in the most ancient top-secret scrolls of the Qianshou clan. The one in the Warring States era who, as a mere commoner without resorting to ninjutsu, could with nothing but his iron fists withstand even Susanoo and the true might of 1,000 hands. The demon god who, in order to save the first elder, willingly allowed himself to be sealed after swallowing the core of an unknown monster. You. Are you truly Sangjia? Gongshou's voice tinged with a hint of tears, a primal reaction when grasping a lifeline in despair, exclaimed, do not call me by my name, call me ancestor. Or even elder brother will do, for my face appears younger than yours. Baiyuan Sangjia corrected her with utmost seriousness, then patted her shoulder, enough, cease your weeping. Go summon Dazuzi, I'm going to kick his behind fiercely. And what were those masked scum up to? How dare they act recklessly on your Qianshou family's territory? Upon hearing Sōsuke's question, Tsunade's eyes instantly dimmed. She bowed her head, as tears mingled with raindrops slammed violently into the muddy ground, and her voice, piercing, shattered, cut straight to the heart. I can't call him back. Never again. Grandfather. Passed away before the First Shinobi World War. My second grandfather also fell in battle, sacrificing himself to cover his subordinates. The Senju clan voluntarily disbanded and merged into the civilian populace for the village's prosperity. Now only I remain. Boom. Tsunade's words struck Sōsuke's mind like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. Dead. That indomitable pillar of strength, boisterous, larger than life, yet prone to melancholy, was dead. That silver-haired man, always stern-faced yet shrewder than anyone, was also dead. Even the Senju clan which they themselves had founded and nurtured with boundless devotion had vanished, its name alone surviving in hollow echo. Sōsuke crouched motionlessly, his guileless, innocent face gradually draining of all expression, replaced instead by a chilling, deathly stillness. He had slumbered for over 70 years, suppressing the overwhelming power within him, enduring the long night solely to witness with his own eyes the village his brothers once described, a land without war where children laugh as they grow. He weathered the endless darkness. Yet upon awakening, everything was changed. His brothers were gone. His home was gone. Only his brother's granddaughter remained, collapsed in the mud like a stray dog cornered by nameless, contemptible wretches. Who did this? Sōsuke rose slowly, his voice low and guttural, as if rising from the deepest abyss of Yomi. As he stood, a cataclysmic chakra storm erupted from his core beyond description in its sheer terror. Roar. Within 100 meters, every ruin crumbled instantly into dust. The gale shrieked so fiercely it tore a colossal rift through the heavy rain clouds overhead. The three root shinobi still kneeling on the ground collapsed without even a cry, their orifices bleeding, their organs pulverized under that crushing pressure. Tell me, who drove the Senju clan to this brink? Who dared reduce you to this state? Sōsuke's eyes burned crimson, his fists clenched until bone cracked. Wild golden-green flames of yang-released chakra blazed across his body, tangible, searing alive. Tsunade could barely draw breath beneath that overwhelming presence, yet for the first time, she felt an absolute, unshakable safety. Trembling, weeping, she poured out everything: Dan Kata's death, Nawaki's death, Hiruzen, Sarutobi's cold indifference, and Danzō Shimura's relentless machinations. Hiruzen. Danzō. Sōsuke ground the two names between his teeth, then laughed, a sound sharp with fury. Excellent. Marvelous. Two little lackeys who once trailed behind that silver-haired man's heels, now daring to defile the Senju name itself. Hashirama bore patience, Tobirama weighed the greater good, but Kitahara Sōsuke answer only to fists. Today I'll raise the Hokage tower to rubble, and kick those two wretched pups' heads off like footballs. With that, Sōsuke turned sharply toward the village's heart. Yet the moment he took his first step, pooh! A torrent of blood burst from Sōsuke's mouth, his towering frame swayed violently. The golden-green flames wreathing his body flared wildly, then turned inward, savagely consuming his meridians. Warning! Warning! Host's emotional volatility has triggered complete loss of yang-release chakra control. Countdown initiated. Host will explode in 10 minutes, obliterating everything within a 10-kilometer radius. Immediate yin-yang convergence with target Senju Tsunade is required. Only a supreme body can neutralize this pure yang fire. The system's crimson alerts flashed violently inside Sōsuke's skull, their shrill alarms splitting his temples. Damn it. Precisely now. Gritting his teeth, Sōsuke fought to suppress the rampaging energy within. He knew the system wasn't bluffing, had been sealed decades ago for failing to contain this very power. Now newly unsealed, and having just unleashed his rage, the physical vessel had reached its breaking point. He turned his gaze toward Tsunade, still slumped helplessly on the ground. Having just witnessed the root shinobi's grisly fate, Tsunade's hemophobia surged anew, her body curled tight, her face bleached paper-white, consciousness slipping away. Seeing his brother's soul bloodline reduced to such torment pierced Sōsuke's heart with sorrow. Note: during dual cultivation, the host may guide yang release vitality into the target's body. Yang release is the source of life. It can reconstruct damaged neural pathways, eradicate hemophobia entirely, and dramatically enhance physical constitution. The system's words struck like the final straw upon a broken back. Sōsuke drew a deep, steadying breath. He was a master of taijutsu, a reckless, loyal bruiser, but never a predator exploiting weakness. Yet now, survival demanded vengeance for his brothers, a healing demanded restoration for Hashirama's only granddaughter. There was no other path. I've walked upright my entire life. Today, even if branded a lecherous old fool, I accept it. Sōsuke strode forward, stopped before Tsunade, and beneath her wide-eyed terror and confusion this 2-meter-tall mountain of muscle bent low, hoisting her effortlessly onto his broad shoulder like a sack of grain. "Brother Sōsuke, what are you?" Tsunade cried out, thrashing desperately. Sōsuke's expression remained impassive, his gentle, honest face utterly serious, his tone laced with ironclad authority. "Little one, your illness, I can cure. My life, you must save. For the glory of the Senju clan, for the day you clench your fist again and strike down those wretches." Hoisting Tsunade, Sōsuke marched resolutely toward a relatively intact underground chamber buried deep within the ruins and left her stunned with one final declaration. "Today I borrow your body. Put me down." "Where are you taking me?" Her hands beat feebly against his rock-hard back, suspended helplessly over his shoulder. Hemophobia sapped her strength, her voice emerged soft, fragile, her blows no stronger than a kitten's paw against Sōsuke's immovable frame. Sōsuke ignored her resistance. His condition was dire. The yang-released chakra, pent up for decades, now teetered on the edge of total eruption. His skin flushed a dangerous crimson, veins bulged visibly beneath the surface, radiating fierce heat through his clothing onto Tsunade's body. "To heal you." And incidentally, his large palm slapped playfully, but firmly, against her shapely thigh, his tone rakish and bold. "To borrow your peerless constitution to save my life. Don't squirm, provoke me further, and later I won't care about gentleness or restraint." At his touch, Tsunade's cheeks burned. The overwhelming yang energy radiating from him was fiercely potent, dispelling the icy dread and nausea born of blood at a stroke. That long-lost sense of safety kindled an unexpected instinctive dependence. She bit her lip, and for the first time in her life ceased struggling, surrendering herself to this impossibly young, impossibly formidable man carrying her forward. Sōsuke strode swiftly, still bantering lightly, "Slumbered so long, awakened to find a beauty like you. Heaven treats me well. Once your illness is cured, and our yin-yang harmonies perfected, I'll go slaughter that old hound Danzō to celebrate." Hearing such brazen, arrogant words, Tsunade's ears flushed crimson. She wanted to curse him a scoundrel, yet couldn't muster the strength even to open her mouth. This elder named Sōsuke acted without reason or restraint, yet possessed an irresistible magnetic force. Yet just as he neared the entrance to the underground chamber, catastrophe struck. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of shrill, piercing sounds tore through the rain-soaked air as a dense barrage of kunai and shuriken descended like a merciless storm, sealing off every possible escape route for Sōsuke. In quick succession, over 30 fully armed root elite emerged from all directions like a tide of ink, encircling the ruins so tightly that not even wind could slip through. Leading them was a tall, gaunt root jonin wearing a raccoon dog mask. He glanced at the mangled corpses of his fallen comrades lying on the ground, his eyes behind the mask contracted sharply. Then he drew his tanto and pointed it straight at Sōsuke. "Whoever you are, release Lady Tsunade immediately. Dare to kill ANBU operatives within Konoha, you will not escape today, not even with wings. Form ranks. Lightning, release earth flow." At the raccoon dog mask's command, over a dozen root shinobi simultaneously formed hand seals. Raging cobalt-white lightning surged along the rainwater, pooled across the ground, coiling like venomous serpents towards Sōsuke's legs. "Watch out!" Tsunade cried in alarm. Annoying. Sōsuke halted mid-step. He did not set Tsunade down. In fact, he cradled her securely against his chest with one arm, while a cruel feral grin twisted across his otherwise guileless face. "Back when I fought alongside Hashirama Senju to strike down Madara Uchiha, your grandfathers were still toddling about in open crotch pants. You dare perform ninjutsu before me. You seek death." Facing lightning capable of reducing an elephant to charred ash, Sōsuke did not flinch, not even a fraction. Instead, he raised his right foot and slammed it down onto the earth with cataclysmic force. Boom! Raw, unrefined physical power erupted. The ground of the Senju clan compound trembled as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. A web-like fissures exploded outward for over 100 meters. The violent lightning current recoiled violently, shunted backward by the sheer shockwave of his stomp. What? The raccoon dog mask staggered back, stunned beyond measure. Before he could react, Sōsuke had already become a streak of emerald and gold lightning, barreling headlong into the root formation with brutal, unstoppable momentum. This was no battle, it was one-sided slaughter. No hand seals. No dazzling exchanges of jutsu. Only primal transcendent violence, pure unadorned and sublime. Crunch. Sōsuke threw a single punch, the concussive blast of its wind shearing straight through a root shinobi and the reinforced steel shield he held aloft. Flesh and metal shards sprayed backward in a fan-shaped arc, punching clean through the chests of 3 others behind him. Snap. In a whip-like counterkick, he swung his leg like a war axe, splitting another shinobi who'd lunged sideways, cleaving man and blade cleanly in 2. Blood erupted wildly beneath the rain-lashed knight, severed limbs and torsos scattered like rag dolls. Cradled firmly in Sōsuke's one-armed embrace, Tsunade bore witness to this spectacle of utter carnage. Blood, so much blood. Overwhelming visual trauma triggered her hemophobia at full debilitating intensity. Her body convulsed violently, her face turned corpse-pale, her breath coming in ragged, suffocating gasps. Sensing her distress, Sōsuke frowned. Troublesome. He took a deep breath and forcibly diverted a thread of exceptionally gentle yang release, chakra golden and luminous as spun silk, from his palm into Tsunade's body. This chakra thrummed with vibrant life. It banished the chill from her veins instantly, and gently, like tender hands smoothing taut silk, soothed the frayed nerves knotted by abject terror. Miraculously, the crimson hallucinations before Tsunade's eyes began to fade. The nauseating wave of panic was suppressed, overpowered by that warm, unwavering presence. She slumped dazedly against Sōsuke's hard, fever-hot chest, listening to the steady, thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat, and felt for the first time an unshakable sense of safety. As if so long as this man stood beside her, even heaven collapsing would shatter beneath his fist. See, your ancestor didn't lie. Your ailment, I can cure it. Sōsuke tilted his head downward, gazing at her with a cocky, arrogant smirk, then abruptly pivoted, locking eyes with the lone remaining raccoon dog mask. The raccoon dog mask now trembled uncontrollably, his sword clattered from nerveless fingers, his legs quaking like reeds in a gale. Over 30 elite root operatives, slaughtered in under 10 seconds, by one man one-handed. This was no shinobi duel. It was divine annihilation of mortals. What kind of monster are you? The mask shrieked in utter breakdown and whirled to flee. Return to tell Danzō, that mangy old hound. Sōsuke did not pursue. Standing amid the sea of gore and shattered bodies, his voice rolled forth like celestial thunder, shaking the very night sky above Konoha. Wash your neck clean and wait. Your ancestor has urgent matters to attend to first, but at dawn I shall march straight to the Hokage Tower and tear off his dog's head with my bare hands. With that, Sōsuke kicked open the stone door of the underground chamber and strode inside, shouldering Tsunade, who had long since ceased resisting, her mind utterly blank. Thud. The heavy stone door slammed shut behind him, sealing away wind and rain. Meanwhile, in the heart of Konoha village, the root's subterranean core base beneath the Hokage Tower. Crack. Danzō Shimura, seated at the head of the chamber, suddenly crushed his purple clay teacup into dust, scalding tea spilling across his hand unnoticed. His gaze remained locked upon a special resonance stone resting on the table before him. All 30 stones representing the elite squad dispatched to the Senju compound had shattered within 10 seconds. What happened? That useless Tsunade couldn't possibly possess such strength. Did Jiraiya or Orochimaru interfere secretly? A flicker of disbelief and dread shimmered in Danzō's solitary scarred eye. Just then a blood-soaked root operative burst into the chamber, stumbling forward and collapsing to his knees, voice warped by raw terror. Danzō-sama, everything is lost. At the Senju compound, a monster crawled up from underground. He used no ninjutsu, killed every last one single-handedly. And he said. The operative swallowed hard, trembling as he repeated the words. He said, back when he fought Madara Uchiha alongside Hashirama, you were still wearing open-crotch pants. He said, he'll come at dawn to rip off your dog's head. Boom. At the words Hashirama and striking down Madara Uchiha, Danzō jerked upright as though struck by lightning. His sallow, grim visage paled to the hue of grave, dampened ash. Beads of cold sweat broke out across his brow. A memory, buried deep for decades, unspeakably horrifying, surged forth like a ravenous tide. It was when he was still a genin he had watched paralyzed as a civilian, utterly devoid of chakra, had pinned the invincible Madara Uchiha to the ground and beaten him without mercy. That man, the demon god whom even the first Hokage addressed with reverent awe as Big Brother. Impossible, absolutely impossible. With a thunderous slam, the heavy bluestone door closed, sealing the raging storm and the cloying reek of blood outside. The chamber was dim, only a few luminous pearls embedded in the walls cast a faint chilling glow. Sangjia brusquely shrugged the sodden coat off his shoulder. Ouch! Gangsho cried out and toppled onto a broad bed of white jade. Though the stone bed was icy, the yang-released chakra he had just put into her veins still coursed through her meridians, protecting her cardiac pulse and suppressing the paralyzing hemophobia that otherwise overwhelmed her. She instinctively shrank back, eyes wary as they fixed on the man before her. Sangjia towered over her, surveying her with brazen appraisal, an unabashed gaze tinged with pure, voracious admiration. The girl stood roughly 1 meter and 63 centimeters tall. Having been drenched by the downpour, the oversized green gambler's coat clung to her frame. The fabric was semi-translucent, faintly revealing the snow-white delicate skin beneath. Most arresting of all were the magnificent breasts that seemed to mock the entire shinobi world. White and proud they rose and fell with her ragged breath, as if at any moment they might burst through her garment. Below them, a pair of long, pale, unblemished legs, slender and devoid of excess flesh, were tightly crossed in nervous restraint, matched by a face so ravishingly fair it could undo nations. She was an absolute prize. Sangjia rubbed his chin, astonishment painting the innocence of his features. TSK. That big-broad, thick-faced Dajuzi actually has a granddaughter who's a genetic anomaly like you. This figure, utterly unreasonable. Gangsho felt suffocated under his gaze. Her ears flushed crimson in an instant. You, what are you staring at? Close your eyes. She was a dignified third sage. When had anyone ever appraised her like merchandise? Yet facing this man who claimed to be the sworn elder brother of their founding generation, she found she lacked even the courage to flare in anger. Staring at my own junior, what of it? Back in my day, I even watched Dajuzi bathe bareback, a still shy now. Sangjia grinned, an unabashed lecher in full display. As he spoke, he reached up and ripped the ancient armor that had already rotted to tatters from his torso with brutal force. The shredded cloth fluttered to the floor. Half his upper body was exposed to the air, a near-perfect male form, 2 meters tall, muscles carved as if by axe and chisel, an embodiment of violent aestheticism. Yet now his granite-like skin shimmered with a dangerous dark crimson. Veins stood out like coiling dragons, waves of searing heat radiated from him, causing the chamber's temperature to surge. A shrill alarm blared inside Sangjia's mind, warning, host's divine tree yang release approaching critical threshold, 5 minutes remaining. If yin and yang are not balanced at once, the host will explode, annihilating everything within a 10-li radius. The system's red alarm flashed maddeningly through his thoughts, the piercing tones striking at his skull. You're trying to kill me. I'm just undressing, he muttered inwardly, then strode toward the jade bed. What are you going to do? Gangsho watched Sangjia close in, feeling the oven-like heat emanating from him. Her heart skipped a beat. Do. Didn't I say it out there? Sangjia planted both hands on the edge of the stone bed, pinning Gangsho between his arms. His youthful, handsome face neared hers, a wicked smile curling his lips. He'll you save your life and borrow your body for a spell? No. You're taking advantage of me. I'm your brother's granddaughter. Gangsho braced her palms against Sangjia's scalding chest, where her hands touched his flesh felt like iron. Don't bring seniority down on me. I've slept for decades, by bonage I'm at most 20. If we count properly, you, as that 30-something old maid, ought to be the one owing me favors. Sangjia bantered without restraint, his body just rolling off his tongue with earthiness. Besides, who else in the shinobi world can cure your hemophobia except this pure young body? Lie still and cooperate a bit, or you'll suffer later. Shameless. Gangsho was furious and mortified, yet the taut cords of fear and despair that had knotted her heart began improbably to loosen under his absurd banter. This man was domineering and lecherous, but there was an irresistible, almost magical force about him. Meanwhile, at the heart of my village, beneath the Hua-ing building, the core base of the root division lay silent. Silence. A death-like hush. In the cavernous underground hall, even the fall of a single needle would have been heard. Jicun Tuanzong sat in the Chief Chancellor's throne, his remaining loan I fixed on the pile of sensing stones reduced to powder upon the table. Those were the life tokens of 30 rude elites. 10 seconds. In merely 10 seconds 30 and Bu of Jonin rank had been annihilated. Say that again. Tuanzang's voice rasped like sandpaper, the tremor in it betraying a fear he had not even realized. A blood-smeared Inbu knelt before him, too terrified even to lift his head. Lord Tuanzong, that man killed them all with one hand, no ninjutsu at all. He even said, when he and Dajuzi cut down Yuji Boban back, then you were wearing your open-crotch pants. He said at dawn he'd come to the Huaying building himself and twist off your head. With a roar, Tuanzong slammed his palm down on the table, the solid wood shattered in an instant. Dajuzi, cut down Yuji Boban. Those words struck Tuanzong like a sledgehammer driving into his heart. His breathing quickened, a cold sweat the size of peas beaded on his brow and ran madly down his cheeks. A nightmare long buried at the deepest core of his memory, decades of terror, erupted in his mind like an explosion. It was before the First Shinobi War. He had been a young lower-rank shinobi trailing behind the second Huaying Qianshou Fei Jian. He had personally witnessed at the edge of the Valley of the End a civilian man with no chakra fluctuations at all, bare-chested and laughing to the sky. Facing Yuji Boban's towering godlike perfect Susanoo 100 meters tall, that man made no seals, gave no evasive maneuver. He simply swung a single punch. The strike detonated with a monstrous boom and blew half a mountain away. The furious blast tore through Susanoo's absolute defenses, grinding the imperious Yuji Boban, armor and all, into the mud as if shredding him in a ragged wash. Even the first Huaying Qianshou Zhu Jian, celebrated as the god of shinobi, bowed his head before that man and meekly called brother Zhangjia. Impossible. This cannot be. Tuanzong leapt to his feet, his body shaking uncontrollably from sheer dread. That monster, that demon named Bei Yuan Xingjia, he supposedly devoured the divine tree core and was sealed beneath the earth by the first and second together. How could he still be alive? How could he break the seal? His legs went weak. He knew too well the terror that man embodied. He was an irrational lunatic who answered to nothing but fists. If he had truly returned, if he learned that the Qianshou clan had been driven to ruin by Tuanzong and Yuanfei Rizhan, if he knew that Gangshou had been ambushed by the root, he would tear Konoha apart. He would truly twist off my head. Tuanzong screamed in panic, his cold, ruthless mask utterly shattered. Seal every scrap of news about the Qianshou clan at once. He grabbed the collar of his adjutant and howled hysterically. Go fetch Rizhan. Bring Yuanfei Rizhan at once. Tell them the sky is falling. The adjutant turned pale. Lord Tuanzong, the Huaying is resting now to wake. Rest my foot. Konoha is about to be destroyed. Tuanzong shoved the adjutant aside and, forgetting his cane, stumbled out shouting, No, I'll go myself. We must activate the highest level defensive barrier immediately. In the dead of night, the streets and alleys of my village were deserted as the torrential rain drove everyone indoors. However, the underground base of the route was in complete chaos. Danzō stumbled out of the base's main door, having forgotten his cane. His right arm, infected by the Uchiha Sharingan, throbbed beneath the bandages, as if responding to the chaotic rhythm of its owner's heart. Srank alert. Sound the Srank alert now. Danzō shouted hoarsely at his aide behind him, his voice severely off-key due to fear. The aide stood frozen. Lord Danzō, and Srank alert requires direct authorization from the Hokage. We at Root do not have the authority, I said, sounded. I'll take the responsibility if something goes wrong. Danzō kicked aside the obstructing umbu and pressed the dusty red alert device on the wall of the corridor. That device hadn't been triggered since the Ninetales incident. Whoa. The sharp, piercing alarm instantly shattered the stillness of my village's night, louder than the thunder above. Within 3 seconds, the lights of the entire village flickered to life. In the underground passage of Root, countless black-clad ninjas poured out from various exits like ants whose nest had been disturbed. The umbu stationed there were also thrown into chaos. The duty captain sprang up from his chair, snatching the communicator. Everyone pay attention. Srank alert. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Within 2 minutes, dozens of shadows sipped through the rain-soaked sky above my village. On rooftops in dark corners of the streets and atop the lookout towers surrounding the village, armed ninjas appeared everywhere. Some were mobilizing the barrier team. Others were urgently deploying sensing ninjutsu. Some even sprinted towards the Senju clan's territory carrying massive sealing scrolls. The entirety of me felt like a rusty war machine that had been forcibly restarted on this stormy night. And the mastermind behind this chaos, Shimura Danzō, was at that moment limping through the storm, desperately rushing towards the Hokage's residence. He was running in an utterly disheveled manner. The behind-the-scenes controller of Mui's Umbu and the founder of Root resembled a stray dog with its tail stepped on. Rainwater blurred his face, and he didn't have time to wipe it away. Only one thought filled his mind: he had to get Sarutobi Hiruzen to come up with a countermeasure before dawn. Otherwise, that madman would truly come to twist his head off. He knew Kageyama Sōsuke too well. He was not someone who merely made threats. He was a monster who would actually twist off heads. At the Hokage residence, the bedroom of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was peaceful. The old man wore a loose-fitting white nightgown, lying on his side in bed, cradling a hot water bottle. On the bedside table lay his iconic pipe, next to a half-read book titled Intimate Paradise. His snoring was thunderous. He was sleeping like a dead pig. The sound of the shrink alert had already weakened significantly by the time it reached here, and with the soundproof barrier in the residence, the old man remained blissfully unaware. Bang! The bedroom door was kicked open. 2 Umbu guards rushed in, and the leading one directly pulled back Hiruzen's blanket. Hokage-sama. Emergency. Shrink alert. What? Hiruzen groggily opened his eyes, still not fully processing the situation, when he was grabbed under his arms by 2 Umbu. Wait. Let me put on some pants first. There's no time, Hokage-sama. Lord Danzō is already downstairs. He says the sky is falling. Hiruzen, looking bewildered, was dragged downstairs wearing only one slipper and with 2 buttons of his nightgown incorrectly fastened. The esteemed third Hokage of Mai looked worse than a drunken man on the street. As soon as they reached the reception room on the first floor, Hiruzen was confronted with a scene that jolted him awake. Danzō. The old fox, who was always gloomy, calm, and inscrutable, stood drenched in the center of the hall, visibly trembling. His face was as pale as someone who had just crawled out of a coffin. Hiruzen had been Hokage for decades. He had seen Danzō's treachery, witnessed his scheming, and experienced his rage. But he had never seen him look afraid. At this moment, the eyes of Shimura Danzō were filled with 4 words: terrified to death. Danzō, what are you doing? Sounding in shrink alert in the middle of the night. Have you lost your mind? Hiruzen frowned, reaching for the pipe on the nearby table. Hiruzen. Danzō stepped forward, grabbing his collar, his voice hoarse and unrecognizable. Kageyama Sōsuke. Hiruzen's hand holding the pipe froze in midair. Kageyama Sōsuke has broken free. He has crawled out from beneath the Senju clan's territory. Pfft! Hiruzen's pipe slipped from his hand. The still warm pipe landed precisely in his lap, burning Hiruzen so badly that he jumped up on the spot. But he couldn't care less about the pain. He widened his murky old eyes, staring fixedly at Danzō, his lips trembling for a long time before he managed to squeeze out a sentence. You said. Who? Kageyama Sōsuke. The madman who can crush Susanoo with a single punch. The sworn brother of the first Hokage. Danzō's nails almost dug into Hiruzen's shoulder. Not only is he alive, but he also killed 30 of my men. He said he would come to the Hokage building at dawn. To twist my head off. The air in the reception room seemed to freeze. Hiruzen felt his blood run cold. That name. The name that the higher-ups of Mai had classified as top secret, strictly forbidding any mention of. The name that even the first Hokage had to bow his head and call Big Brother. Impossible. Hiruzen's voice was as dry as sandpaper. The teacher said back then that the seal could last at least 100 years. 100 years, my ass. Danzō shouted hysterically. He is right beneath the Senju clan's territory. And Danzō's voice suddenly faltered. He thought of an even more terrifying question. And what? Hiruzen pressed. Danzō swallowed hard, his single eye filled with despair. He already knows. He knows how the Senju clan perished, knows that Tsunade has been surrounded by my men. Hiruzen. He said he wants to tear down the Hokage building. Hiruzen felt the hole burned into his pants by the pipe, mocking him. Silence stretched for a full 5 seconds. Hiruzen abruptly turned to look out the window. In the torrential rain of the black night, a flicker of golden-green light briefly flashed on the horizon in the direction of the Senju clan. It was as if an ancient beast was awakening. "Gather all the Jonin immediately," Hiruzen's voice became heavier than ever. "And surround the Senju clan's territory within 500 meters. No one is allowed to approach or leave. The shrank alarm of my village has been ringing for a full 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough for a ninja military system that has operated for decades to complete wartime mobilization." At the outskirts of the Senju clan, the first to arrive were the Umbu tracking team. 12 elite ninjas wearing beast masks settled in groups of 3 at 4 positions around the ruins, activating their sensing ninjutsu almost simultaneously. But in the next second, all 4 groups changed their expressions. "What is this chakra?" The tracking team leader maintained the sensing technique with his hands forming seals, veins bulging on his forehead. He sensed an enormous chakra source from the direction of the Senju clan, one so vast it seemed absurd. It was not an amount of chakra that a human should possess. It wasn't even at the level of a tailed beast. It was a mass of pure yang fire concentrated to the extreme, as if a sun buried underground was about to explode. "Report to headquarters. The target's chakra amount is unquantifiable. Exceeds sensing limits. Repeat, exceeds sensing limits." A dead silence followed in the communicator. 3 seconds later, the reply from headquarters was just one sentence: "Received. Stand by, do not engage." Immediately after the second batch of troops arrived, the Konoha military police force, fully staffed with 2 squads, consisted of 60 combat personnel above the Chunin rank. They established a blockade 300 meters from the ruins and set up 3 layers of sensing barriers with barrier techniques. Then came the third batch, the sealing team. 8 sealing experts in special uniforms hurried to the scene carrying 4 giant sealing scrolls, panting heavily. The elder at the forefront saw the inscriptions on the 4 scrolls, and his expression turned extremely grim. "This is an upgraded version of the 4 purple flames formation. This level of sealing technique was last used against the Nine Tails. It was Lord Danzō's order," the route liaison officer said expressionlessly. "Set up a blockade around the target and no one is allowed in or out." The elder of the sealing team opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing, leading his team to set up the formation. In less than 20 minutes, over 200 ninjas had gathered within a 500-meter radius of the Senju clan. Blockade sensing nets, sealing formations, ambush points layered upon each other, creating an impenetrable defense. From a high vantage point, this ruin appeared ensnared in a giant web. Not even a fly could escape. This arrangement was more formidable than the defenses during the Nine Tails attack on the village. Yet all of this was merely to confront a man who had just awakened from a deep slumber beneath the earth. Hokage residence. Reception room. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally put on his pants. Yet his expression was even worse than when he had been without them. Danzō stood opposite him, having recounted the situation for the 3rd time. With each retelling, Hiruzen's face grew paler. "Are you sure? Are you sure it was really Kitahara Sōsuke himself? Not some impersonator?" 30 elite jonin from the route were wiped out in 10 seconds. Single-handedly. Without using ninjutsu, Danzō said deliberately. "Tell me, in the entire ninja world besides that monster, who else could do this?" Hiruzen said nothing. Slowly, he sat back down in his chair, picking up his pipe, his fingers trembling thrice before he managed to pack the tobacco. "Teacher. The second Hokage once told me something before he passed away." Hiruzen inhaled deeply from the pipe, his voice hoarse. "He said there are 2 existences in Konoha that one must never provoke. One is the Nine Tails and the other is Kitahara Sōsuke. The Nine Tails is feared for its uncontrollable power, while Sōsuke is feared for his unpredictability." Danzō's lips twitched. "So, what do you plan to do, eh?" Hiruzen remained silent for a long time. The dying embers in his pipe flickered, reflecting the wrinkles on his aged face. "Where is he now?" In the underground chamber of the Senju clan, Danzō lowered his voice. "Tsunade is also inside." Hiruzen's brow furrowed into a knot. "Tsunade is with him. He took her away." Danzō's expression was complicated. "After killing all my men, he carried Tsunade into the chamber and locked the door from inside." Hiruzen paused for a moment. He did not care about Tsunade. What he was concerned about was what state that man was in behind the door of the chamber. How much of his strength has returned? I don't know, Danzō shook his head, but even if he has only regained 10%, we are not enough to contend with him together. Hiruzen, you know better than I do. Hiruzen certainly knew. He had witnessed that punch in his youth. The image of that punch had appeared in his nightmares countless times. A civilian man without Kekkei Genkai-tailed beasts or even chakra talent stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world solely with his physical strength. That was a denial of all ninjas. Reinforcements, Hiruzen extinguished his pipe and stood up. Add 300 more to the area around the Senju clan. Transfer all elite members of the Sarutobi clan over. The sealing formation must be completed before dawn. Then what? Danzō asked. Then, we wait for dawn. Hiruzen walked to the window, looking at the village in the pouring rain. If he truly is Suk, we need to talk. Talk. Danzō's voice sharpened. Have you lost your mind? He said he would twist my head off. Do you think he's the type to sit down and negotiate? Hiruzen did not respond, because he knew Danzō was right. Kitahara Sōsuke had never been a reasonable person. He only spoke with his fists. Hiruzen. Danzō stepped forward, lowering his voice. There's another way. While he's still in the chamber, we can pressure the 4 purple flames formation down, sealing the entire chamber along with him and the ground. Just like the first and second Hokages did back in the day. Hiruzen turned his head to glance at Danzō. Back then it took the first and second Hokages personally 3 days and nights to seal him. Hiruzen's tone was calm. Do you think anyone in Konoha can do that now? Danzō's mouth opened and closed, but he remained silent. The reception room fell into silence once again. Outside the window the rain continued to pour heavily. In the direction of the Senju clan, the chakra source, marked as exceeding limits by the sensing ninjas, was pulsing at a strange frequency. It fluctuated rapidly, like a heart that was beating wildly. Suddenly an urgent communication from the sensing team came through. Report to Hokage-sama. The target's chakra is exhibiting abnormal fluctuations. The temperature is rising sharply. The ground around the chamber has started to crack. Hiruzen and Danzō both changed their expressions simultaneously. He can't be planning to make a move, can he? Danzō's voice changed pitch. Hiruzen stared intently out the window, his fingers gripping the pipe turned pale. And in that underground chamber, heavily surrounded by 500 ninjas, the dark red hue on Kitahara Sōsuke's body had already spread up to his neck. His time was running out. The temperature in the sealed chamber had turned unnatural. The luminous pearls set into the walls began to hairline crack under the heat, their ghostly glow flickering uncertainly. The air around the white jade bed warped like heat shimmer over asphalt in high summer. Sangjia knelt on one knee before the stone slab, one hand digging into the edge until his knuckles cracked. His skin had shifted from dark red to an almost translucent crimson, and through it the golden-green chakra coursing in each vein was plainly visible. That chakra no longer remained obedient within his meridians, it surged like boiling magma lashing about. Every strike against a meridian wall sent his body into violent convulsions. Pain, as if 10,000 red-hot iron rods were thrust into the seams of his bones. Warning: Yongdun chakra has breached the 7th meridian gate. Host Bodis endurance countdown 4 minutes 17 seconds. Immediately execute Inyang Jiaotai. The target stands before you. Shut up. Sangjia forced the words through his teeth. He lifted his head and looked at Gang Shou curled in the corner of the stone bed, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. Her lips were white and her body still trembled, but she was much better than she had been outside. The stream of Yongdun chakra Sangjia had poured into her was still working, at least temporarily suppressing the symptoms of her hemophobia. Girl. Sangjia's voice had gone hoarse, stripped of its former mockery and affectation. I don't have time to explain. Slowly. He hauled himself up from the bed, his tall frame looming over Gang Shou. She lifted her head and met his gaze. Those once deep black eyes were now dominated by a golden-green light spilling from the pupils like 2 spheres of compressed fire. Those Yongdun within you. Even weakened by hemophobia, Gang Shou's training as a medical shinobi left her keenly perceptive of the anomaly on Sangjia. They're turning against you. More than turning against me. Sangjia smiled, a wry bitterness in it. In 4 minutes I will explode. Taking everything within a 10 li radius with me. Gang Shou's pupils shrank. 10 li. Half of my will go with me. Sangjia cut her off without ceremony. So you have only two choices. He held up two fingers and waved them before her face. First, let me touch you. I will use Yongdun Vitality to cure your hemophobia, and you with the Qianshou clan's extreme Yin constitution will help balance the Yongdun in me. Both of us live. Second, you refuse, and in 4 minutes, we both go up like fireworks. Zizi's bloodline ends here. The Qianshou clan is extinguished. Zhang Jie paused, then a roguish smile slipped across his otherwise guileless face. I'm not a gentleman, so I favor the first option. If I die, I can't go thrash Tuanzong. Gangshou bit her lower lip. She was no naive girl, one of the 3 shinobi tempered by 2 wars and hardened by more than a decade scraping by in gambling dens. She knew he was not bluffing. The searing heat radiating from his skin, hot enough to steam off rain, and the scorch marks blooming on the white jade bed beneath his feet all proved it true. But to lie with a man she'd known for less than an hour, what are you hesitating about? Zhang Jie knit his brow. Afraid I won't be responsible for you. Relax, I beg you on. Zhang Jie, stand by whoever I sleep with. I will never be a cad. Can you stop talking? Gangshou snapped, flushed with shame and anger. Zhang Jie laughed, but midway his body rigidified. Pff, another mouthful of blood burst out, splattering the white jade bed in a startling spray. Countdown 2 minutes 58 seconds. Host Bodis 8th Meridian Gate is about to collapse. Seeing that mouthful of blood, Gangshou would normally have her hemophobia flare immediately. Strangely, this time she did not feel that all-consuming terror and nausea. She only felt her heart seize. Panic, not of blood, but the dread that the man before her might die. This inexplicable man who had crawled up from beneath the earth was her grandfather's sworn elder brother. He was the last pillar on which the Qianshou clan could lean. He was also the only person tonight standing between her and those rotten scum, the only one who could smash them to pieces. If he died, the Qianshou would truly be left with nothing. You promise you can cure my hemophobia? Gangshou's voice was low. Zhang Jie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. If I say I can cure it, then I can. When De Juzi lost to Ban back then, it was my fist that restored his face. Do you think your big brother is the sort to break his word? Gangshou closed her eyes and clenched the green chakra crystal necklace at her chest until her fingers ached. If she died here, she would lose even the chance to avenge them. If you dare tell anyone outside a single word, I'll sew your mouth shut. She relaxed the arms that had been hugging herself. Zhang Jie raised an eyebrow, a dangerous blood-stirring smile crept across his innocent face. Don't worry, the old ancestor keeps his mouth shut. He leaned over. His scalding hand fell upon Gangshou's shoulder. Through the drenched fabric, the incendiary heat spread through her entire body. Gangshou trembled and reflexively wanted to push him away. But Zhang Jie allowed no retraction. A concentrated torrent of pure yang energy, so intense it seemed almost solid, was forced from his palm into her meridians. The sensation was not the ordinary flow of chakra. It felt like a sun compressed for decades suddenly exploding inside her. Gangshou tipped her head back. Her previously ashen skin bloomed an uncanny flush of pink that spread from her throat along her collarbones and shoulders, sweeping over her body. Fine beads of sweat rose on her skin, the clothes soaked with sweat and earlier rain clung to her. That body which had driven the shinobi world mad now shone an almost painfully bright whiteness beneath the dim pearlescent light. The bone-deep chill born of her hemophobia began to ebb, not gently but driven out by a brutal, unreasonable heat. In its place rose a heat from her marrow, strange and terrifying yet utterly irresistible. Don't be afraid. Zhang Jie's voice detonated in her ear, low, molten, and imperious. Leave it to your big brother. At that instant, Gangshou's last shred of reason snapped. Her hands stopped resisting, and as if by some other will clenched the iron-like muscles of Zhang Jie's arm. Ding, Yin Yang Jiaotai initiated. Detected target Qianshou. Gangshou extreme Yin bloodline beginning to resonate. Pure Yang fire is being guided. Host meridian collapse countdown paused. Fusion progress 0. 1, 0, 3. Zhang Jie felt the Yongdun chakra inside him about to detonate, being drawn by a cool current, as if a flood had found an outlet. Incredible. Dazuzi's granddaughter, this constitution, she was born to be his antidote. Outside the chamber, 500 shinobi stood arrayed and ready. The perception squad captain's eyes suddenly widened. The chakra fluctuation, it's changed. It's not a rampage. He hesitated, his features taking on a strange expression. pulsing at a regular frequency. The Sealing Squad elder leaned over to inspect the fluctuation curve on the perception orb, his old face flushed crimson. Having lived more than 60 years, he knew exactly what that frequency meant. Perhaps we should step back a bit at the Hokage residence. The report from the perception squad crackled through the communicator. Rijan and Tuanzong fell silent. After a long pause, Tuanzang's face went ashen. He locked Gang Shou in a sealed chamber. What on earth is he doing? Rijan did not answer. He glanced out the window, picked up his pipe in silence, and set it down again. Then he said something that nearly drained the color from Tuanzang's face. I think he might be treating an illness. The stone door of the secret chamber was tightly shut. Outside, 500 ninjas stood on high alert, while only the breaths of 2 individuals could be heard inside. Tsunade had lost track of time. It could have been a few minutes or perhaps several hours. At a certain moment, her consciousness became utterly blurred, as if she had been thrown into a furnace. It was not pain. It was heat. A surging warmth erupting from within her bones. Kosuke's yang release chakra was utterly unreasonable. It did not heal gently like medical ninjutsu. Instead, it forcefully swept through every clogged meridian in her body in an almost barbaric manner. The nerve endings that had atrophied due to hemophobia were ignited one by the scalding vitality. It hurt, but after the pain came a long-lost sense of clarity. It was as if a river blocked for over a decade had suddenly been smashed open and a flood cascaded down. Tsunade could feel her chakra pool, which had been exhausted for many years, being filled at a frenzied pace. No, it wasn't just filling up, it was expanding. Her total chakra was already among the top in the ninja world. Yet now, under the catalysis of Kosuke's pure yang energy, the dormant Senju bloodline began to awaken. The base circuit of the 100 healing technique was reactivated and the capacity of the Yin seal was skyrocketing. This feeling was overwhelmingly intense. Tsunade's nails dug deeply into the muscle of Kosuke's arm, yet left not even a white mark. Relax. Kosuke's voice came from above, heavy with labored breaths. The more tense you are, the more violently the yin and yang clash. You make it sound so easy. Tsunade gritted her teeth, her entire body drenched in sweat, soaking the stone bed. Kosuke said nothing more. His own condition was hardly any better. Decades of accumulated yang release chakra in his body were wildly leaking out along every inch of skin where they touched. It felt like opening a high-pressure valve with scalding energy gushing out, being gradually devoured and neutralized by Tsunade's extreme yin bloodline. Fusion Progress 7. 2. 11. 8. 19. 4. Host's meridian pressure continuously decreases. The core of the divine tree began to enter the initial fusion stage. Detected. The host Senju Tsunade's base circuit of the 100 healing technique has been restarted. Yin seal capacity increased by 300. The system's prompts constantly flickered in his mind, but Kosuke was too lazy to pay attention. All of his focus was on controlling the output of yang release. It was too fast for Tsunade's body to handle, yet too slow, and he would explode first. This balance was extremely delicate. Fortunately, Tsunade's physique did not disappoint him. The Senju clan's bloodline was inherently the best vessel for yin attribute chakra. Coupled with Tsunade's innate talent for the 100 healing technique, her body absorbed yang release with an astounding efficiency. The great pillar, your granddaughter's physique is far more promising than yours, Kosuke mused silently in his heart. As the fusion progress advanced, the dangerous dark red hue on Kosuke's surface finally began to fade. The golden green flame shifted from intense to gentle, no longer frantically scorching the surrounding air. The temperature in the secret chamber gradually decreased, and the cracked luminous pearl on the wall halted its deterioration. But the real change occurred within Kosuke. The core of the divine tree. That black wooden thorn that had slept in his chest for decades finally ceased its rejection reaction under the catalysis of the harmonious yin and yang. It began to merge into his cells. Kosuke could feel a brand new power awakening in his bloodline. It was not the familiar pure physical strength, but a life-filled energy from deep within the earth. On the back of his right hand, several emerald green patterns slowly emerged like tree roots, then quickly faded away. Would release. The signature ability of Senju Hashirama was now sprouting within him. Though it was merely a prototype, Kosuke knew clearly, this was just the beginning. Ding! Preliminary fusion of the divine tree core successful. Host has unlocked would release basic form. Current fusion degree 21. 3. Subsequent fusion requires continued harmonious yin and yang. Additional effect: the core lesion of host Senju Tsunade's hemophobia has been destroyed by yang release vitality. Damaged nervous system reconstruction completed. Kosuke let out a long breath. He was alive. He lowered his head to glance at Tsunade beneath him. Tsunade's eyes were half open and half closed, her amber pupils unfocused, her whole being seemed drained of all strength. Yet her complexion was a stark contrast to before. Her face, once as pale as a corpse, now radiated a healthy flush. Every pore in her skin emitted a subtle sheen, a sign that her chakra was overflowing within her. That already stunning body, nourished by yang release vitality, appeared as if it had ripened. Her damp clothes clung to her, revealing her snow-white skin. Her waist was so slender it hardly resembled that of a woman in her 30s, creating a stark contrast with the curves above that could drive all men in the ninja world mad. Kosuke rubbed his nose and turned his gaze away. All right, the hardest part is over. Tsunade did not respond. She turned her head, her golden hair cascading over the white jade stone bed, covering most of her face. But Kosuke still saw it. Her ears were completely red all the way to the base of her neck. Kosuke, sensing the situation, chose not to tease her further and sat up, propped against the stone bed. He moved his fingers, feeling that new power within him. The meridians were clean. The previously wildly surging yang release chakra had been neutralized by Tsunade's extreme yin physique by more than half, and the remaining portion obediently stayed in his dantian, merging with the divine tree core. Kosuke raised his right hand palm facing up. The emerald green chakra gathered in his palm, and a tiny wood sprout emerged from his hand, swaying in the air before growing 2 tender leaves. Kosuke stared at the sprout for 3 seconds. Then he crushed it in his fist. The Great Pillar's ability. Feels decent. He muttered to himself, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Once the fusion degree is higher, can I also conjure a Senju cannon? The sound of rustling came from the stone bed. Tsunade turned over, facing away from him, her voice muffled. Can you put on some clothes first? Kosuke looked down at his bare upper body, then at the pile of ancient armor fragments lying on the ground, and innocently shrugged. Girl, I blew up my clothes. I don't have any to wear now. Are there any spare clothes in this secret chamber? Tsunade fell silent for a moment. The wooden box in the corner is a relic left by my grandfather. There should be clothes inside. Kosuke walked over to the corner and opened the dusty wooden box. Inside, a deep blue high-collared long shirt and a pair of arm guards were neatly folded. The fabric was of excellent quality, and despite being stored for decades, it remained intact. On the inner side of the collar there was a small embroidered Senju clan emblem. Kosuke picked up the shirt and paused for a moment. This was the clothing of the Great Pillar. He remained silent for a few seconds before putting the shirt on. Hashirama's physique was also that of a 2-meter-tall giant. The clothing fit Kosuke perfectly. The deep blue long shirt complemented his youthful and handsome face, tempering some of the wildness in his demeanor. Kosuke turned around. Tsunade had already sat up at some point, staring blankly at him in the long shirt. Her eyes suddenly turned red. You wearing that? Tsunade's voice trembled. Looks so much like Grandpa. Kosuke fell silent for a moment, then broke into a grin, reaching out to pat her head lightly. Why are you crying? Once dawn breaks, Big Brother will take you to deal with those bastards who bullied you. He walked to the stone door and pressed his ear against the cold stone wall. He could vaguely hear the sounds of chaotic footsteps and metal clashing from outside. Kosuke raised an eyebrow. Girl, it seems quite a few people have arrived outside. Tsunade walked over to him, instinctively expanding her sensing chakra, then her expression changed. More than 500. And the chakra fluctuations of 4 purple flame formations. Tsunade sharply inhaled. They are treating you as a threat at the level of the 9 tails. Kosuke turned his head, a radiant smile emerging on his innocent and harmless face. Only 500. That old dog Danzō is underestimating me too much. He clenched his fists, the joints cracking. Let's go, girl, I'll take you out for a stroll. Boom. The stone gate did not swing open. It shattered into splinters beneath Kitahara Sōsuke's single brutal kick. Multi-ton bluestone exploded into a storm of jagged fragments, hurling outward with the scorching heat billowing from the hidden chamber. Before the shards even struck the ground, cold glinting light flared across the opposite wall. Explosive tags. Over 1,000 explosive tags covered every inch of floor and wall surrounding the chamber's exit, blue-white chakra ignition wires weaving a vast glistening web poised to reduce the entire area to ash at a single signal. Four colossal ceiling pillars rose from the ruins' four corners, their violet barrier shimmering like an invisible prison enclosing a 200-meter radius, in absolute containment. 500 shinobi formed four concentric defensive layers. The outermost layer consisted of military police units gripping standard-issue kunai in rigid disciplined formation. The second layer comprised elite Umbu operatives, all masked with animal visages, hands already weaving seals, chakra coiling tautly in anticipation. The third layer was the ceiling team. 8 specialists knelt beside the pillars maintaining the array, faces ashen chakra reserves dangerously depleted. At the innermost layer, directly facing the chamber's entrance, stood a specialized unit shouldering massive crossbows, their arrowheads coated in paralytic toxin. Every gaze was locked unblinking upon the smoke-choked aperture. The rain had ceased. A fissure split the clouds and moonlight poured through, cold silver and sovereign, illuminating this battlefield bristling with dread. Gradually the dust thinned. From the darkness emerged a towering figure. 2 meters tall, clad in a deep blue high-collared robe of the Senju clan, sleeves casually rolled to reveal forearms corded with sinew and muscle. His face, youthful beyond reason, bore a languid, effortless smile. Kitahara Sōsuke. Yet what silenced them all in an instant was not this monster risen from the earth. It was the woman beside him. Senju Tsunade. She walked half a step to his right, golden hair spilling over her shoulders, damp yet gleaming with a soft luminous sheen beneath the moonlight. That face. No longer pallid. No longer ashen. Instead, a delicate flush bloomed from within her fair skin, almost radiant under the lunar glow. Her amber eyes held none of their former hollow despair, nor the volatile fury of her days as one of the legendary Sannin. They were gentle. One might even say, docile. She walked with her head slightly bowed, not with her old defiant aura that warned "touch me and die," but instinctively drawing nearer to the man beside her as if accustomed to standing within the shelter of his shadow. Her soaked green jacket had vanished, discarded somewhere unknown, and she now wore a pale inner robe retrieved from a wooden chest, its thin fabric stretched taut over a body revitalized and enriched by yang release cultivation. Her waist was slender, impossibly delicate, while the curves above defied reason in their lush, breathtaking amplitude. Her long, luminous legs stood bare beneath the night sky. Having found no suitable footwear, she walked barefoot across the sharp rubble, utterly unbothered. When Sōsuke noticed her bare feet, he reached out without hesitation, his hand settling at her waist, lifting nearly half her weight with effortless ease. Tsunade did not resist. Nor did she curse. Only a faint blush warmed her ears as her gaze drifted sideways, lips pressing softly together. That single moment seared the minds of all 500 Konoha shinobi. That's Lady Tsunade. A military police chunin rubbed his eyes, certain he was hallucinating. Impossible. When has Lady Tsunade ever been this quiet? Last month she hurled a jonin who flirted with her 3 streets away. She didn't even strike him when he touched her waist. Whispers spread like wildfire across the lines. The tracking unit captain stared intently at Tsunade's chakra signature, his expression growing increasingly bewildered. Her chakra, it's restored. No, it's stronger than before. And that resonance frequency. He swallowed hard, leaving the rest unspoken. The elder of the sealing team also sensed the anomaly. His gaze lingered on the faint lingering chakra resonance pulsing between Sōsuke and Tsunade, his weathered face flushing crimson. He coughed twice, then turned sharply away. Sōsuke paid no mind to the stunned silence around him. His eyes swept across the dense ranks of shinobi, the shimmering barrier, the web of explosive tags, the drawn crossbows. Then a playful, knowing smile curved his guileless face. "Little one, do you see?" Sōsuke glanced down at Tsunade. She lifted her gaze. Those amber eyes, clear as moonlit water, were utterly transformed, nothing like the woman who had entered the chamber moments before. Her voice was soft, a whisper so tender, even she paused, startled. Instinctively, she frowned, attempting to reclaim her old fierceness, but met only the warm, amused depth of his dark eyes, and the sharp words dissolved before they reached her lips. Sōsuke's grin widened, brilliant and unrestrained. Konoha truly knows how to welcome guests. The moment I wake, I'm greeted with explosive tags, barriers, and crossbows. Holding a banquet in my honor, are you? His voice carried no volume, yet in the battlefield's suffocating stillness, every syllable rang with crystalline clarity. No one dared reply. Silence descended like a leaden shroud, crushing all breath. Sōsuke took 3 unhurried steps forward. The innermost crossbowmen recoiled as one, hands trembling on their weapons. Tsunade gently tugged at Sōsuke's sleeve. "Don't kill them," she murmured, voice barely audible. "Most are ordinary shinobi, merely following orders." Sōsuke looked down at her, one brow arching. "Since when did you start speaking for Konoha shinobi? Those root dogs tormented you without mercy just hours ago. That's different." Tsunade turned her head aside. Root was Danzō's private army. These, our grandfather's shinobi. Sōsuke studied her for 2 silent, measured seconds, then smiled. "Very well. For Hashirama's sake, I'll show restraint." He released her waist and stepped forward alone. Directly ahead, the ranks parted. A broad-shouldered man strode forth wearing a half-faced mask, the Anbu commander himself, a true elite jonin, whose killing intent dwarfed that of everyone else combined. In his grip gleamed a razor-sharp katana, its tip unwaveringly aimed at Sōsuke. "Kitahara Sōsuke." The hawk-masked voice emerged low and commanding, resonant with unassailable authority. "You stand accused of murdering over 30 Konoha Anbu officers and of abducting Senju Tsunade." "Abducting?" Sōsuke cut him off. He glanced back at Tsunade. She stood perfectly still, moonlight bathing her in serene, ageless grace, radiating a quietude stripped of all artifice. The very notion of abduction hung absurdly, impossibly distant. Sōsuke turned back, his guileless smile fading pixel by pixel into stillness. "Say it again. Who exactly is abducting whom?" The hawk-masked commander's grip tightened, the blade's edge caught the moonlight and reflected the slow molten gold-green flare igniting in Sōsuke's eyes. He swallowed hard, but did not lower the sword. "By order of the Hokage and Danzō-sama, prepare for full engagement." "Fire." Sōsuke's smile vanished entirely. "Since you fail to recognize your ancestor, then let me reintroduce myself properly." The air itself seemed to hold its breath. Zhang Jia took a step forward. Just one step. The tip of the sword in the hands of the hawk mask trembled visibly. "I'll give you one more chance." Zhang Jia tilted his head, a smile on his youthful face, his tone casual, as if chatting with a neighbor. "Swallow your last words and take your people away. I am in a good mood today and do not wish to see blood." The hawk mask's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Behind him 500 ninjas stood ready. The 4 ceiling pillars buzzed, a purple barrier enveloping the world. The crosshairs of the archers were all locked onto Zhang Jia's chest. This was the highest level of combat deployment from Konoha. Any rank rogue ninja or even a tailed beast level threat would have to think twice in the face of such an arrangement. But the hawk mask saw Zhang Jia's eyes. In those black eyes there was no tension, no wariness, not even a hint of killing intent. Only a pure impatience from a position of superiority. It was as if an adult were watching a group of children brandishing wooden sticks at him. "Fire." The hawk mask ultimately shouted out the order. He had no choice. The united order from the Hokage and Danzō weighed heavily on him. As an Anbu captain, he had no right to retreat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of giant arrows covered in paralyzing poison shot out simultaneously, their tips gleaming coldly under the moonlight, sealing off all space in front of Zhang Jia. At the same time, the elite Anbu of the second defense line began forming hand signs. Fire release great fireball. Wind release great breakthrough. Earth release earth flow wall. 3 types of ninjutsu were unleashed simultaneously, flames borrowing the force of the wind, swelling tenfold. The roaring flames rolled forward with the fierce wind towards Zhang Jia, capable of turning an entire street to ashes. The sky was lit up. Everyone present believed this round of barrage was enough. No matter how strong the opponent was, such a scale of crossfire left no gap even for a breath. Zhang Jia stood still, not moving. He didn't even raise a hand. He merely furrowed his brow slightly, then, humph. A light exhale escaped his nose. Just that one sound. casual as if on the battlefield. But in the next instant, everyone's world changed. Boom! A wave of invisible power surged from Song Jia, radiating outward at the speed of sound. This was not a chakra shockwave, not a wind release, not any known ninjutsu. It was pure pressure. From the being at the very top of the ninja world's food chain, openly looking down on lower life forms. As all the arrows reached 3 meters in front of Song Jia, the shafts exploded simultaneously, the metal tips crushed to dust by the invisible force, scattering into a cloud of metallic powder in the air. The fireball from fire release was snuffed out instantly, as if a giant hand had slapped it down. The wind release was pulled back, flipping the caster over. Earth flow wall. The earth wall had barely risen half a meter before it cracked and crumbled into a pile of dirt. Then the range of pressure continued to expand. Crack. The purple barrier on the 4 giant ceiling pillars shattered from the center as if pierced by a red-hot iron rod. The crack spread at a visible speed, and within 3 seconds the entire 4 purple flames formation collapsed with a thunderous crash. Fragments of the purple barrier flew through the air like a bizarre meteor shower. 8 experts from the ceiling team simultaneously bled from their 7 orifices and fell backward. Puff! The innermost archers, 12 in total, spat out blood in unison, their knees crashing to the ground. Puff, puff, puff. The elite Umbu of the second layer, unable to hold on for even half a second, one after another began to vomit blood and kneel. Their masks shattered, revealing pale faces devoid of color. Puff, 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 puff. The military police of the third layer didn't last even a second. All of them were like puppets under an invisible hand, kneeling in unison, their weapons clattering to the ground. Finally, the outermost layer. Those patrolling ninjas who thought they were far enough away and safe also buckled under the pressure, kneeling in the mud. In no more than 5 seconds, 500 ninjas, 1/3 of Konoha's current elite, all kneeling, not a single one standing. The hawk mask knelt at the front, the sword slipping from his hand and embedding into the mud. He opened his mouth wanting to shout something, but his throat felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, producing no sound. His body trembled violently. Not from injury, but from fear. Pure soul-deep terror. The weight of the pressure was like the ocean flooding a cup, his mental world nearly shattering in that instant. The ruins of the Senju clan lay in utter silence. Only Song Jia stood. The moonlight bathed him, the corners of his deep blue robe fluttering slightly in the aftermath. The youthful, handsome face bore no smile, the golden-green light slowly swirling in the depths of his pupils. He looked down at the kneeling ninjas around him as if observing a group of ants. I once said something to the Great Pillar back in the day. Song Jia's voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present. No matter how many ninjutsu you know, how many people you gather, or what formations you use. In the face of absolute power, he bent down, pinching the edge of the hawk mask's broken mask with 2 fingers, gently pulling it to reveal the bloodied face of a man in his 30s. All are trash. Song Jia let go the fragments of the mask, falling to the ground with a clatter. He straightened up and walked back to Tsunade's side. Tsunade stood still, not moving. She watched Song Jia's back and then glanced at the kneeling ninjas, all of whom included elite Umbu ceiling experts and masters whom she had once feared. At this moment they all lay in the mud, afraid to even breathe loudly. And the man who caused all this merely let out a snort. One sound. Tsunade suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. Not from fear, but from something indescribable that made her cheeks flush. Song Jia approached her, looking down at her from above. Come up, girl. He squatted down, turning his back to Tsunade. Tsunade was stunned for a second. When had one of the legendary Sannin ever been treated like this? She opened her mouth to refuse, but saw the broad back of Song Jia and the small Senju clan emblem inside the collar of his robe. For some reason the refusal stuck in her throat and wouldn't come out. She bit her lip, placed her hands on Song Jia's shoulders, and wrapped her fair legs around his waist. Song Jia stood up, supporting her as easily as if lifting a bag of cotton. Tsunade lay on the back of Song Jia, her face pressed against the nape of his neck. Beneath the deep blue robe was muscle harder than steel. With each step he took, the muscles in his back rippled slightly, causing her body to sway gently. It felt stable, like being carried by a walking mountain. Tsunade remained silent, her hands resting on Song Jia's shoulders, her fingertips unconsciously gripping the edge of his collar. She gazed over Songjia's shoulder at the kneeling ninjas below. 500 people. Not a single one dared to raise their heads. A few elite umbu even trembled, cold sweat covering their faces where their masks had shattered. Tsunade suddenly recalled something. When she was young, she had read through her grandfather's top-secret notes where one page was mostly covered in ink, leaving only one line: "If Senju awakes, do not obstruct with the power of Konoha." At that time, she thought her grandfather was exaggerating. Now she believed it. Senju carried Tsunade effortlessly through the sea of 500 ninjas. He walked slowly, his strides long, and with each footfall the kneeling ninjas shrank back. No one dared to block his path. Not even a single person dared to breathe too loudly. When he reached the edge of the blockade, Senju paused for a moment. On the ground lay an unconscious elder from the ceiling, class blood flowing from his 7 orifices. The elder's hand was tightly clutching a sealing talisman inscribed with numerous runes. Senju glanced down. For purple flames formation. He read the name with a sneer. The seal used by the Great Pillar in the past to wipe his backside in the toilet is more sophisticated than this. Tsunade. She wanted to ask if he could be serious for once. But her mouth moved without a sound. Senju stepped over the blockade, his pace unbroken. He exited the ruins and stepped onto the main road leading to Konoha village. The heavy rain had stopped and the ground was covered in puddles, shards of silver scattered under the moonlight. Senju casually asked, "Hey girl, do you have a place to stay in Konoha?" "Yes." Tsunade's voice was muffled. "There's a small apartment on the south side of the village." "An apartment?" Senju frowned. "The granddaughter of the first Hokage lives in an apartment." "What about the main family residence of the Senju clan?" Tsunade fell silent for a moment. The main family residence was reclaimed by the village during the dispersal of the clan. They said it would be used for public construction. My ninja research lab, medical archives, and the storage of the Flying Thunder God scrolls left by my second grandfather were all taken over by the root. Danzō said those belonged to the village, not to the Senju. Senju stopped. He said nothing, but the muscles on his back suddenly tensed. Tsunade sensed it and quickly added, "Don't go tearing down buildings right now, it's still dark. You just woke up, you should rest a bit." "Who said I was going to tear down buildings?" Senju continued forward, his tone unbothered. "I was just thinking, when I see Danzō in the morning, should I twist his left arm first or his right arm first?" Tsunade fell silent. She buried her face in Senju's shoulder, her golden hair cascading down, hiding the slight upward curve of her lips. Meanwhile, on a rooftop about 800 meters from the Senju clan's land, a woman stood there, having been there for quite some time. She was not a ninja summoned by the alarm. She lived nearby and had been awakened by the thunderous chakra shockwave moments ago. Uchiha Makoto, 23 years old. The current clan leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku's wife. She wore a deep purple home kimono hastily draped with a thin black coat, her black hair tied back with a simple band revealing her fair and slender neck. Standing about 165 centimeters tall, she was considered tall among the female ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Her waist was slender, but the curve of her chest caused the kimono's front to stretch slightly. A pair of fair and bright calves peeked out from under the hem of her kimono, bare feet resting on the damp tiles. Her face was beautiful, not in the flashy way Tsunade's was, but with a graceful beauty that concealed sharpness. Her brows and eyes were delicate, her lips thin, and the line of her chin was neat and clean. At first glance, she appeared to be a gentle young woman, but upon closer inspection one would find a piercing intensity in her gaze. At this moment, her expression was far from good. Not out of fear, but confusion. She had witnessed everything that had just transpired. Perceptive ninjutsu was her forte. With her husband away on a mission, she was alone with her young son Itachi. When the shrank alarm sounded, she settled Itachi and went up to the rooftop to assess the situation. And then she saw it. The moment 500 people knelt. The oppressive force coming from the Senju clan area, even at an 800-meter distance, made her knees weaken. Her instinct as a ninja prevented her from kneeling. But what truly unsettled her was not the intensity of that pressure. It was the reaction of the Sharingan bloodline within her. From the moment that purple-green chakra erupted, her eye sockets began to heat up. It was not pain. It was a feeling akin to yearning. The Sharingan pulsed in its socket as if sensing something extremely close, desperately trying to break free from its seal and manifest. Makoto closed her eyes, took 3 deep breaths, and finally suppressed this impulse. "What's going on?" she murmured softly, pressing her fingers against her temples. The Sharingan resonating with chakra. This had never appeared in the records of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan should only react to intense emotional stimuli, anger, sadness, hatred. Not this inexplicable feeling that surged from deep within her veins. She couldn't find the right words. If she had to describe it, thirst. Like a parched land that had not tasted water in decades suddenly caught the scent of it. Makoto furrowed her brows. She reopened her eyes, her gaze following the tall figure emerging from the ruins. In the moonlight, the man carried Tsunade, striding past the kneeling ninjas. The corners of his deep blue robe fluttered gently in the wind, revealing terrifying muscles with bulging veins. Yet his gait was remarkably relaxed, even leisurely. It was as if he was merely out for a walk. Makoto's eyes were drawn to his silhouette. She observed closely. The man's height was estimated to exceed 2 meters, his build broad yet not bulky, with each footfall possessing an unsettling rhythm that defied human norms. Tsunade lay on his back, her golden hair cascading down, concealing much of her face. Makoto noticed a detail: Tsunade's fingers. Those hands, once capable of crushing rocks on the battlefield, were now gently gripping the edge of the man's collar. It was not a grasp. It was a hold. Cautiously, as if afraid of wrinkling the fabric. Makoto's pupils constricted. She recognized Tsunade. The entire ninja world knew Tsunade. That woman known for her explosive temper, capable of throwing a casino owner, that Senju princess who could punch through walls when drunk. When did she become so quiet? "Who exactly is that man?" Makoto murmured. Her legs still felt a bit weak. It was not the lingering pressure. The pressure had dissipated 3 minutes ago. It was the resonance of her Sharingan bloodline that persisted. That heat, that itch, that restlessness from deep within her veins only intensified as the man's figure moved further away. Makoto tightened her grip on the collar of her coat, her knuckles turning white. She forced herself to look away, turned, and prepared to head back inside. But after taking 2 steps, she stopped, turned back for one last look. That deep blue silhouette was nearly disappearing at the end of the street. Makoto turned back around and quickly walked down the stairs. She needed to check the Uchiha clan's internal archives. About that name, Tsunade. Where had she heard that name before? Konoha's southern district. Tsunade's small apartment. Tsunade kicked open the rusty wooden door, dropping Tsunade from his back. This apartment was pitifully small. 1 room and 1 living room with old furniture, the table piled with empty liquor bottles and scattered bedding slips. A few changes of clothes were thrown in the corner, the curtains drawn tightly, and a musty smell lingered in the air. Tsunade stood at the door, surveying the area, his expression transitioning from calm to grim. The granddaughter of the first Hokage lives in a place like this. Here Tsunade handed him a pair of slippers from the shoe rack. "Don't be picky, having a place to stay is good enough." Tsunade did not take them. His gaze fell on the pile of bedding slips on the table before glancing at the empty liquor bottles stacked in the corner. "You didn't lose all your money gambling, did you?" Tsunade's mouth twitched and she turned her head away in silence. Tsunade took a deep breath. "Great pillar, your granddaughter is gambling, drinking, and living in a rundown place, and your brother's grave is being trampled underfoot by the root. You tell me, is this village worth building?" Back then. Tsunade began. "Enough, let's not mention it." Tsunade waved his hand, walked to the window, and pulled the curtains wide open. Moonlight flooded in. Looking east, the silhouette of the Hokage building was faintly visible, the mountain carved with the faces of past Hokages shining brightly in the moonlight. Tsunade stared at the mountain for a few seconds. Then he felt it. Deep in his brain, the system's notification sound rang out again. Ding! Yin-Yang interchange first completion. Divine Tree Core Fusion Rate 21. 3. Host has unlocked skill rewards. Would you like to view them? Tsunade narrowed his eyes slightly. He turned around and met Tsunade's gaze. "Hey girl, take a nap first. When dawn breaks, big brother will take care of some business." Tsunade had already fallen asleep. She lay on that pitifully narrow single bed, not even wearing her shoes, and as soon as her head touched the pillow, she fell silent. The yang release technique had exhausted too much of her energy, combined with the earlier episode of hemophobia and the turmoil of being attacked at the roots. This reshaped body urgently needed rest to complete its final recovery. Sangjie pulled a thin blanket from the corner of the cupboard and draped it over her. His movements were rough, but not overly so. Tsunade turned over instinctively, wrapping the blanket tighter around herself, mumbling something indistinctly, and then fell completely still. Sangjie straightened up and walked to the window. The moonlight was still present, but the eastern horizon was already tinged with a faint fish-belly white. The dawn was approaching. Leaning against the window frame, he focused his thoughts, and the system panel deep within his mind lit up once more. Hehuan System Main Panel Host Beiyuan Sangjie Divine Tree Core Fusion Degree 21. 3. Physical Technique Level SSS Unknown Limit Chakra Attribute Pure Yang Divine Tree Yang Release Unlocked Skill Would Release Tree Realm Birth Purely Physical Muscle Version Yin Yang Exchange Target Senju Tsunade First Completion Can be Deepened Next Suggested Exchange Time within 72 hours. Sangjie glanced over, his gaze stopping at the new skill. Would release Tree Realm Birth Purely Physical Muscle Version. He murmured to himself. The system automatically displayed the skill details. Would release Tree Realm Birth Purely Physical Muscle Version level B can be raised to S with increased fusion effect when the host makes contact with the ground using fists, palms, or feet. They can infuse the earth with Yang Release Chakra, instantly causing giant trees to sprout. The size, hardness, and aggressiveness of the trees are proportional to the host's physical strength output. In simpler terms, the harder you hit the ground, the larger the trees grow. Note: unlike Senju Hashirama's hand seal, would release the skill requires no hand seals and relies solely on brute force. Sangjie finished reading and was stunned for 2 seconds. Then he laughed. So you're saying that the trees Hashirama took ages to create with hand seals, I can just make with one punch? You can interpret it that way. However, with the current fusion degree at only 21. 3. The scale of Tree Realm Birth is limited. It is recommended to continue yin-yang exchanges to enhance the fusion degree. Can you not steer every sentence in that direction? The system did not respond. Sangjie moved his right hand. In his palm, the emerald green chakra flickered, flowing along a path entirely different from before. Previously, his chakra only swam between muscles and bones, purely enhancing his physical form. But now a portion of the energy began to extend outward, as if roots were exploring directions in the soil. Would release. He had never imagined he would possess would release in this lifetime. Back when he was on friendly terms with Hashirama, he looked down on would release, spending ages forming hand seals just to grow a bunch of trees. What was the point? A punch would be much more straightforward. Now it was different. The system had directly eliminated the hand seal steps, providing him with a fist version of would release. All right then. Sangjie clenched his fist. I'll find a place to try it out once dawn breaks. He glanced again at the yin-yang exchange target section on the panel. Behind Senju Tsunade, where the words can be deepened along with a line of gray small print, tip: engaging in yin-yang exchanges with more high-quality female ninjas can accelerate the fusion of the Divine Tree Core and unlock higher-level skill trees. Potential targets in the current ninja world that meet the criteria have been marked, and the host can explore them freely. Sangjie glanced over but did not look closely. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to deal with Danzō after dawn, leaving him no time to ponder this. Turning off the panel, Sangjie crossed his arms and leaned against the window frame, glancing at the sleeping Tsunade. The moonlight fell on her face, revealing a healthy flush. Her breathing was steady, her complexion excellent, starkly contrasting with the pale woman who had been collapsed in the muddy ground mere hours ago. Sangjie retracted his gaze. Hashirama, am keeping an eye on your granddaughter for you. He spoke to himself, then slightly squinted his eyes, spreading his sensing ability in all directions. Outside the secret room, most of the 500 people had already withdrawn, but there were still quite a few sensing-type ninjas monitoring from a distance around the Senju clan. The chakra fluctuations from the direction of the Hokage building were extremely chaotic, like a pot of porridge being stirred. Sangjie was unconcerned. However, as his sensing passed over the southeast direction, it paused slightly. Approximately 800 meters away, there was a faint but very high-quality chakra fluctuation from a tall building. It was Yin attribute. Moreover, its purity was remarkably high. It was not the type of Yin from the Senju bloodline. It was another kind. deeper, sharper, carrying a hint of latent aggressiveness. Sangjie raised his eyebrows slightly. He recognized the quality of this chakra. Sharingan, he muttered. Decades ago, he had taken quite a few hits from that pair of eyes while fighting Uchiha Madara. He was too familiar with the texture of Sharingan chakra. However, the owner of this fluctuation did not possess a particularly large amount of chakra and showed no hostility. Not here to cause trouble. Sangjie was too lazy to think further and retracted his sensing. 800 meters away, Uchiha Makoto crouched in the shadow of a rooftop, her body covered in goosebumps. In that brief moment, she felt an absurdly large sensing power sweep over her. It felt as if a giant beast had fixed its gaze upon her. Only for a second. But in that second, her blood seemed to stop flowing entirely. Makoto's hand gripping the collar of her coat trembled. Not from the cold. Her body temperature had actually risen under the stimulation of the Sharingan resonance, and a layer of fine sweat appeared on her forehead. He found me. This realization sent chills down her spine. 800 meters away, he could accurately lock onto a ninja, suppressing their chakra just by using his sensing. What level of sensing range was that? Makoto took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She recalled the information sensed earlier. The chakra attribute on that man was extremely special, pure yang, and its concentration far exceeded the normal human limit. This pure yang attribute resonated with the Sharingan within her. The Sharingan itself belonged to the Yin attribute. Yin and Yang attract. This was the most basic theory of chakra, but no one had ever mentioned that the Sharingan would produce such a strong craving response to external Yang attribute chakra. Makoto looked down at her hands. The fingertips were slightly reddened and the chakra in her veins was still restlessly pulsing. She needed to return. Itachi was home alone and dawn was approaching. Makoto took one last glance in the direction of Tsunade's apartment, then silently leaped down from the rooftop, disappearing into the alley. The hem of her kimono was lifted by the night wind, revealing a slender fair calf, which was quickly swallowed by darkness. Katsuyu was awakened by the blinding sunlight. The curtains were pulled halfway open, and the morning light unceremoniously splashed onto her face. Frowning, she turned over, resting her arm over her eyes for a couple of seconds before sitting up abruptly. Something was off. She felt wrong all over. It wasn't pain or discomfort, it was an overwhelming sense of comfort. The chakra within her meridians surged forth like a mountain stream flowing freely. The feeling of blockage that had persisted for over a decade vanished completely. Every acupuncture point and meridian was thoroughly cleansed. Katsuyu glanced down at her palm. It was fair and translucent with a faint pink hue at the fingertips. No trembling, no stiffness. Instinctively, she clenched her fist and the knuckles cracked crisply as power surged from her forearm through to her entire arm. Incredible strength. Her incredible strength had returned. Katsuyu's breath quickened for a moment. She closed her eyes, her spirit sinking into her dantian. The circuit of the 100 heel seal was rejuvenated under the flow of chakra. The capacity of the Yin seal was not just restored, it had been expanded. She didn't even need to concentrate. A light purple diamond-shaped mark automatically appeared on her forehead, radiating an astonishing stability. Katsuyu reached up to feel her forehead. The diamond mark pulsed warmly. Her nose suddenly felt a bit sour. How long had this mark been gone? 3 years. For years. Since the death of Dan and the passing of Rope Tree, she hadn't even been able to gather chakra, let alone use the 100 heel technique. Now it was all back. Katsuyu took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions, and looked around the room. There was no one by the window. Kuji was not in the house. A jolt went through her heart, and she threw off the blanket to get out of bed, awake. The voice came from the doorway. Kuji pushed open the broken wooden door he had kicked out of alignment last night, holding 2 oil paper packages in one hand. Dressed in a deep blue shirt of the Senju clan, the sleeves rolled up to his mid-forearms, revealing the sinewy muscles underneath. Standing at 2 meters tall in the doorframe, the small apartment door looked like a toy. A lazy smile graced his overly youthful face. I took a stroll, and you guys in Konoha have quite a few breakfast joints. Kuji tossed the oil paper packages onto the table. Rice balls and grilled fish just make do. Katsuyu stood by the bed, her bare feet on the floor, her thin inner shirt wrinkled and her golden hair disheveled over her shoulders. She stared at Kuji for 2 seconds, her mouth moving slightly. Kuji pulled out a chair and sat down, unwrapping the oil paper package, taking a bite of the rice ball and mumbling, "What are you looking at?" "My fear of blood. It's gone." Kuji swallowed the rice ball and pointed to the table. A shuriken lay on the corner. Katsuya's gaze fell upon the blade of the shuriken. There was a dried dark red mark on it, blood. She saw it very clearly. There was no nausea, no dizziness, no overwhelming fear or hallucinations. That blood mark was just a blood mark, dry and innocuous. Katsuya's pupils dilated slightly. She reached out, pinching the handle of the shuriken with 2 fingers, bringing it up to her eyes. The blood mark was within reach. There was no reaction at all. The hand holding the shuriken trembled slightly, not from fear, but from excitement. "All right, calm down, come eat." Kuji patted the chair opposite him. "You used too much energy last night, you need to replenish." Katsuyu set the shuriken down and walked to the table to sit down. She unwrapped the oil paper package, picked up a rice ball, took a bite, chewed a couple of times, then stopped. Her ears began to flush red. As she ate, everything that happened last night in the secret room flooded back. That intense warmth, that pair of burning hands, and that phrase, "Leave it to Big Brother." Katsuyu lowered her head, her hair covering half of her face. Kuji glanced at her. "Hey girl, why is your face so red? One of the legendary 3 shouldn't be shy even when eating rice balls, right?" "Shut up." Katsuya shot her head up suddenly, her amber pupils filled with both shame and anger. Kuji laughed, a half-eaten rice ball still in his mouth, looking overly innocent. Katsuya's fist tightened. It was a reflex. Years of violent habits made her body act before her brain. Her fist, driven by a howling wind, slammed directly into Kuji's chest. Bang! The fist landed solidly, then bounced off. Katsuya's fist felt as if it had struck a highly elastic iron wall, her palm numbed from the impact, and she staggered back a half step. Kuji sat motionless in the chair, the spot where he was hit showing not a single wrinkle. The muscles beneath the deep blue shirt tensed slightly, bouncing Katsuya's powerful punch right back. Katsuyu looked down at her reddened knuckles, then raised her gaze to Kuji's smiling face. Kuji reached out, giving her head a gentle pat. "It's good that your strength has returned." He stood up, stuffing the remaining half of the rice ball into his mouth, brushing off the crumbs from his hands as he strode toward the door. "All right, after you finish eating, come with Big Brother for a trip." "Where to?" Katsuyu asked. Kuji stood at the door, tilting his head to look east. In the morning sunlight, the outline of the Hokage building was clearly visible, the fire banner fluttering atop its roof. A smile slowly formed at the corners of his mouth. "As I said last night, we have business to attend to at dawn." He stepped over the threshold. Behind him came the sound of hurried footsteps. A hand caught the back hem of his long shirt. Kuji looked down. Katsuya's fingers clutched the edge of his clothing, her pale knuckles tightening slightly. Her gaze shifted to the side, avoiding eye contact with him. Kuji raised an eyebrow. "Are you worried Big Brother will be at a disadvantage?" Katsuyu turned her head, her golden hair swaying in the morning light. "I'm worried you'll really tear down the Hokage building." Kuji stared at her hand, gripping his clothing for 2 seconds. That hand was beautiful, long and fair, with neatly trimmed nails. It was a stark contrast to the bloodied appearance from last night when they were wrestling in the mud. Kuji did not shake off her hand. "All right." He turned around and strode down the street. "Keep up." Katsuyu released his clothing quickly, catching up, walking half a step to his right. The morning light fell on the 2 of them, their shadows stretching across the flagstone path, one tall and one short. After walking a few steps, Kuji suddenly turned his head to glance at the southeast direction. That was the clan area of the Uchiha clan. Through hundreds of meters of rooftops and walls, he sensed that faint fluctuation of Sharingan chakra again. In the same position as last night with the same person. Moreover, this time the opponent's chakra fluctuation was even more unstable than last night, as if something inside was agitated. Kuji's brow furrowed slightly. Ding! The system has detected a high-quality Yin attribute chakra source, location southeast, approximately 780 meters away. Bloodline identification: Sharingan pure Yin bloodline. Quality rating S-class. This target has an extremely high affinity with the host's yang release chakra. Suggestion. Kuji dismissed the prompt in his mind. Now is not the time to think about this. He withdrew his perception, focusing his gaze ahead on the long street leading to the Hokage building. The sun had just risen, and there were already quite a few early rising citizens on the street. Among those hiding in the shadows of rooftops and alleyways, at least 12 Umbu spies were present. Kuji snorted in amusement. Girl, you guys in Konoha have quite a few rats running around. The main street of Konoha was bustling in the early morning, vendors calling out as they pushed their carts, while ninjas emerged from various alleys hurrying towards the mission hall. Senju walked in the center of the street. His 2-meter-tall figure wore a deep blue cloak of the Senju clan muscles, stretching the fabric taut each step, exuding a calmness that seemed to crush everything. He walked slowly. In fact, one could say very slowly. Tsunade followed half a step behind him, her blonde hair shimmering softly in the morning light. She had changed into an old pair of ninja shoes found in her apartment, still wearing that light-colored inner shirt. The thin fabric wrapped around her increasingly fuller body, nurtured by yang release, made her slender waist and exaggerated curves attract the attention of passing male ninjas. But no one dared to glance a second time. The imposing aura of the 2-meter-tall man beside her instinctively made people want to take a detour. Girl, Songjia suddenly pointed to a building on his left which had a sign saying Konoha Ninja Tool Research Institute. This place used to belong to the Senju, right? Yes. It was the ninja tool forging workshop created by my great-grandfather. After Tobarama died, it was taken over by the village. Songjia did not stop his pace. He walked another 200 meters, passing a huge training ground enclosed by a wall. A metal sign at the entrance read, "Third Training Ground, Joint Use by Military and Police." What about this one? Exclusive training ground of the Senju clan. Tsunade's voice lowered. After the clan disbanded, it was allocated to the military police. And that building? The Senju Medical Research Institute. What about that one? My great-grandfather's Flying Thunder God Laboratory. Now it's a warehouse for the root. And that one over there. The forest planted by my grandfather. Tsunade took a deep breath. It's been cut down to build a residential area. Songjia stopped. He stood in the center of the main street, slowly turning his head to look around. From south to north, he asked about 11 places. All 11 were old properties of the Senju. Not a single one still bore the Senju name. The surrounding villagers had begun to notice the unfamiliar man in Senju clan attire. Whispers spread through the crowd like insects, some pointing, others inquiring with the umbu. Songjia turned his head to look at Tsunade. Tsunade said nothing. She kept her head down, her blonde hair obscuring half her face. Songjia also remained silent. He turned back and continued walking towards the Hokage building. His pace was slightly quicker than before. His face showed no expression, but his clenched fists made cracking sounds at the knuckles. As he reached an intersection 3 streets away from the Hokage building, 5 people suddenly appeared ahead. Wearing standard Konoha Chunin uniforms, forehead protectors tied around their heads, and kunai bags at their waists, the leader was a burly man in his 30s, carrying a short sword on his shoulder with the bureaucratic air typical of a patrol captain. Halt! The patrol captain strode up to Songjia, sizing him up from head to toe. Identity verification. You are not a registered ninja of Konoha, flaunting the Senju clan's attire. Show your pass. Songjia had no pass to show. He had been asleep for 70 years, buried underground when Konoha was founded. Ignoring him, Songjia continued forward. The patrol captain's expression darkened, and he drew a kunai, leveling it in front of Songjia. I said halt. Without a pass, no one is allowed. Songjia turned his head to glance at him. Then he extended his right hand, pinching the blade of the kunai between 2 fingers. Crack. The blade shattered. It wasn't just broken, it was pulverized. The steel kunai's blade was crushed into crumbs between Songjia's fingers, with metallic dust cascading down between his fingers. The patrol captain's hand froze in midair. He looked down at the bare handle of the kunai left in his grip, then up at Songjia's youthful and innocent face. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees. The 4 Chunin behind him stepped back 3 paces, their faces pale. Songjia brushed off the metallic powder from his hand and flicked it onto the patrol captain's shoulder. Go back and tell your superiors that I don't need any pass, he said, stepping aside to let Tsunade go first. Tsunade walked past the patrol team, casting a glance at the captain kneeling on the ground. Only then did the captain recognize her. Lady Tsunade. Tsunade said nothing. Her gaze was unnaturally calm, her flushed cheeks radiating an unprecedented confidence. She walked past. Following closely behind the man she walked past, the 5 Chunin remained kneeling, not daring to breathe. The surrounding villagers watching the commotion were in an uproar. Who is that? The one who crushed a kunai with 2 fingers. Isn't the Senju clan down to just Lady Tsunade? Look at Lady Tsunade's expression. Didn't she have a phobia of blood? Why does she look so good? And why is Lady Tsunade walking behind that man? When has she ever walked behind someone? The discussions grew louder, eventually trailing after the 2 figures spreading all the way towards the Hokage building. Meanwhile, in the southeastern direction in the Uchiha clan area, Makoto stood on her 2nd-floor balcony, holding a bowl of freshly heated miso soup. Her gaze pierced through layers of rooftops looking towards the main street. With half the village in between, she could not see the man's face. But her sensing ability was enough to capture the trajectory of that pure yang chakra, departing from the southern district's apartment, moving north along the main street, heading straight for the Hokage building. Makoto's hand holding the bowl paused. Her eyes began to well up again. After a restless night, she had searched through the Uchiha clan's secret archives and finally found that name in one of Madara's handwritten notes. Kitahara Sōsuke, my elder brother, the only one who could make me yield with his commoner's body. His fist can shatter Susanoo and his body can withstand tailed beasts. As long as this person lives, there will be no victory for the Uchiha in the battle against the Senju. In Madara's notes, he referred to this man as brother. Uchiha Madara. The man so proud that he trampled the world beneath his feet called Kitahara Sōsuke his elder brother. Makoto took a deep breath. The heat in her eyes surged again, fiercer than the previous night. She set the bowl down, pressed her fingers against her temples, and closed her eyes to forcibly suppress the agitation of her Sharingan. It was useless. The yearning rising from deep within her veins grew stronger as Tsangjia's chakra approached closer. Mama. A soft voice came from behind. 3-year-old Uchiha Itachi stood at the door looking up at her with his big black eyes. Makoto quickly composed herself, turned around, squatted down, and gently patted Itachi's head. It's nothing, Mama is just admiring the scenery outside. Itachi, be good, Mama, we'll take you to buy groceries later. Itachi nodded obediently and turned back into the room. Makoto straightened up, her gaze once again directed towards the Hokage building. The trajectory of that pure yang chakra had already crossed the last intersection. He had arrived. Makoto's right eye suddenly twitched. The pattern of her Sharingan flashed briefly through her iris, a brilliant red. Her nails dug into the wooden railing of the balcony, leaving 5 shallow marks. What is happening? Her gaze was fixed on the direction of the Hokage building, her breathing slightly quickened. At the end of the main street, the Hokage building was within arm's reach. The Hokage Tower, symbol of ultimate authority in Konoha village. A 5-story brick and stone edifice, its grand entrance flanked by 8 AMBU guards, their masked faces, rigid eyes locked unwaveringly on the far end of the main street. They had received the alert long before dawn. Since the Shrank lockdown began at midnight, the Hokage Tower had entered maximum defensive readiness. All on-duty shinobi were relieved of rotation leave. The sealing division deployed 3-layered barrier seals inside and outside the building. An AMBU operative crouched every 10 meters along the corridors. They stood prepared to confront a tailed beast, only to see a tall man in a deep blue robe accompanied by a golden-haired woman strolling confidently down the central avenue. Neither hurried nor hesitant, like visitors dropping by for tea. Egret, the AMBU squad captain stationed to the right of the main gate, already felt sweat slick his palms. He recognized Tsunade. Yet he also noted her condition, rosy complexion, steady gait, walking half a step to the man's right, utterly serene. This was not the Tsunade he knew. The Tsunade he knew had shattered every cobblestone on the street last month when a gambling house owner pressed her for debts. Prepare, Egret whispered. 8 AMBU drew their katana simultaneously, the sharp ringing sound of steel leaving scabbards piercing the morning air. Blades pointed toward Sōsuke. He halted 10 paces from the entrance, glanced down at the 8 drawn swords, then up at the crimson fire banner fluttering atop the tower, his expression as placid as if observing a roadside breakfast stall. Little one. Are your Konoha gatekeepers always this enthusiastic? Tsunade said nothing, but shifted half a step closer to Sōsuke. Egret's blade tip trembled faintly. Behind him 7 Anbu waited for his command, to block or to yield. In the next second that question became meaningless. Sōsuke did not draw a weapon form hand seals, or even raise a hand. He simply looked forward once. Not the all-encompassing crushing pressure he'd unleashed upon 500 the previous night, merely a single casual thread of aura leaking from his pores like a single drop escaping an imperfectly tightened faucet. But that single drop was enough. Crack, crack, crack. Every window facing the main entrance, from the 1st to the 5th floor, shattered in unison. Shards cascaded from 5 stories high, catching the sunlight and scattering 1,000 glittering reflections before clattering onto the pavement. The entire tower shuddered. Anbu operatives crouching in the corridors staggered sideways. Portraits of past Hokage rattled violently on the walls. All 8 gatekeepers dropped their katana, not by choice, but because the shockwave had split their palms open, rendering them unable to grip. Egret's knees buckled. He nearly collapsed to the ground. With desperate effort, he steadied himself and raised his gaze to Sōsuke, who stood motionless, his robe's hem not stirring a breath. "You've seen enough of your gatekeeper's metal. Shall we pass?" 8 figures instantly parted to either side. Sōsuke stepped forward into the tower. As Tsunade followed, Egret finally saw her face clearly. Her amber irises were clear and calm, the diamond-shaped seal upon her forehead glowed with a soft inner luminescence. A sharp ringing filled Egret's skull. Byakugo seal. Had Lady Tsunade's Byakugo seal fully recovered? Before he could process it, the two had already vanished into the building. Chaos reigned within the Hokage Tower. Shards carpeted the floor. A civilian shinobi huddled beneath desks, trembling. Anbu lined the corridors, blades drawn, but none dared advance. Sōsuke walked toward the staircase, crunching glass underfoot, each step grinding the fragments finer, emitting a brittle grating whisper. At the 2nd floor landing, 3 Anbu blocked his path. Their leader wore a fox mask, hands already weaving seals, blue chakra coalescing in his palms. Intruder of unknown identity, terminate on sight. Sōsuke did not pause. He extended his left hand and swept it idly aside, not even a true palm strike, merely the ripple of displaced air. The 3 Anbu flew backward like leaves swept by a broom, slamming into the corridor wall 8 meters away, half their bodies embedded in the stone. They were not dead. Sōsuke had restrained his force, yet blood trickled from their lips and they hung there unmoving. Tsunade glanced at the 3 figures pinned in the wall and stirred her lips. "So this is what you call holding back?" "Alive means held back," Sōsuke replied without turning. Tsunade fell silent. She followed him up the stairs, her gaze resting naturally on his broad back. His deep blue robe stretched taut over defined musculature. With each ascending step, his shoulder blades shifted subtly beneath the fabric. On the 3rd floor, a young female civilian shinobi crouched in a corner, clutching a stack of documents. When she saw Sōsuke's face, her pupils dilated. Then she saw Tsunade, more precisely Tsunade, walking quietly behind him, cheeks faintly flushed. The young woman's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. 5th floor. The door to the Hokage's office stood tightly shut, reinforced ironwood sealed with triple-layered chakra locks. Behind it, chakra fluctuations surged erratically, 2 presences. One sat behind the desk, feigning composure. The other stood in a corner, trembling with panic. Sōsuke stopped before the door and tilted his head to glance at Tsunade. "Little one, wait outside. I'll go up and have a word with those 2 old men." Tsunade paused for a beat, then shook her head. "I'm going in with you." Sōsuke raised an eyebrow. She lifted her gaze, amber eyes shimmering with a thin veil of moisture, yet her jaw remained fiercely set. "The Senju clan's accounts, I have the right to settle them too." Sōsuke held her gaze for 2 seconds, then smiled. "Fine." He turned back toward the sealed ironwood door. Behind the door, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, fingers steepled beneath his chin. Files lay scattered before him, but not a single character had registered in his mind. His pipe was absent from his fingers, since burning through his trousers the night before he'd refused to light another. In the corner opposite the desk, Danzō stood braced against the wall, his right arm swathed in coarse linen bandages, trembling faintly. "Take the secret passage," Danzō urged, voice low and urgent. "Now." "3rd Hokage, whatever lies beyond that door is beyond our capacity to handle." "Enough." Hiruzen's voice sank like stone. "I am the Hokage." Shall I flee through a hidden passage within my own tower? If you won't go, I'll. Can you even escape? Hiruzen closed his eyes. His perception blankets all of Konoha. Where do you imagine you'd run? Danzō fell silent. In the ensuing silence, both heard the distant tremors and cries rising from below, floor by floor, drawing nearer. Footsteps echoed steadily down the corridor. Unhurried, yet each footfall resonated with such weight that the entire tower vibrated in response. Then silence. The footsteps ceased. Directly outside the door, Danzō's pupils contracted sharply. Hiruzen slowly opened his eyes. Outside, 3 seconds of absolute stillness passed. Boom! The iron wooden door flew out of its frame. The 3-layered ceiling locks along with the entire door panel shattered into countless fragments under Tsunade kick, scattering wood chips mixed with metal debris across the floor of the Hokage's office. Senju stepped over the threshold. The office was larger than he had imagined. In front was a massive floor-to-ceiling window with morning light pouring in through the shattered glass frame. On the left wall hung 4 portraits from left to right, the first, second, third, and fourth Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind the desk. With his hands crossed under his chin, the absence of his pipe made his lips press into a line. The wrinkles on his face had multiplied beyond Songjia's memories. The child who once ran behind Tobirama like a puppy was now an old man with a head full of white hair. Sangjia's gaze lingered on his face for a second before sweeping to the corner. Danzō. Half of his body was wrapped in bandages with one eye exposed, standing against the wall. His right arm was behind his back, appearing calm, but Senju could smell the sweat on him. Senju did not speak immediately. He walked to the left wall and stood before the portrait of the first Hokage. In the portrait, Senju Hashirama wore a Hokage robe, his expression gentle, gazing forward. The artist had portrayed him as cultured and dignified. But the Hashirama in Sangjia's memories was not like this. In his memory, the big Hashirama was a carefree giant who would laugh heartily and cry with snot and tears. He liked to shout out technique names while fighting and insisted on playing drinking games, refusing to pay if he lost. Senju stared at the portrait for 10 seconds. The office was so quiet that only the faint sound of shattered glass being blown by the wind remained. Hiruzen did not move. Danzō did not move. Tsunade stood at the door and did not move either. Everyone was waiting for Senju to speak. After 10 seconds, Senju turned his head. He looked at Hiruzen, his tone casual, as if asking what he had for breakfast today. Monkey, did the big Hashirama leave any messages for me before he died? Hiruzen's face twitched. Monkey. It was a name he hadn't heard for nearly 70 years. The last person to call him that was Senju Tobirama, and he only called him that when scolding him. Kitabayashi. Senju. Hiruzen's voice was heavy, as if weighed down by lead. You should address me as the third Hokage. Hokage. Senju scoffed, pointing at the portrait on the wall. The big Hashirama is the first Hokage, and the white-haired one is the second Hokage. They both called me Big Brother. He withdrew his hand lazily, looking at Hiruzen. You who were once too afraid to even look them in the eye, what authority do you have to act like Hokage in front of me? Hiruzen's fingers tightened. His knuckles turned white, and the joints of his fingers creaked. He was the Hokage. He had been Hokage for decades. In the entire ninja world, mentioning Sarutobi Hiruzen would earn a respectful professor. Yet the presence of the man before him rendered the title Hokage meaningless. Because what Senju said was the truth. The Sarutobi Hiruzen of the past was merely a promising student under Tobirama, not even a jonin. In front of Kitabayashi Senju, he didn't even have the qualifications to stand and speak. Hiruzen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the humiliation that surged within him. Before the first Hokage passed away, you should call him Big Hashirama. Hiruzen's temple twitched twice. Senju Hashirama did leave a message before he died. His voice was strained. He said, if one day Senju wakes up, just hand over Konoha to him. Senju's expression remained unchanged, but his right hand, which hung by his side, clenched for a moment before relaxing. And then, Hiruzen hesitated. The village needs a stable leadership structure. The Hokage position cannot be vacant. So you just acted as if you hadn't heard that sentence. Senju finished for him. Hiruzen fell silent. Senju turned around, no longer looking at the portrait. He faced Hiruzen, walking step by step toward the desk. The sound of his footsteps created a dull rhythm on the floor. With each step, the documents on the desk vibrated slightly. Hiruzen did not retreat. He sat in the chair, his back straight. As Hokage, his dignity did not allow him to shrink back in front of anyone. Sangjia stopped 1 meter in front of the desk. He did not look at Hiruzen. He turned his head to glance at Danzō in the corner. You. Danzō's single eye narrowed slightly. Sangjia's tone was very flat. It was you who sent someone to ambush my daughter at the Senju clan's territory last night, wasn't it? That was a routine. I didn't ask you for the reason. Sangjia interrupted him. What I asked was it you? Danzō's back pressed against the wall, his right arm still hidden behind him. His lips moved slightly and a glimmer of light flashed in his single eye. Sangjia sensed it. A minuscule fluctuation of chakra was released from Danzō's single eye like an invisible thread attempting to drill into his consciousness. It was not the Kodo Amatsukami. No, it was not Kodo Amatsukami, as that technique could only be utilized by Shirsui's Manjikyu Sharingan. This was just an ordinary Sharingan genjutsu, yet it was used by Danzō in an extremely concealed manner close to the level of hypnotic suggestion. If the target was an ordinary jonin or even a cage-level ninja, this move could indeed be effective. But the target was Sangjia. Sangjia glanced at Danzō. Just a glance. In those black pupils, a golden-green light suddenly brightened. Pure young chakra surged back along that invisible genjutsu line the moment their gazes met. Pfft. Danzō let out a muffled grunt, blood vessels bursting in his single eye, blood streaming down from the corner of his eye, soaking into the bandages. He felt as if he had been struck by a hammer, his head slamming against the wall, his knees bending slightly. Hiruzen suddenly stood up. Sangjia, sit down. Sangjia did not look at him. His voice was not loud, but it felt as if someone had pressed down on Hiruzen's backside, forcing him to sit back in his chair. Sangjia's gaze remained on Danzō. Sharingan. He stared at Danzō's bleeding single eye, his tone finally carrying a hint of temperature, cold. You with the surname Shimura, where did you get a Sharingan? Danzō covered his right eye, remaining silent. Sangjia did not press further. He turned back, his gaze landing on Hiruzen's face. Monkey, I didn't come here to reminisce with you. He pointed to Tsunade at the door. Tsunade stood by the shattered door frame, her golden hair falling over her chest, her amber eyes quietly gazing into the room. The morning light shone through behind her, outlining her slender waist and the taut contours of her clothes. Sangjia withdrew his hand. The granddaughter of the big Hashirama, forced to live in a shabby apartment, gambling to survive with no one even caring about her hemophobia. The Senju clan's territories, secret vault, research institute, and training grounds have all been completely divided among you. I walked from here to the Hokage building, asking about 11 places. Not a single one still bears the Senju name. Sangjia's voice was flat, each word unemphatic. Yet Hiruzen's hands trembled beneath the table. I don't need you to explain why. Sangjia looked at him. I need you to tell me 3 things. Sangjia spoke in a low voice, but each word struck the floor like a hammer, making the stack of files on the desk tremble and slide. He raised 1 finger. First, how is the Senju clan land seized? Who signed the documents and whose seal is on them? He lifted a 2nd finger. Second, last night's rude assault on Gangsho, who ordered it and to what end? He raised a 3rd finger. Third, produced the authorization that allowed Root to take over the Senju vault now. His 3 fingers stood before Risen, knuckles, thick blue veins running from the back of his hand up his forearm. Risen stared at those 3 fingers for 2 seconds, his Adam's apple bobbed. His gaze slid past Sangjia's shoulder to Gangsho at the doorway before returning. Sangjia, you slept beneath the earth for 70 years and do not understand the village's administrative workings, Risen said, bracing his hands on the table and rising slowly, his tone pressed low. The Senju voluntarily dissolved. Their lands were reclaimed for public use through legal procedures. It was for the greater benefit of my... Sangjia finished the sentence for him with a cold word. Risen shut his mouth. Sangjia stepped forward. His 2-meter frame cast a shadow over the desk, swallowing Risen beneath it. Monkey, I did not come here to discuss benefits. He placed his right hand fingers, splayed palm down upon the desktop with casual force. I ask who authorized it. With a thunderous crack, the 3-inch thick solid wood desk exploded from its center, the surface fracturing into shards that hurled outward in every direction. A splinter sharp and spinning on an eddy of air shot into the corner and impaled itself in the floor at Tuanzang's feet less than 2 inches from his toes. The splinter plunged 3 millimeters into the wood, its tip still trembling. Tuanzang froze for a heartbeat, his single eye locked on that sliver, his pupil narrowing to a pinprick. Rizen's hands hovered midair. The table was gone, the thing he had leaned on vanished. Documents littered the floor, an ink bottle shattered, and black ink bled across the broken wood. Sangjie withdrew his hand and brushed the debris from his palm. Don't bait me with evasions. The oil on your firebrand cap is scant, it won't soak into my fist. Rizen clenched his fingers into his sleeve's nails, digging into his palm. He was silent for 5 seconds. The proposal to reclaim clan lands was passed during the early administration of the third Hokage at a joint council meeting. His voice was rough as sandpaper. At that time the Senju population had sharply declined, assets lay idle, and the clans jointly proposed. Sangjie cut him off. Rizen's lips pressed thin. In the corner Tuanzang's single eye rolled, a stain of blood still clung to the edge, but he spoke up. These events occurred decades ago and have nothing to do with Root, Tuanzang said, his tone returning to its habitual gloom, his right arm still hidden behind him. The reclamation of Senju lands began as a draft put in motion during the tenure of the second Hokage. Lord Tobarama advocated that clan resources should be public. There is evidence for this. Sangjie turned his head to face him. Tuanzang's single eye met that gaze and stubbornly did not look away. Lord Tobarama believed the village should not rely on any one clan's private holdings, so Sangjie let the name hang, then spoke Tuanzang's name slowly with the lazy cadence of one calling a dog. Tuanzang's mouth closed. Sangjie tilted his head, the curve at the corner of his mouth flattened. You pin this on the white-haired one. He stepped toward Tuanzang. Tuanzang's back pressed tighter to the wall. Baimao has a rotten temper, a venomous tongue, and a mind sharp at the abacus. Sangjie closed in step by step, the hem of his robe sweeping over the scattered splinters. But there are 2 things he cares for above all in his life. He closed another step. First, the Great Pillar. Second, the Senju clan. Sangjie stopped before Tuanzang, less than half a meter between them. His 2-meter silhouette cloaked Tuanzang in shadow, rendering him a figure of darkness. Even if Baimao raked every coin from Mai into the treasury, he would never touch the Senju inheritance. That was bought with his brother's life. Sangjie reached out, pinched the edge of the burlap bandage over Tuanzang's shoulder, and gave it a light tug. You stuff a dead man's words into your mouth and think I won't tell. Tuanzang's breath caught. At the doorway, Gang's house fingernails dug into the splintered frame. Her eyes glistened red, not with fear, but with a decade of humiliation finally finding release. Second grandfather never said such things. Gang's house voice came from behind, clear enough for even the scouts in the corridor to hear. I have seen second grandfather's will. It says Senju property, Senju self-determination. She stepped into the office, her feet crunching on wood and ink, sidestepping scattered papers until she stood beside Sangjie. Her amber eyes fixed on Tuanzang. That draft was forged by you, Tuanzang. At last Tuanzang's single eye flickered. Gongsho, you mustn't, Tuanzang began. You sealed away the Flying Thunder God scroll left by second grandfather in Root's underground stores, citing public safety. Ganghouse voice steadied as she continued. You felled the Senju's sacred grove my grandfather planted, calling it development planning. Her fingers clenched the green crystal pendant at her throat until her knuckles whitened. You turned my medical institute into Root's interrogation chamber under the pretext of resource consolidation. Gangsho inhaled sharply, her chest rising and falling. Every authorization bears the Hokage's great seal and the third signature. But every proposal, every one of them lists you, Shimura Tuanzang, as the proponent. Rizen's face drained of color. He avoided Gang's house gaze. Sangjie tilted his head and glanced at Gang's Ho, the corner of his mouth twitched. Girl, you knew all along. Knew, but what of it? She replied. Ganghouse lashes trembled, dropping and lifting again. When my fear of blood takes over, I cannot summon even a scrap of chakra. What chance had I to contend with them then? Sangjie said nothing. He turned his gaze back to Tuanzang. This time there was no amusement in his eyes. Tuanzang, that one-eyed Sharingan you flashed earlier, I haven't held you to account for that yet. He loosened his grip on the bandage at Tuanzang's shoulder, his fingertip falling and pointing to the right arm hidden behind him. Show me that arm as well. Tuanzang's body tensed to the breaking point muscles beneath the burlap twitching. Beiyuan Sangjie, you are not of my and have no authority. A sudden tearing rush of air outside the broken window. A golden flash erupted through the opening, moving so fast the air itself scarcely had time to resist. A young man clutching a three-pronged kunai dropped into a half-crouch between Risen and Sangjie, his short golden hair stabbed bright in the morning light. He wore the standard Maichunin vest over a deep blue combat suit. Around 178 meters tall, lithe but not gone, his blue eyes fixed with precise intent on Kenji's chest as he landed. Runes of a special formula were etched along the blade of the three-pronged kunai, shimmering with a faint azure glow. Kenji's gaze fell to the weapon. His eyes narrowed. Not in alarm but recognition, he knew the underlying structure of that formula. Although simplified with at least 3 nested layers removed, its skeleton remained anchor markers for space-time ninjutsu. By Mao's signature. Third Hokage, are you alright? The young man called, crisply, blue eyes locked on Sangjie, the three-pronged kunai held horizontally like a textbook stance. Risen lifted a hand. Minato, stand down. Minato did not move. His glance swept between Sangjie and Gangho and noted Gangho standing quietly by Kenji's side, showing no sign of coercion. Yet he did not lower his kunai. Sangjie did not look at Minato's face, his eyes remained fixed on the three-pronged blade. You step back on command. Whose command? Whose formula is carved on that kunai? Minato's brow tightened. None of your concern. Oh. Sangjie finally raised his eyes and gave Minato a look. Young, clean, his gaze lucid and bright, entirely different from the styles of Tuanzang and Risen. Sangjie extended his hand and traced a few sigils in the air. Chakra traces from his fingertips sketched out a set of runes far more complex than those on Minato's kunai. The sigils hovered for 2 seconds, silver-white, then faded. Minato's pupils contracted sharply. The hand that gripped the kunai began to tremble. Not with fear, he trembled because he understood the pattern he had just seen. It was the complete formulation of the Flying Thunder God technique, not the simplified version he had spent 5 years deducing from fragments, but the original. Those 3 nested anchor circuits alone would boost his current Flying Thunder God speed by more than 3-fold. You. Minato's voice rasped as the vanished silver runes mirrored in his blue eyes. How could you possess Lord Sakan's? Baimao taught me, Sangjie said, shrugging, tucking his hand back into his sleeve with indifferent ease. You devised your version of Flying Thunder God yourself. Minato did not answer with words, but his expression said everything. Sangjie cast an appraising glance at the simplified formula on the kunai and smirked. Baimau's Flying Thunder God uses 36 nested anchor points and, ignoring temporal shifts, folds spatial coordinates directly. He glanced at Minato. Your version uses only 12 anchor points, reducing the space-time fold to a one-way displacement. Sangjie tapped 3 times above the kunai's blade in the air. Here, and here, you lost at least 3 core circuits. Speed is sufficient, but precision suffers in the presence of high-dimensional interference. You will deviate. Minato's grip no longer obeyed him. He was a genius, the village acknowledged genius. The Flying Thunder God technique was his proud labor, reverse-engineered from incomplete texts over years. Yet this man before him with a single glance pointed out each flaw. Who are you really? Minato's voice shrank into his throat. Gangho intervened calmly, though not to be refused. Minato lowered the kunai. His name is Beiyuan Sangjie. He is the sworn elder brother of the first and second Hokage. Minato's hand loosened, the 3-pronged kunai fell free and sank point first into the splintered wood with a clatter. His mind seemed to explode into emptiness. At the end of the corridor, a pair of gray-blue eyes flickered around the corner, a strand of purplured hair peeked from behind the wall and then retreated. The kunai of Shuimen was lodged in a heap of splintered wood, still humming faintly. He stood frozen, his blue irises fixed on Sangjie, his mind already lagging behind his tongue. The first and the second. Sworn elder brothers. Shuimen tasted the words and his gaze involuntarily flicked to the portrait on the wall. First. Second. He understood better than anyone what those 2 names meant in Mai. Sangjie did not bother repeating himself, he merely glanced at Gangho. You kids from my each generation more slow to act than the last, and you all ask the same questions. Gangho did not say more, but the corner of her mouth lifted faintly before she suppressed it. Shueman stooped to retrieve the three-pronged kunai from the ground, his thumb tracing the ritual inscriptions carved into the hilt. He was a clever man. To deduce the flying thunder god from a fragmentary text required a quicker mind than most. The complete inscription Zangjia had sketched in the air moments ago. Shueman had only watched for 2 seconds, yet he had committed at least 70% of it to memory. The logic of those 3 nested circuits was far more cell-consistent than his simplified reconstruction. It was not the work of a folk-circulated fragment. That meant the man before him had indeed been exposed to the core techniques of the second. Shueman lifted his eyes from the kunai and fixed them on Zangjia. A 2-meter frame draped in the Qianshu clan's deep blue robe, sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms thicker than an ordinary man's thigh, veins coiling like ancient vines. Yet the face was improbably young, an elegant refinement that did not suit the domineering body. Shueman slid the kunai back into its pouch at his waist. Lord Zangjia. He inclined his head slightly, proper, neither servile nor pompous. If you truly were the second lord's confidant, then the complete form of the flying thunder god. Zangjia lifted an eyebrow. Shueman's mouth shut for a heartbeat of the blue and his eyes flickered with light. He did not nod. Nor did he shake his head. Zangjia folded his arms and leaned against the splintered window frame. Shards of glass littered the floor behind him. A morning light fell from above, casting an exaggerated, elongated shadow across the boards. Your flying thunder god, the core idea is sound, the foundation not weak. He spoke slowly, as if lecturing an apprentice, but with a lazy attitude that made one want to strike him. But Baima once told me one line. He curled his index finger and flicked it casually in the air. The chakra he cast described a miniature ring of sigils that spun half a turn before shattering. Within that half-circle was such dense information that Shueman's eyes seemed glued to it. The flying thunder god is not a displacement jutsu, it is a coordinate reset technique. You do not move from point A to point B, you erase your existence at A and regenerate at B. Shueman's breath quickened. He stared at the vanishing sigil echoes, his lips barely moving. So the core isn't speed. Not speed. Zangjia took the word. It's precision. Your 12 anchor points are fast, but your folding precision is insufficient. In other words, he made a twisting motion with 2 fingers toward the direction of Shueman's kunai pouch. Each time you land using the flying thunder god, the molecular arrangement of your body shifts by 0.3. You do not feel it, but after a few thousand uses, micro-injuries accumulate in the meridians. Shueman's expression changed. He was a warrior by trade. The flying thunder god was a skill he relied on in combat. 0.3 after thousands of uses, his hand clenched and relaxed again. By mouse, 36 nesting layers were devised to suppress this deviation to 0. Zangjia withdrew his hand into his sleeve and stifled a small yawn. That you could reverse engineer this depth from fragments speaks to real talent. Far better than that monkey and his lot back then. He tilted his head toward Risen. Risen sat behind the wreckage of the desk, his face the color of iron, but saying nothing. Shueman's fists tightened and relaxed at his sides, then tightened again. He was a proud man. Yet faced with a genuinely crushing gap in understanding, pride transmuted into hunger for knowledge. Lord Zangjia, that 3-layer nested circuit, could you later? Zangjia withdrew his hand from his sleeve and waved Shueman away. I've got pressing matters. I'll walk you through your flying thunder god problem when I have time, otherwise Baimao down there would be furious enough to come back to life. Shueman's mouth opened. He meant to speak, but Gangho cut in first. Shueman, when he says later, he means later. There was a subtle protective edge in Gangho's tone. Shueman looked at her. He knew Gangho, the circle of Mui's Jonin was not large. But the Gangho he remembered was different, hot-tempered, fierce-seed, the sort who would kick a telephone pole out of the way as she walked. Now standing at Kangji's side, her complexion was flushed with health, the Baihao mark on her brow faintly luminous, her chakra so full and rich that even a sensory ninja like him found it dazzling. What troubled Shueman most was not these signs, but her stance. She stood half a step to Kangji's right, her body slightly turned toward him, her weight shifted mostly in his direction. That stance was one of dependence. Gangho of the Qianshu, one of the Sannin, was actively attaching herself to another. Shueman swallowed the revelation and let his questions about the flying thunder god fall away. He stepped back and fell in beside Risen. Sandame Lord, I have a general grasp of the situation. Shueman lowered his voice. What do you need me to do, eh? Risen tapped the edge of the shattered desk twice. His eyes toward Songjie were laced with a complicated blend of emotions. Songjie no longer regarded him. His gaze had shifted to the office doorway. His nostrils twitched as if he had caught a scent. "Boy," he suddenly called Shuimen. Shuimen looked up. "Your wife." Songjie jerked his chin toward the corridor's corner. Shuimen froze. At the corridor corner, a strand of purplish-red hair retracted with a small whoosh. A muffled low sound, like a cat painfully stepping on its own tail, followed. Shuimen's face split for a moment. "Jacksina, come out." He rubbed his brow. 3 seconds of silence. Then a woman stepped from the corner wearing an utterly guilty smile. Her purplish-red hair fell to her waist, the tips curling faintly. About 1.63 meters tall, a well-proportioned figure with pronounced curves. Her shinobi vest hid most of her upper silhouette, but the cinched waist made her torso look taut, the vest's pull creating a tidy arc. Her features were softly rounded, a large gray-blue irises held a feisty spark at odds with her appearance. Pale cheeks bloomed with a light flush. A pair of legs extended beneath her shorts, straight along the skin so pale it caught the light. Songjie glanced at her and then frowned. Not because of her face, but because at her abdomen a vast mass of chakra lay sealed and suppressed, murky irritable, radiating a burning demonic aura. "That girl has that stinking fox sealed in her belly." Kenji's words fell, and the temperature in the office seemed to drop 3 degrees. Kushina stood at the door, her smile frozen in place. Minato's body instantly tensed, the warmth in his blue pupils vanishing, his hand already resting on the kunai pouch at his waist. The identity of the Jinchuriki is in rank secret of Konoha. Few are aware of this matter. Hizashi suddenly lifted his head from behind the broken table and Danzō's single eye shot over. 4 people in the entire office were simultaneously staring at Kosuke. Kosuke ignored these gazes. He tilted his head, his nostrils slightly flaring like a hunting dog catching the scent of an old rival. "That's right, it's that foul odor." He extended a finger pointing vaguely toward Kushina's abdomen. "The demonic energy of the Nine Tails, I can smell it from 800 meters away. Back when they fought in the Valley of the End, that beast was extracted from the 10 Tails by Madara and charged at me the moment it hit the ground." Kosuke withdrew his hand, tucking it into his sleeve. As a result, I shot it a glare, and it immediately tucked its tail and lay flat on the ground, whimpering for a long time before daring to get back up. Kushina's mouth slightly opened. She instinctively pressed down on her abdomen. Beneath her palm, the sealing patterns were slightly warm. The chakra of the Nine Tails was fluctuating violently. But it wasn't the kind of fluctuation from going berserk. It was a retreat. Kushina had been a Jinchuriki for 20 years and had never felt such a reaction. The Nine Tails was always struggling, always testing the seams of the seal, always burning her meridians with its scorching demonic energy. But at that moment, the giant beast was unusually quiet. It wasn't a peaceful quiet, it was a curled-up quiet. Like a cat frightened by thunder, it curled its tail beneath its body, desperately minimizing its presence. Kushina's gray-blue pupils widened. "What is going on?" She looked down at her hand pressed against her abdomen, the temperature of the sealing patterns rapidly decreasing from scorching to warm, then to normal body temperature. In her 20 years as a Jinchuriki, she had never experienced the Nine Tails chakra being so obedient. "That foul fox inside you, has it suddenly stopped causing trouble?" Kosuke's voice came from the front. Kushina suddenly lifted her head. Kosuke leaned against the broken window frame with his arms crossed, morning light casting a golden edge on his deep blue robe. He looked at Kushina with an expression that carried a casual reminiscence. "That beast has a decent memory. After several decades, it can still sense my yang-released chakra and knows to be afraid." Minato's hand slowly relaxed from the kunai pouch. His mind was racing. This man before him not only knew Kushina was a Jinchuriki, but he also understood the nature of the Nine Tails and could instill fear in it. What kind of existence could make a tailed beast tremble? Minato couldn't figure it out. He looked at Tsunade. Tsunade slightly nodded, confirming the weight of Kosuke's words. Kushina walked into the office, and with each step the burning sensation in her abdomen diminished. The closer she got to Kosuke, the quieter the Nine Tails became. When she was 3 meters away from Kosuke, the Nine Tails chakra had almost completely retreated, and even the usual subtle traces of demonic energy had ceased to seep through. Kushina was frozen in place. Since she could remember, her meridians had always been scorched by the Ninetales' demonic energy. That pain wasn't sharp, it was chronic, endless, like magma flowing through her veins. She had grown accustomed to it, but at this moment the magma had cooled. Her meridians felt tranquil and cool like a stream in the mountains. She had never known what it felt like to have a normal body. Kushina's nose became sour. She blinked twice, desperately trying to suppress the tears. "You." Her voice was muffled. "How did you do that?" Kosuke glanced at her, his gaze lingering on her face for half a second before shifting down to her hand pressed against her abdomen. "I didn't do anything, and my yang release chakra is too dense, and that beast is suppressed in its instinctive reactions." He twisted his neck, the vertebrae cracking loudly. "It's like a mouse smelling a cat. It's a natural law." Kushina fell silent. She stood there, hand on her abdomen, her gray-blue eyes watching Kosuke's profile, her expression becoming complex. Minato noticed his wife's unusual behavior. He walked over and placed a hand on Kushina's shoulder. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Kushina turned her head to glance at Minato, then back at Kosuke. "Minato, is this person really the sworn brother of the first Hokage?" "It seems so." Minato's blue pupils flickered, his voice lowered to a volume only the two could hear. "The complete flying thunder god technique cannot be forged. Oh, only the second Hokage himself and those closest to him could possibly know it." Kosuke ignored their whispers. His attention returned to Hizashi and Danzō. Deep in Kosuke's mind, the system's prompt sound quietly lit up. Ding. Detected rank in attribute chakra source. Target Uzumaki Kushina. Distance 3 meters. Bloodline identification pure-blooded Uzumaki clan. Chakra quality rating S rank with Ninetales demonic energy enhancement can reach SS rank. This target's physique has a very high affinity with the host's yang release. The interaction of yin and yang can additionally gain resonance enhancement from tailed beast chakra. Recommendation for the host. Kosuke dismissed the prompt in his mind. He glanced at Danzō. Danzō leaned against the corner wall, his single eye half closed, his right arm still hidden behind his back. The blood vessels that had burst at the corner of Kosuke's eye during the illusion rebound had stopped bleeding, but the dried bloodstains still clung to his face. Kosuke noticed a detail. Since Kushina entered the room, Danzō's chakra fluctuations had shown an extremely subtle change. It wasn't tension. It was signaling. Danzō was using a minute amount of chakra to send signals outward. The frequency was very low, with long intervals hidden within the noise of normal physiological fluctuations, undetectable to ordinary sensory-type ninjas. But Kosuke was not an ordinary sensory-type ninja. The corner of his mouth twitched. He didn't expose it. He wanted to see what other tricks this rat could pull. Kosuke turned his attention back to Hizashi. "Monkey, where were we?" Hizashi's face looked like he had aged 5 years. "You said you wanted me to explain 3 things. Right. You mentioned the first thing halfway before being interrupted." Kosuke glanced at the trident kunai stuck in the ground by Minato. "Now continue. Who signed off on the Senju clan's property acquisition? Where's the document?" Hizashi closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, his gaze turned to Danzō. Danzō's single eye narrowed slightly, his lips tightly pressed. There was a brief moment of eye contact between the two elders. Kosuke clearly saw the exchange of glances. "All right, stop exchanging secret signals." He stood upright from the window frame, the hem of his robe sweeping across the shattered glass, making a rustling sound. "I give you 1 day to dig up the documents. If you can't find them, I'll go to the roots myself." He walked toward the door, paused for a moment, and turned to look at Danzō. "By the way, that right arm of yours, you want me to explain it? I'll eventually take it apart myself to see what's hidden inside." Danzō's expression finally couldn't hold up. His right arm beneath the burlap bandage twitched. Kosuke no longer looked at him and strode out of the office. Tsunade followed behind, and as she passed by Kushina, their eyes briefly met. Kushina looked at Tsunade's face. Fair and rosy, the mark of the 100 healings glimmered, her eyes bright, exuding a vibrant freshness that had been nurtured. She was entirely different from the rumored listless gambler. Tsunade did not stop following Kosuke out the door. Kushina stood there, her fingers gripping the hem of her vest, unable to loosen their hold. Shards of glass littered the corridor. On the 5th floor of the Hokage Tower, 3 MBU operatives remained embedded in the wall, flung there moments earlier by a single brutal slap from Sōsuke. Sōsuke strode toward the stairwell, treading deliberately over the crunching glass, his long robe trailing behind him, sweeping across the devastation like a silent tide. Tsunade walked half a step to his right. Her gaze flickered briefly over the 3 unconscious ANBU figures lodged in the wall. Then her lips parted slightly, yet no words emerged. Hastening footsteps echoed behind them. "Lord Sōsuke, please wait." Minato had caught up. Sōsuke did not turn. "We'll discuss your Flying Thunder God technique later, no need to rush." "It's not about the Flying Thunder God." Minato drew level with Sōsuke's side and matched his pace as they descended. His cerulean eyes gleamed with startling intensity. "The 3rd Hokage instructed me to escort you and Lady Tsunade back safely." Sōsuke finally glanced at him. "Escort? Escort whom?" He looked down at Minato, then swept his gaze over himself. "Do you truly believe anyone in Konoha poses a threat to me?" Minato's lips twitched faintly. It was the 3rd Hokage's order. The monkey's face holds little value. Sōsuke continued descending, his footsteps resonated hollowly through the stairwell. "Still, you're not entirely unpleasant to look at. If you wish to follow, do so." Minato fell into step without a word. He noticed Tsunade had maintained her position precisely half a step to Sōsuke's right, unchanged since they began walking. The trio emerged through the main entrance of the Hokage Tower. All 8 ANBU sentries were gone, withdrawn to rooftops 50 meters away, crouching in distant silence to observe. Sōsuke paused on the stone steps before the tower, lifting his gaze toward the mountain cliff carved with the faces of past Hokage. Morning light bathed the 4 colossal stone visages in sharp, unyielding clarity. 1st Hokage, 2nd Hokage, 3rd Hokage, 4th Hokage. Wait. Who is the 4th? His eyes locked onto the unfinished statue at the far right, brows knitting in quiet disbelief. Tsunade and Minato fell silent at once. Sōsuke turned his head toward Minato. Minato scratched the back of his neck. He has not formally assumed office yet. Sōsuke held his gaze for 3 full seconds. "You." Minato said nothing, but his expression spoke volumes. Sōsuke's eyes shifted twice between Minato's face and the incomplete stone visage etched into the mountainside. "Fine. You've got some skill. Hokage will suffice." He turned away and strode down the steps, stepping onto the broad avenue leading south. Minato walked to his left, Tsunade to his right, the 3 moving together along the main thoroughfare. The street bustled, now twice as crowded as it had been upon their arrival. The shattering of glass in the Hokage Tower had reverberated across half the village. Curious civilians and passing shinobi alike pressed tightly along both sides of the street, whispering and pointing at the trio. Sōsuke walked at the center, his 2-meter frame towering above the crowd like a solitary crane among sparrows. His deep blue robe strained taut across broad shoulders and thick pectorals. Each deliberate stride stirred eddies of air that instinctively made onlookers retreat half a step. Lady Tsunade." A voice rose from the crowd, a middle-aged woman clutching a woven vegetable basket, a neighbor from the South District. "Your complexion looks radiant. Wasn't it said you suffered from hemophobia?" Tsunade cast her a fleeting glance, then said nothing. Sōsuke answered for her. "Cured." 2 words, soft-spoken yet clear as chimes within a 5-meter radius. The woman's mouth fell open in perfect speechless circles. Sōsuke ignored the gawking crowd and tilted his head toward Minato. "Boy, your Flying Thunder God has one fatal flaw. Do you know what it is?" Minato's focus sharpened instantly. "Please enlighten me." Sōsuke extended his left hand and traced a short luminous arc in midair, leaving behind a shimmering trail of silver-white chakra. Whitehair designed the Flying Thunder God not for battlefield mobility, but for protection. Minato's step faltered barely perceptibly. Protection. The core function of its 36 nested anchor points is precise spatial coordinate folding, but Whitehair concealed an innermost circuit, one dedicated solely to marking a protected target. Sōsuke withdrew his hand, the chakra trace dissolved into the morning breeze. "Once you mark someone, the Flying Thunder God will transport you to their side, regardless of distance, without delay or hesitation. No pre-placed kunai required. No prior anchor points needed." Minato froze mid-stride. He stood motionless in the center of the street, something turbulent and luminous surging deep within his cerulean eyes. "Marking a protected target, no kunai required." He murmured the phrase under his breath. His own flying thunder god could not achieve this. His technique relied entirely upon three-pronged kunai as spatial anchors. Without them there was no destination. But if a circuit existed that could directly mark living beings, have you grasped it? Sōsuke had already advanced several paces ahead. His voice drifted back calm and resonant. Those three nested circuits weren't mere flourishes, they were his failsafe. He designed the Flying Thunder God for one purpose: to reach Hashirama Senju's side, anytime, anywhere on the battlefield. A brief, almost imperceptible pause lingered in Sōsuke's voice. Yet in the end Whitehair never reached him. Minato remained rooted where he stood. People flowed past him like currents around a still stone. A sunlight fractured across his golden hair, scattering into countless glinting shards. He lowered his eyes to the three-pronged kunai at his hip. Then he heard Kushina's breath, soft and steady, from the corridor's far corner. She had followed. A cascade of violet red hair peeked out from the alley's mouth. A wide gray-blue eyes stared unblinking at him. Minato's fingers clenched tightly around his kunai. If the Flying Thunder God could mark a protected target and deliver him instantly without kunai, then the first person he would mark required no explanation. Move. What are you waiting for? Sōsuke's voice carried from over 10 meters ahead. Minato broke into a swift, urgent stride, faster than he had walked before. As he caught up, Minato caught sight of a woman standing atop a rooftop to the southeast. Black hair bound tightly at her nape, posture unbending. Though 2 streets separated them, her features remained indistinct. Yet Minato recognized her instantly. Uchiha Miko, wife of Fugaku, current matriarch of the Uchiha clan. She stood precisely at the rooftop's edge, facing the main street, motionless since Sōsuke had stepped out of the Hokage tower. Minato noticed a detail. Her fingers gripping the rooftop railing were bone-white, bloodless, rigid. This was not fear. He turned back, watching Sōsuke's retreating silhouette. 2 meters tall, clad in the long robes of the Senju clan, he walked beneath the brilliant sun like a mountain set into motion. Tsunade walked beside him to the right, her golden hair stirring softly in the wind. Minato recalled something sudden and sharp. Inside the Hokage's office, Sōsuke had stated 3 demands to Hiruzen. He had spoken only the first 2. The third, interrupted after Tsunade and Kushina had both spoken, remained unvoiced. Sōsuke had yet to state his final condition. At the foot of Tsunade's apartment building, Sōsuke halted. He turned his gaze back toward the Hokage tower, the shattered glass ruin glaring under the morning sun, humbled and exposed. Boy, Sōsuke called to Minato. Return and tell the monkey 3 things. Minato snapped to attention. First, the Senju ancestral lands, including the sealed vault, must be restored to Tsunade immediately. Sōsuke raised one finger. All assets seized by Root, Shinobi Armories, medical research institutes, even the repository housing the Flying Thunder God scrolls, must be returned intact without omission or alteration. Second finger. Second, all operational records compiled by Root concerning the Senju clan must be made fully public. I demand every document, every order, every signature, without redaction or delay. Third finger. Third. Sōsuke tilted his head. The faint curve of his smile faded. Danzō himself must kneel before the ancestral shrine of the Senju clan and offer formal apology before the tablets of every forebear. Minato's brow furrowed. Lord Sōsuke, this third demand may be what? Sōsuke retracted his 3 fingers and clapped Minato firmly on the shoulder. His palm nearly covered Minato's entire shoulder, pressing with calibrated force enough to let Minato feel the immense coiled power sleeping just beneath the skin. They have until sunset tomorrow. Should I see no results by then? Sōsuke withdrew his hand and pushed open the apartment building's door. He glanced back, morning light tracing the clean lines of his profile, illuminating a face absurdly youthful, smiling with disarming, almost angelic innocence. I shall retrieve them myself. He disappeared into the hallway. As Tsunade stepped through the doorway behind him, she turned and met Minato's gaze. Amber irises held the faintest glimmer of amusement. Her lips moved soundlessly. Minato read them perfectly. He means every word. The apartment door closed. Minato stood alone beneath the eaves, his knuckles white around the hilt of his 3-pronged kunai, fingerprints nearly etched into the metal. He turned, scanning the southeastern rooftop. Miko remained there. Her black hair rippled gently in the wind and the hem of her deep purple kimono lifted, slightly revealing a sliver of pale luminous calf. Her eyes did not meet his. From the moment Sōsuke vanished behind that door, her gaze had remained fixed, unwavering, upon the threshold itself. Minato drew a slow, deep breath and sprinted toward the Hokage tower. From the alley's mouth behind him, Kushina peered out, half her face visible, gray-blue eyes locked onto the second-floor window of the apartment, its curtain drawn open. Her right hand rested against her abdomen. Beneath the seal, the Ninetales chakra lay utterly still, silent, quiescent. For the first time in 20 years. Kushina's fingers tightened on the hem of her vest, knuckles reddening. She bit her lower lip. Above, Miko lowered her gaze and turned, descending the rooftop stairs. The wind pressed her kimono close, accentuating narrow shoulders, a slender waist, the gentle rise and fall of her chest with each measured step. Her right hand hovered over her heart. Deep within her right eye, the tomo patterns of the Sharingan churned beneath the iris, crimson light pulsing, fading, pulsing again. Her heartbeat raced, too fast, too fierce. Sunlight seeped through the gaps of the worn curtains, casting a crooked golden line on the floor of the Tsunade apartment. Senju sat on the nearly broken wooden chair by the window, his left foot resting on the windowsill, while his right hand tore at a hard pancake that could crack a walnut, crunching with each bite. Tsunade sat cross-legged in front of the low table, skillfully peeling an apple, with a small knife, the peel thin and long, wrapping around 3 times without breaking. Girl, your knife skills could probably be used for cutting people as well. Tsunade's knife paused for a moment, her amber eyes rolling. Can you be serious for just a moment? I've always been serious. Senju stuffed the last piece of pancake into his mouth, his cheeks bulging like a squirrel as he mumbled something, nearly spraying saliva onto Tsunade's face. Tsunade flicked her wrist, sending the knife flying past Senju's ear and embedding itself into the wall behind him, half an inch deep. Don't talk while you're eating. Senju turned to glance at the small knife buzzing against the wall, swallowed the pancake after chewing twice. You're recovering your strength quite well, much stronger than last night. Tsunade's ears flushed slightly, and the apple she had just peeled almost fell to the ground. Shut your mouth. Senju smirked, ready to tease her again, but suddenly his smile faded. His nostrils flared slightly as his head slowly turned towards the southeast. Tsunade noticed his change and her hand stopped peeling the apple. What's wrong? Senju didn't answer. 2 fingers rested on his knee, tapping lightly. His perception expanded in an instant, covering most of Konoha. To the southeast, approximately 1,200 meters away, a surge of scorching demonic energy was rapidly expanding, as if an ant nest had been disturbed, with red chakra seeping out violently from a single point. The presence of the Ninetales. And it was more intense than what he had sensed earlier in the Hokage's office by more than 10 times. Senju's brow furrowed. That damn fox has stirred up trouble. Tsunade jumped up the apple, rolling into the corner. Ninetales. Is the Jinchuriki in trouble? Senju rose from his chair, his 2-meter-tall frame blocking all the light from the window. He extended his hand, probing the air, his fingertips brushing against an extremely faint residual yang release wave, tracing back along its trajectory, landing precisely on the seal within Kushina. Ding! Emergency alert. Detected target, Uzumaki Kushina, experiencing a response from the seal. Reason analysis: host's yang release chakra briefly suppressed the Ninetales' demonic energy. After the target left the effective range of the host, the Ninetales produced a rebound, and the seal's crack expanded by 30. Current danger level: A class. If not intervened within 40 minutes, the seal will enter an irreversible damage stage. Senju finished reading the system prompt. A single word escaped his lips. Damn me. Tsunade had never seen Senju speak in such a tone. Her heart skipped a beat. What on earth is happening? Senju had already walked to the window, 1 foot stepping onto the sill. That damn fox, it was scared to even fart when I was nearby, but as soon as I step away it rebounds. He glanced back at Tsunade, his expression shifting from casual to serious. The demonic energy is assaulting the seal. If we don't act, that girl's seal will crack. Tsunade's expression changed. She knew too well what it meant for the Ninetales to escape. The disaster from over a decade ago, half of Konoha Street was leveled and several names were suddenly removed from the candidate list for the 4th Hokage. I'm going with you. Stay here. Sang Jie's tone brooked no argument as he pushed off the ground, cracking the wooden board of the windowsill with a spiderweb of fractures. I'm going to hold that beast's head down and teach it how to be a dog again. You just wait here. Before his words finished, his figure had already shot out of the window, the deep blue robe trailing a straight shadow in the air as he dashed towards the southeast along the rooftop of the opposite building. Tsunade leaned out of the window, her golden hair blown all over her face by the wind. She stared at the increasingly distant deep blue figure, her fingers gripping the edge of the window frame, her nails digging into the wood. To the southeast was the home of Uzumaki Minato. It was a two-story standalone house located at the edge of a residential area with a small yard, the walls covered in morning glory. At this moment, the window of the second-floor bedroom was shaking violently and several cracks had already appeared on the glass. Minato squatted in front of Kushina, his hands forming the hand seals, blue chakra swirling between his fingers, weaving into a dense net of seals that covered the spreading red patterns on Kushina's abdomen. Sweat dripped heavily from his forehead onto the floor, instantly evaporated by the spreading red demonic energy beneath his feet. Kushina curled up on the ground, hugging her stomach, her purplish-red hair splayed everywhere, curled and distorted by the heat waves of the demonic energy. Her pale face was covered in cold sweat, her gray-blue eyes wide open, reflecting the red light surging from her abdomen. The light-colored sleepwear was soaked in sweat, clinging to her body and outlining her flowing waistline and pronounced contours, the fabric over her chest rising and falling violently with her rapid breaths. But at this moment, no one had the heart to pay attention to those details. On Kushina's abdomen, the pattern of the four-symbol seal was visibly cracking at an alarming rate, the red demonic energy surging out from the fissures, already burning through the 2 layers of flooring beneath her, revealing the ceiling of the living room below. Minato. It's gone insane. The Ninetales has gone insane. Kushina's voice was intermittent, and with every word she spoke, a wisp of red steam escaped from the corner of her mouth. I'm holding it down, don't say anything. Minato's voice was distorted from gritted teeth, his hands pouring all their strength into the sealing technique, but the force of the Ninetales' rebound far exceeded his expectations. This was not normal. In the past 20 years, the Ninetales had never experienced this level of rampage, not even during the most unstable months of Kushina's emotions back then. Minato's mind raced. What had happened that was different today? The answer surfaced almost instantly. Sang Jia. In the Hokage's office, when Kushina approached Sang Jia, the Ninetales' demonic energy was as tranquil as a stagnant pool. For the first time in 20 years. And now, less than half an hour after leaving Sang Jia, the Ninetales' rebound was more violent than ever. It was like a balloon forcibly pressed underwater. The moment the external force vanished, it shot up 3 times higher than in its normal state. Kushina let out a suppressed scream. The outermost layer of the seal on her abdomen exploded with a crack the width of a finger, the scorching red demonic energy gushing forth, directly toppling the wardrobe in the bedroom. Minato's sealing net was pushed back halfway, his fingers burned with a charred mark from the demonic energy, but he didn't even frown, reformed the hand seals, and added a second layer of sealing. Kushina, hold on, it's too late, kid. A voice came from outside the shattered window. Minato suddenly looked up. A figure crouched on the window frame, the deep blue robe filled with wind, a 2-meter-tall body wedged in the window shoulders, distorting the window frame. Sang Jia tilted his head to glance at the chaos inside, his lips twitching. I've only been gone for less than 20 minutes, and this beast has turned the place upside down. Minato, I don't have time to be surprised at how you found this place. The Ninetales suddenly went berserk, and my sealing technique can't hold it, I see it. Sang Jia leapt down from the windowsill, the impact causing the entire building to shake. He glanced at Kushina, his gaze lingering on the red patterns surging on her abdomen for 2 seconds. The demonic energy was denser than before, even the air burned with distorted heat waves. Get out of the way. 2 words, crisp and decisive. Minato hesitated for a moment. Sang Jia had already crossed over. Sang Jia planted his foot on the floor, scorched by demonic energy, the charred timber side and creaked beneath his weight. Shui Men still held the sealing hand signs, blue chakra flickering uncertainly at his fingertips. Move aside. Sang Jia's gaze swept over Shui Men's face as casually as if asking someone to shift a stool. Shui Men clenched his fists, the blue of his pupils roiled for 2 seconds, then he released the seal and stepped back a pace. Sang Jia crouched. On the floor, Jioshina was curled into a ball, her deep crimson hair plastered to cheek and neck with sweat. Her ashen blue eyes shimmered with pain. The thin house dress bore several small burn holes from the heat of the demonic aura fabric clinging to the body's rising and falling curves. A pale flank showed through a seam in the hem, tinted an uncanny rose by the red aura. Sangjia did not look at those things. His gaze was fixed on the seal cracks spidering outward across Jioshina's abdomen. His right palm faced downward, and he pressed slowly. Bear with it, lass. The instant his palm met Jioshina's belly, pure yang chakra in Sangjia burst like a sluice opened, golden violet light spilling from the edge of his hand and pouring madly along the seal lines. Hiss! Jioshina sucked in a cold breath. Her body arched, her spine lifting off the floor and then collapsing back down. Sangjia's other hand pinned her shoulder, forcing her back to the floor. Don't move. The moment the searing yang release chakra crashed into the ceiling space, Shui Men's perception captured an absurd spectacle with crystalline clarity. The Jiuwei's demonic aura retreated. Not a slow ebb, but as if its backbone had been ripped out. What had filled the air like a blood-red fog shrank instantly into a curled ember of flame deep within the seal. The finger-wide fissure on the seal began to close. The cracked tracings were filled line by the golden violet chakra until the surface grew smooth and whole again. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Shui Men's mouth opened once and then shut. Even at full exertion, his sealing art could only barely be maintained, yet Sangjia, with a single palm, had forced the Jiuwei back. Sangjia's brow tightened slightly, but the chakra flow beneath his palm did not falter. He closed his eyes and sent his consciousness down the channel of his yang release chakra. The ceiling space, dark damp water lapping above the ankles. Ahead stood a massive iron grate, a yellowed talisman stuck to it bearing the character for Feng seal. Sangjia stepped through the shallow water 3 paces forward. Behind the grate, a mass of orangered fur larger than a hill crammed itself into the corner. 9 tails curled under its body. Only 2 vertically slit giant eyes peeked between the fur, furtively watching the intruder. Those vertical pupils were written in pure terror. Sangjia stood before the grate with his arms crossed and tilted his head. Decades without seeing you, you've put on weight. The Jiuwei's great eyes blinked, its mouth opened, and a hot breath hissed from between its teeth, making no sound. Sangjia raised his right foot, the sole of his shoe resting on an iron post of the grate. The chakra shivered and the whole gate hummed. The Jiuwei flinched and shrank another half step into the corner. Come out. The Jiuwei did not move. Sangjia's eyelid twitched. Come out, I won't say it a third time. The enormous orangered fur ball slowly slid out of the corner. Its 9 tails stayed clamped beneath it, head bowed, nose nearly touching the stagnant water. Sangjia stepped over the grate and set his foot on the Jiuwei's head. His soul was infinitesimal compared to the beast's eyes, yet the yang release pressure transmitted through that tiny contact felt like an invisible mountain pressing down. The Jiuwei collapsed flat, its legs went slack, belly pressed to the water, a low whine escaping its throat. The sound was identical to a stray dog whose tail had been trodden outside the village. Filthy fox. Sangjia ground his foot across the Jiuwei's skull. When I'm nearby, you play the obedient one, I turn my back and you bully that girl. The Jiuwei's whimper grew louder, it curled tighter, the 9 tails clamped more desperately. Why aren't you making noise now? Weren't you so fearsome before? Sangjia crouched and patted the Jiuwei's snout with one hand. The force was not great, but each tap carried a tingling yang release pulse that made the beast's scalp crawl. I'll give you a rule. Sangjia's fingers tapped the Jiuwei's nose. From today on, the demonic energy inside that girl's body, you coil up quietly. Do not assault the seal, do not burn her meridians. The Jiuwei's vertical pupils blinked. Don't understand. A flash of yang release chakra at Sangjia's fingertips made the beast's head jolt, its 2 great eyes rolled white. Woo-woo. The Jiuwei's cry sounded almost like playful pleading. Its massive paws scraped the water twice and splashed droplets across Sangjia's face. Sangjia wiped the water from his face and stood. Next time, I'll pluck your 9 tails and wear them as a scarf. The Jiuwei pressed its whole body to the water, suppressing even its breath to a whisper. Sangjia turned and stepped out of the ceiling space. In the real world, he withdrew his palm from Jioshina's abdomen and patted his hand. Jioshina lay on the floor, gasping, her chest heaving as if she had sprinted 100 meters. Her color was returning by visible degrees as the seal tracings had settled back into place, quietly lying beneath the skin of her belly. The demonic aura had been driven away completely. The lingering heat in the air ebbed, slowly diluted by the evening breeze drifting through the shattered window. Jiyoshina's ashen-blue eyes were wide. She stared at Songjia squat beside her lips parting and moving several times. The Jiawei, it stopped. Of course, I stepped on its head and taught it a lesson. Songjia rose, flexed his wrists until his knuckles cracked. That beast deserved a beating. A reason doesn't get through to it, only fists do. Shui Men stood 2 paces away, his whole body as if nailed to the floor. From start to finish, he had used his perception to track everything in the ceiling space. Sangjia's every movement, the Jiawei's every reaction. He had seen it all with perfect clarity. The Jinchuriki sealing technique is the highest level forbidden art of the past 4 generations. The third gave his life and could only maintain the seal's stability. And then Songjia walked in and stamped the tailed beast with his foot, and the problem was solved. Shui Men opened his mouth and found that he had nothing to say. Jiyoshina pushed up on her elbows and sat. Her deep crimson hair fell behind her wet bangs, clinging to her pale forehead. She glanced down at her abdomen and pressed her palm to it to test. Cool. Quiet. Exactly the same as when she had been close to Songjia in the Hokage's office a short while ago. A sting rose to her nose again. Why are you crying? Songjia asked without turning as he shoved the wardrobe back into place. I'm not crying. Jiyoshina wiped the corner of her eye with her sleeve in a blur, her voice muffled. Songjia set the wardrobe straight, cast a look over the ruined room and the scorched floor, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Kid have Twansang reimburse your renovation costs. Shui Men did not smile. He crouched beside Jiyoshina, one hand on her shoulder, but his eyes were on Songjia. Lord Songjia, the Jiawei's rampage this time was triggered by your yang release chakra. Songjia crossed his arms. I know. Shui Men's blue eyes narrowed slightly. While you were present, the Jiawei was suppressed. Once you left, it rebounded. He paused, and the warmth in his voice dropped by half a degree. Will the next rebound be stronger? Songjia glanced at him. This young man's mind worked fast. It will. Shui Men's hand tightened on Jiyoshina's shoulder. The bedroom fell silent for 3 seconds. A breeze from outside stirred the charred edges of the curtains, producing a soft rustling sound. Kushina looked up at Songjia, her gray-blue eyes shimmering with unshed tears, but she bit her lip, determined not to let them fall. Minato's hand remained on her shoulder, his fingers tightening slightly. Songjia, can you clarify this? His voice was steady, but the leg he was squatting on trembled slightly. Songjia raised a hand to rub the back of his head, tilting his neck to the side, as if he found this matter difficult to articulate. My yang release chakra concentration is too high. It belongs to the purest form of yang. He extended a finger and pointed at Kushina's abdomen. Just now in the Hokage building, when I got close, my yang release automatically seeped into her seal, suppressing the Ninetales' demonic energy thoroughly. Minato nodded. He had witnessed this part himself. But the problem lies here. Songjia withdrew his finger from Kushina's abdomen and drew a circle in the air. It's easy for my yang release chakra to go in, but when it comes out it brings hooks with it. Minato's brow twitched. If the base structure of the seal gets tainted by my yang release, it's like applying a layer of glue on the wall. It's easy to stick the paper on, but when you peel it off it will take the wall paint with it. Songjia withdrew his hand, tucking it into his sleeve. When I'm nearby, the yang release keeps supplying energy, keeping the Ninetales suppressed and the seal stable. But once I step away, the supply of yang release cuts off, and due to the adhesion, the base structure of the seal develops gaps, causing the Ninetales' rebound force to increase several times. Minato slowly digested Songjia's words. His mind was like a precisely interlocking gear, processing each piece of information, ultimately leading to a chilling conclusion. So you mean that since you went in to suppress it, once the adhesion at the base of the seal will deepen? Songjia rubbed his thumb against the tip of his nose. You are indeed clever. Minato's breathing grew heavier. Deeper adhesion meant greater dependence, and greater dependence meant that after Songjia left, next time the Ninetales' rebound would be even more severe. A vicious cycle. So, what if you stayed close to Kushina? You want me to be your wife's personal bodyguard? Songjia raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. Minato's lips pressed into a straight line. I'm asking if there is any other way. Sangjie did not answer immediately. In the depths of his mind, the system's prompt quietly illuminated. Ding. Seal resonance adhesion confirmed. Current status: host's yang release chakra is in a one-way resonance binding with the target Uzumaki Kushina's 4-symbol seal. Estimated collapse time limit 72 hours. If the host does not complete a deep yin-yang interaction with the target within 72 hours, the base structure of the seal will completely collapse due to yang release withdrawal reactions. Probability of the Ninetales escaping 98. 7. Recommended plan: executes glass yin-yang interaction on the target using the host's pure yang chakra to reshape the base structure of the seal from the root level, while completing a two-way resonance anchoring. This action can permanently eliminate the risk of seal collapse and additionally gain a tail beast chakra resonance bonus. Estimated additional benefit: divine tree core fusion rate 15 to 20, unlocking pending. Sangjie reviewed the system prompt in his mind twice, his expression turning somewhat nuanced. On the floor, Kushina slowly stood up with Minato's help, her legs still a bit weak, her body swaying slightly as Minato supported her waist. Her pale face still bore the faint red remnants from the burning of the demonic energy, and the gray-blue pupils reflected Kenji's shadow, filled with a complex emotion that even she could not sort out. Sangjie, will this seal always be like this? Kushina's voice was a bit hoarse as she swallowed hard. It will rebound every time after you leave. Sangjie looked at her, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment before shifting down to her hand pressed against her abdomen. There was no blame in her eyes, only unease. 20 years of torment from the Ninetales. Just as she had tasted a hint of peace, it was snatched away again. Anyone would panic. Sangjie pushed the system prompt to the corner of his mind and raised a hand to pinch his brow. There is a way to solve this. Kushina's eyes brightened. Minato also turned to look. But this method is a bit. Sangjie pondered his words, realizing there was no need to hold back. His gaze shifted from Kushina to Minato's face, stopping. Kid, your wife's situation is somewhat tricky. Minato's blue pupils flickered with alternating light. Go ahead. Sangjie pulled a chair over from the wall and sat down, stretching his long legs with his heels resting on the edge of the burned floor. My yang release chakra has already adhered to the base of her seal. There is only one way to completely remove this adhesion. He raised a finger. Not to remove it, but to reverse it to make the adhesion complete. Minato's throat moved slightly. What does making it complete mean? It means turning my yang release from that thin layer of glue on the outside into a part of the base structure of the seal. Sangjie drew a circle on his knee with his finger. In simple terms, my chakra needs to dig deep into the lowest layer of the seal, completing a two-way anchoring with her internal yin attribute chakra. His finger stopped. This process is called yin-yang interaction, similar to how I treated Tsunade's hemophobia before. The bedroom was quiet. The wind blew in through the shattered window, brushing against Kushina's scattered purplish-red hair, a few strands sticking to her collarbone glaringly white. Minato's face revealed no emotion. The light in his blue pupils gradually contracted, ultimately condensing into two tiny bright points. Yin-yang interaction. He pronounced these 4 words slowly. What you did with Tsunade is the same thing. Sangjie did not deny it. Minato's fist gradually tightened against his thigh. The bones of his fingers pressed together, producing an extremely faint creaking sound. Kushina's face shifted from a light red to a deep crimson, the color spreading to her ears, trailing down her pale neck and disappearing into her damp collar. She opened her mouth and closed it again, her gray-blue pupils wildly darting between Sangjie and Minato. Wait. She finally panicked, raising her voice by 2 pitches. You mean that Tsunade and you guys healing? Kenji's tone was as if it were self-evident. Otherwise, how do you think Tsunade's hemophobia was cured overnight after so many years? Kushina's mouth hung open, unable to close. Minato's gaze fell on her face, looking at her for 3 seconds before turning back to Sangjie. What if we don't do it? 72 hours later, the seal will crack and the Ninetales will emerge. Shuimen stood for a long time. Long enough that Jio Xianai thought he had left, propping himself up halfway from the floor to glance at the doorway. He had not left. He stood beside the floor, burned through by demonic energy, his hands hanging by his sides, the fingertips of his right hand twitching slightly. Zhang Jia leaned against the wall, his arms crossed over his chest, the sleeves of his long robe rolled up to mid-forearm, exposing a forearm with clearly defined muscles. He was waiting. Shuimen's Adam's apple bobbed, the light in his blue pupils contracting and expanding repeatedly. Lord Zhang Jia. Your method of treating Tsunade. Shuimen's voice was very low enough that only Zhang Jia 2 steps away could hear it clearly. The method for treating Nai is the same as what you mentioned. Zhang Jia raised an eyebrow, the curve of his lips remaining unchanged. Are you asking or stating? Confirming. Shuimen clenched his jaw, the muscles in his cheekbones tightening under the skin. I am confirming. Zhang Jia released his arms, flicking his right index finger against the nail of his left hand, producing a crisp sound. Confirming what? Confirming how I treated the illness. Shuimen's fist tightened. Zhang Jia tilted his head to look at him, his gaze carrying an indescribable quality, neither provocative nor antagonistic, but more akin to an elder assessing whether a younger one's backbone was strong enough. Kid, let me tell you something. Zhang Jia stood upright from the wall, his 2-meter-tall frame blocking the overhead light in the narrow corridor, casting a shadow over Shuimen's face. You're flying thunder god the circuit for marking that white-haired protector. Do you want to learn it? Shuimen's pupils constricted. The shift was too sudden. But his mind was quicker than anyone else's, 3 thoughts colliding together in an instant, crystallizing into a clear answer. Zhang Jia was making a deal with him. What you mean is? Shuimen's voice dropped half a tone. I let you treat Nai, and you teach me the complete version of Flying Thunder God. It's not a deal. Zhang Jia shook his head. I treat her because that damn fox's mess is something I caused. Even if you disagree, I have to treat her. Shuimen's brow twitched. As for the Flying Thunder God is a different matter. Zhang Jia withdrew his hand, turning his back and taking 2 steps toward the window at the end of the corridor, the moonlight slicing across his face in halves of light and shadow. When the white-haired one designed that circuit, it was meant to reach the Great Pillar at any moment. He tapped a knuckle against the window frame. Once you learn it, you can reach the person you want to protect at any time without needing kunai or a landing spot. Zhang Jia turned his head back. Your wife has a beast sealed within her that could destroy the entire Konoha. Do you think this ability is something you need? From the other end of the corridor, a muffled groan from Nai slipped through the crack of the door. The sound was faint, caught behind clenched teeth, carrying the echo of 20 years of suppressed pain. Shuimen's spine stiffened into a straight line. His gaze passed over Zhang Jia's shoulder and landed on the half-closed door, pausing for a full 10 seconds. Teach me. The 2 words squeezed out from between his teeth. Zhang Jia's lips curled slightly. You're much quicker than a monkey. He pulled a short pen from his sleeve, grasped Shuimen's arm, and began to draw directly on the inner side of Shuimen's forearm. The silver-white chakra marks drawn by the pen twisted and intertwined on his skin, each stroke executed with a terrifying precision. Shuimen lowered his head to stare at the technique gradually taking shape on his forearm, the emotions swirling in his blue pupils, shifting from anger to struggle, finally settling into a sharp determination. 3 layers nested the core, and the second layer is a reverse fold. Zhang Jia's pen tip paused at a node. Once this circuit is engraved, the moment the person you marked is in trouble, your body will move faster than your mind. What's the marking limit? Shuimen stared at that node for 3 seconds. The white-haired one only marked 1 back then. Zhang Jia returned the pen to his sleeve and patted Shuimen's shoulder. But with your talent, 3 won't be a problem. Shuimen's gaze shifted from the technique on his forearm back to that door. A heavier muffled groan came from the crack of the door, the tail end trembling slightly. Zhang Jia turned sideways, blocking Shuimen's line of sight. You don't need to watch what's coming next. Shuimen clenched his fist against the side of his thigh, then released it. Will she be in pain? No pain. Zhang Jia walked toward the door, resting his hand on the door frame, responding with a single word. Shuimen stood motionless in the moonlight. Before Zhang Jia stepped inside, he added another sentence. Kid, you can calculate the folding precision of the second layer of the Flying Thunder God circuit tonight. He turned his head, the moonlight illuminating his extraordinarily youthful profile. Go practice, don't just stand here. Shuimen tightened his grip on the 3-pronged kunai at his waist and turned to leave. His footsteps grew distant in the stairwell, each step heavy enough to make the wooden boards creak. Zhang Jia listened to the footsteps fade away, withdrawing his hand from the door frame. He pushed the door open and walked in. The bedroom was filled with the warm mist left by the dissipating demonic energy. Gyo Xi curled up on the bed, her purplish-red hair spread across the pillow, her gray-blue eyes half open, looking over, beads of sweat rolling from her chin into the hollow of her collarbone. The red light of the seal on her abdomen began to flicker again. Zhang Jie walked over and squatted down beside the bed. "Girl, your man has left." Gyo Xi's lips moved slightly, her voice hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against wood. "Did he agree?" Zhang Jie extended his hand, 2 fingers probing her abdomen to measure the seal's temperature. It was hot enough to fry an egg. "He is smarter than you think." Kushina's back pressed against the warm wooden wall, scorched by the demonic energy, her purple-red hair cascading down from her shoulders, resting at her waist with droplets of sweat at the tips. Sōsuke withdrew his hand from her abdomen, the residual warmth of the red demonic energy dissipating into thin mist in the air. "The foundation of your seal is even worse than I imagined." Kushina's gray-blue pupils appeared hazy, as if she were looking at him through a curtain of water. "I know the physique of the Uzumaki clan has held up for 20 years, which is already quite long. Yamato secretly examined me and said the seal is being eroded every year and the meridians are getting increasingly fragile due to the heat." Sōsuke turned, his hand resting on his knee, palm up, golden purple yang release chakra flowing through his fingers like a handful of liquid sunlight. "Did it hurt before?" Kushina was taken aback. No one had asked her this question in 20 years. Minato asked if the seal was still stable. The third Hokage inquired whether the Ninetales showed any signs of disturbance, and the Umbu questioned if the Jinchuriki's mental state was satisfactory. No one had ever asked her if it hurt. Her nose tinged with bitterness, she forced herself to hold back the urge to cry. "I've gotten used to it." Sōsuke looked at her for 2 seconds. "Getting used to it still means it hurts." His palm returned to cover her abdomen, the warm yang release seeping into the gaps of the seal like melting honey, and where it passed, an unprecedented coolness surged through the meridians that had been scorched for 20 years. Kushina's fingertips gripped the bedding tightly like a spasm, her knuckles turning red. The sensation was too unfamiliar. It wasn't just alleviating the pain, it was pulling the pain itself out from the roots. "The chakra on you." Her voice trembled uncontrollably. "It's like sunlight." Sōsuke's lips curled slightly. "Girl, your way of complimenting is just like what the pillar said back in the day. He also said I felt as warm as a furnace." Kushina didn't catch the latter part of his sentence. Beneath the seal on her abdomen, the flame that had ravaged for 20 years was slowly receding inch by inch, and the burning pain pressed against the meridian walls felt like a beach exposed after the tide receded, the cool air touching those scarred tissues for the first time. Her eyes finally reddened. Not because of pain, but because it was no longer painful. Sōsuke reduced the output of yang release slightly, and the temperature of his palm decreased by 1/2 degree. "Don't cry. If you do, my chakra will become unstable." "I'm not crying." Kushina's voice was muffled in her throat, her nasal tone heavy as if she had a cold for 3 days. Sōsuke's gaze moved down 1/2 inch from her face, settling on her collarbone. Sweat trickled down that delicate bone, soaking into the damp color of her clothes, the fabric clinging to her rising contours, her skin pale to the point of glowing, contrasting with the thin red burned by the demonic energy like a streak of sunset emerging from the snow. Sōsuke's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He pulled his gaze back, staring at the swirling seal patterns beneath his palm. Ding! The seal's disconnection reaction entered the acceleration phase with a remaining stability window of 42 minutes. It is advised that the host immediately initiate the strength yin-yang harmony process. Delays will lead to irreversible collapse of the seal level. Sōsuke muted the system prompt in his mind. "Girl." Kushina wiped the corner of her eye with the back of her hand, her gray-blue pupils meeting his gaze. The things to come might be a bit excessive." Kushina's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She was not foolish from Sōsuke's conversation with Minato in the corridor. Until now she had already pieced together all the information into a single thread. Sōsuke waited for her reaction. The moonlight outside was fragmented by clouds, casting alternating light and shadow on Kushina's face, illuminating her gray-blue pupils as they flickered. "It's been 20 years. Kushina's voice was as light as smoke. "Every night the Ninetales flips around in my belly and the meridians feel like they're being tightened by red-hot iron wires." When your hand touched me just now, it was the first time in 20 years that I felt my body was truly mine. Her fingers released their grip on the bedding, slowly covering the back of Sōsuke's hand, resting on her abdomen. Her fingertips were cool. Sōsuke's hand was warm. You go ahead. The 3 words were spoken so softly that they nearly got blown away by the wind outside the window. Sōsuke did not move immediately. He looked down at Kushina's hand resting on the back of his hand, her slender fingers overlapping with his rough, broad palm, like 2 things that should not appear in the same frame. Girl, your man has agreed, but whether you are willing is another matter. Kushina's fingers tightened, slightly gripping his knuckle. I said you go ahead. She raised her head, her wet gray-blue eyes looking directly at him, void of fear, only holding a kind of desperate courage left after being tortured for 20 years. Sōsuke locked eyes with her for 3 breaths. Then he smiled. It was not the innocent smile from before, but a deeper one imbued with an indescribable warmth. Then don't blame me for being rude. His hand moved away from her abdomen, his fingertips hooking the edge of her collar. Kushina's breath caught at that moment. The moon outside slipped into the clouds. The room darkened. When the moonlight leaked through the gaps in the clouds, the temperature in the bedroom had already risen unreasonably high. Thin wisps of white smoke rose from the cracks in the burnt floor, and the air was filled with the dry heat resulting from the evaporation of yang release chakra. Kushina curled up on the bed, her purplured hair spread on the pillow like a piece of ink-stained silk. Sōsuke's outer robe was draped over the wooden rack at the head of the bed, that deep blue long shirt hanging pitifully, the cuffs still dripping with the residual water that Minato had spilled in the corridor. He sat on the edge of the bed, his bare upper body under the moonlight resembling a carved statue, the muscles of his chest and abdomen subtly rising and falling with his breath, golden purple chakra glimmering on the surface of his skin. Kushina turned her head to look at his back, her gray-blue eyes still holding remnants of mist. Sōsuke's hand rested on her waist, the palm beneath it touching skin dampened by sweat, delicate enough not to resemble a Jinchuriki who had borne a tailed beast for 20 years. Are you scared? Kushina bit her lip and shook her head. The ties of her nightgown had been undone halfway, the neckline open, revealing a wide expanse of skin that was blindingly white, the curves below her collarbone rising and falling in shadow, with the moonlight only illuminating one shoulder. Sōsuke's gaze slowly traveled down from her face. Her figure was not particularly tall among ninjas, but the Uzumaki clan's bloodline granted her a supple and ample body, her waist narrow enough for one hand to nearly encircle, yet the fullness in the right places was almost excessive. Kushina sensed his gaze, her ears burning, and she raised her hand to pull her collar. Sōsuke caught her wrist. Don't hide. The 2 words were spoken with utmost candor. Xianai's fingers struggled slightly in his palm, but couldn't move, as if cast in steel. Jia pressed his other hand on her abdomen's seal. As the golden-purple sunlight surged from his palm, Xianai's waist arched, her lips parted, then bit down, a whimper escaping her clenched teeth now laced with a different tone. Deep within the sealed space, the consciousness of the Nine Tails was pushed to the lowest layer by the torrent of sunlight, its 9 tails clamped even tighter than before, the vertical pupils closing as its furry giant form curled into a ball, feigning death in the corner. It dared not move. Even its breathing was pushed to the limit. In reality, the output of sunlight shifted from gentle to torrential under Jia's control. Chakra surged along the meridian, scrubbing away layers of burns and minute cracks accumulated over 20 years, while new meridian structures rapidly regenerated under the catalyst of the sunlight's vitality. Xianai's 10 fingers gripped the bedding beneath her tightly, her nails embedding into the fabric, producing faint tearing sounds. Jia leaned down. The distance between the 2 had shrunk to the extent of their breaths entangling. In Xianai's gray-blue pupils reflected Jia's face, that young and alluring visage was less than a fist's distance away, close enough for her to see the curve of his eyelashes. Girl, it will feel very pleasant from now on. His voice was low, warm breath brushing against her earlobe. But you must hold back and not scream too loudly, your neighbors next door are listening. Xianai's face turned from her neck to her hairline in a deep blush. Then Jia moved. 3 hours passed. The moon shifted from east to west, and the clouds gathered and dispersed 3 times. The cat from the neighbor's house perked its ears on the windowsill for half the night, only to scamper away with its tail between its legs. When the bedroom finally fell silent, Nai felt as if she had been pulled from the water, her purplish red hair sticking to her back. A faint flush from the thin sweat covered her chest and neck. She lay on the bed, her face buried in the pillow. The half-exposed ear was red enough to drip blood. Her limbs were so weak that she couldn't lift even a finger. Senju sat on the edge of the bed, leaning against the wall, breathing steadily, as if he had just completed a set of calisthenics. Ding! Glass yin-yang harmony completed. The inner four-symbol seal structure of the whirlpool Nai has been reshaped, and the dual anchoring of sunlight has succeeded. Stability of Ninetails Seal 100. Risk of seal collapse 0. The Ninetails' demonic energies' proactive attempts to impact the seal have been permanently suppressed, and the tailed beast has entered a state of total submission. The core integration of the divine tree has increased 21. 334. 7. New skill unlocked would release Flower Tree Realm Descend Muscle Catalyst version. Skill description: can summon a giant flower tree array that releases hypnotic pollen with pollen concentration proportional to the caster's current heart rate. The higher the heart rate, the stronger the hypnotic effect. It is recommended for the host to use it when emotions are high for the best effect. Senju stared at this skill description in his mind, remaining silent for 3 seconds. White-haired, did you drink too much when designing this system? He closed the system panel and looked down at Nai, who lay motionless on the pillow. Girl, are you alive? Nai lifted her face slightly from the pillow, her gray-blue eyes misty, unfocused for several seconds before realigning with Senju's face. Are you a human? Senju tilted the corner of his mouth. Of course I'm a human. Nai's face buried back into the pillow, her voice muffled. A human can't go 3 hours without getting tired. Senju reached out, brushing aside a strand of purplish red hair clinging to her back, his fingertips gliding along the curve of her shoulder blade. My physique is different from ordinary people, you know that. Nai's shoulder trembled slightly, burying her face deeper into the pillow. Senju withdrew his hand, his gaze falling onto her abdomen. The seal's patterns lay quietly upon her skin, not a hint of red light, resembling a beautifully dried ink painting. The demonic energy of the Ninetails could not be felt at all. It was not suppressed, it was completely tamed. How does it feel? Nai turned over from the pillow, lying on her back, her purplish red hair fanning out over the pillow, her fair body glistening softly under the moonlight. Her hand slowly rose, pressing against her abdomen. Cool. Quiet. The meridians felt as if they had been washed by spring water, every inch renewed. Her nose tinged with a sour sensation. It doesn't hurt anymore. Her voice was hoarse and barely recognizable. Not at all. Senju pulled over the thin blanket that was draped aside, casually covering her with it. Of course the seal I personally reshaped shouldn't hurt at all. Nai clutched the edge of the blanket, her gray-blue eyes gazing at the ceiling, silent for a while. Then she turned her head to look at Senju. That gaze was quite strange. It contained gratitude, shyness, a sense of exhaustion after having unloaded a heavy burden, and an unacknowledged faint attachment to the warm body beside her. Senju understood her gaze, but chose not to speak it aloud. He stood up, picking up the deep blue long robe from the floor and draping it over his shoulders, walking to the broken window, the moonlight casting his 2-meter-tall shadow into a long silhouette across the room. Sleep now, there are important matters tomorrow. Nai's fingers tightened around the blanket, hesitating for 2 seconds before speaking up. Senju, sir. Will you come again tomorrow? Senju did not turn around. What? Are you already addicted after just one time? Nai's face instantly turned fiery, grabbing the pillow and throwing it at the back of his head, but her arm was so weak that she only managed to drop the pillow to the floor. Senju turned his head back, the moonlight illuminating his innocent and harmless face, clearly the curve of his lips carrying an annoyingly teasing smile. Rest assured, the seal inside you is bound to my sunlight. That stinky fox won't dare to stir up any trouble in the future. He turned his gaze out the window, his eyes sweeping over the sleeping Konoha, resting on the distant silhouette of the Hokage building. But some people may not stir up any trouble tomorrow. A breeze wafted in from outside, carrying the coolness of the night dew. In the training ground 3 streets away, Minato squatted on the ground, the silver-white chakra circuit on the inner side of his arm glimmering faintly under the moonlight. His right hand formed half a seal, the chakra at his fingertips weaving an almost invisible net in the air. The second layer was inverted. Protection target marked. The light of the technique reflected in his blue pupils, something settling deep in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the southeastern corner of Konoha, a light was still on. Mikoto sat by the window, her right hand pressed against her heart, the red glow of her Sharingan flickering in the darkness. Her other hand lay open on her knee palm, clutching a yellowed paper page retrieved from the depths of the clan's confidential archives. At the bottom of the page there was a line written in Uchiha Madara's own handwriting. Her fingers traced over that line for a long time, smudging the ink. The light flickered and her shadow trembled on the wall. Her heart raced too quickly. The morning sunlight streamed in through the broken window, casting a golden strip on the floor. When Shuaren pushed open his front door, he radiated a sense of depletion, as if all his spirit had been drained. Beneath his blue eyes lay dark circles, and his messy golden bangs clung to his forehead. The collar of his ninja outfit was askew, neglected in his disheveled state. All night long he squatted in the training ground, dismantling the second layer circuit of the Flying Thunder God technique tattooed on his forearm 97 times. By the 63rd iteration, he finally grasped the core precision of reverse folding. By the 89th iteration, he calculated the reconstruction plan for the anchor point of the protection target. With 8 iterations remaining, he used them to convince himself not to think about the events in the bedroom. Then he caught the scent of fried eggs. Shuiren's footsteps paused momentarily. From the direction of the kitchen came the crackling sound of oil sizzling in the pan, mixed with a man's low humming, the tune ancient, like a military song from the Warring States period. Shuiren walked into the living room, and the first thing he saw was Kushina. She was wrapped in a thin blanket, sitting at the dining table, her purplured hair brighter than last night, each strand gleaming with a sun-kissed luster. A faint blush adorned her fair cheeks, spreading from her ears to her collarbone, complementing the voluptuous figure of the Whirlpool clan, as if she had been soaked in peach juice. Her complexion was absurdly good. However, her sitting posture was very stiff, both hands gripping the edges of the blanket, her knuckles turning white from the force, her gray-blue pupils fixed on a wooden grain on the table, unwilling to glance towards the kitchen. Shuiren's gaze passed over her and fell into the kitchen. Sangjia stood in front of the stove, his 2-meter-tall figure cramming the entire stove area. He was wearing Shuiren's home clothes, the sleeves cut short, exposing well-defined muscle on his forearms, and a small frog-patterned apron tied around his waist. That apron was bought by Kushina at the market last year, hanging on Sangjia, as if a handkerchief were tied around a bear. Sangjia deftly tossed a pan in his right hand while his left hand scooped up an egg from a bowl, cracking it against the edge of the pan with one hand, the egg liquid sliding through his fingers into the sizzling oil, the motion smooth, as if he were not a man who had slept for 70 years. Back. Sangjia didn't even turn his head, his voice lazy. Shuiren stood in the center of the living room, his gaze sweeping from the blanket-wrapped Kushina to the Sangjia, wearing his apron, pausing for 3 seconds. His lips moved slightly. Don't overcook the eggs. Sangjia flipped the spatula in his hand. You don't hold grudges. Shuiren did not reply, but walked around the dining table to Kushina's side, reaching out to tuck a stray hair behind her ear. Kushina's shoulders trembled slightly, and she finally raised her head to look at him. Her gray-blue eyes reflected panic, guilt, and a complex emotion that even she could not define. Shuiren, Shuiren's hand rested on her shoulder, his thumb gently pressing above her collarbone. Where's the seal? Kushina lowered her gaze to her abdomen, the nightgown beneath the blanket crumpled in her grip, but the seal remained quietly without a hint of red glow. It doesn't hurt anymore. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. It hasn't hurt all night. Shuiren's fingers tightened momentarily on her shoulder before releasing. He said nothing further, pulling a chair from the table and aligning a pair of chopsticks on the tabletop. Sangjia emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 plates of fried eggs with grease stains on his apron obscuring one eye of the small frog. Kid, your pan is too small, I can barely hold the handle with one hand. He placed the fried eggs on the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down, the chair creaking under his weight. The 3 of them sat in silence at the dining table. The air was filled with the fragrant aroma of fried eggs and the dry heat left by the yang release chakra. Kushina poked at the eggs on her plate with her chopsticks, managing to stab them 4 times without picking any up. Her ears flushed to the point of nearly bleeding. Shuerin took a bite of egg, chewing slowly. Not bad. Sangjie smirked. I served as a firehead soldier for 10 years during the Warring States period. I still have some skills. Kushina finally managed to get a piece of egg into her mouth, and the moment her tongue touched the yolk, she froze. Delicious. She looked up at Sangjie, a fleeting glimmer in her gray-blue eyes, but after meeting Kenji's gaze, she quickly looked away, her cheeks flushing deeper. Sangjie tapped the table with his chopsticks. Girl, don't be so awkward while eating, it's not like we haven't bang. The front door was kicked open from the outside. The door hit the wall and bounced twice, splintering wood flying everywhere. A blonde woman stood at the doorway, her green gambler's coat unbuttoned, the gray shirt beneath clinging tightly to her chest, accentuating a breathtaking curve, the Byakugan seal glowing faintly purple in the center of her forehead. Tsunade. Her breathing was a bit rapid, evidently having run all the way here. The rise and fall of her chest with each breath was enough to divert any gaze. Her gaze swept from the kitchen's oil smoke to the 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the dining table, from Kenji's small frog apron to Kushina wrapped in the blanket, finally landing on Kushina's unusually red face and her strikingly bright purple-haired hair. There was a 2-second silence. Tsunade's right hand clenched into a fist, the knuckles emitting a faint cracking sound. Sangjie chewed on the egg, raising his chopsticks and waving them at her. Girl, pass me a pair of chopsticks. The Byakugan seal on Tsunade glowed another shade brighter. You didn't come back all night. Sangjie poked the last piece of egg on his plate and sent it to his mouth. Emergency, you know that. Tsunade strode to the dining table, her gaze fixed on Kushina. Why is your face so red? Kushina's chopsticks clattered onto the table. It's hot, the room is a bit warm. Tsunade glanced down at Kushina, tightly wrapped in the blanket. It's hot, yet you're wrapped in a blanket. Kushina's mouth opened and closed, her gray-blue pupils bouncing wildly between Tsunade and Sangjie. Shuerin, chewing on his egg, remained silent, his blue pupils fixed on the pattern at the bottom of the plate, as if the small flower on the porcelain was the most complex sealing technique in the world. Tsunade sat down beside Sangjie, with a thud, the chair leg scraping sharply against the floor. Clarify, what did you do to her last night? Sangjie stretched lazily, the tie of his apron loosening, the small frog tilting to one side. Healing, weren't you also healed by me? Tsunade's face instantly shifted from crimson to a shade of shame, then to anger, the 3 shades of red cycling through in a matter of 2 seconds. Who said you could compare that? Sangjie patted her head, the force neither too strong nor too weak. What's the rush? You're the boss, she ranks second, so she can't surpass you. Tsunade swatted his hand away. Who ranks first? Who's next to her? Kushina across from them clutched the blanket, her face buried below the table. Shuerin finally set down his chopsticks and stood up. I'm going to change my clothes. He took a couple of steps, pausing beside Tsunade, his gaze sweeping over Kenji's obviously 3 sizes too small home clothes. Sangjie, my clothes are too small, I'll have Shizune customize a few sets for you later. Sangjie looked down at his clothes stretched to the point of bursting and tugged at the collar. You really are too skinny, eat more. Shuiren's lips twitched slightly as he turned and headed upstairs. Only 3 people remained at the dining table. Tsunade's fingers tapped 3 times on the table, each tap leaving a shallow dent in the wooden surface. Sangjie, if you're planning to treat all the women in Konoha, you'd better give me an explanation first. Sangjie untied his apron, folding it neatly and laying it on the table, the small frog's eyes directed upward. What explanation do you want to hear? Tsunade stared at him, her amber eyes swirling with emotions she couldn't even articulate. Is what you did with me the same as what you did to her? Sangjie looked at her for 3 seconds. Then he reached out his index finger, tapping Tsunade's forehead right at the center of the Byakugan seal. It's different. Tsunade's eyelashes fluttered. Sangjie withdrew his fingers, standing up, his 2-meter-tall figure casting a broad shadow in the morning light. You were the first person I woke up to see. No one else can take your place. Tsunade's lips pressed together, gently biting the inside of her lower lip, a spark flickering in her amber eyes. Across the table, Kushina peeked out from behind the blanket, her gray-blue eyes stealing a glance at Sangjie before quickly retreating. Sangjie strode towards the doorway, glancing down at the splintered door panels scattered across the ground. Tsunade, you kicked this door, you owe me for it. Tsunade's fist tightened again. The underground 3rd floor of the Hokage building. The dimly lit secret chamber was permeated with the scent of aged ink mixed with medicinal liquids. Danzō sat behind a stone table, his bandaged right arm resting on the surface, with a small amount of dark liquid seeping from the end of the bandage. Before him lay 3 scrolls of intelligence returned by carrier pigeons. The first Kosuke Kitahara entered the residence of the Namikaze family last night at the hour of the dog, and had not left by the hour of the rabbit, during which time there were intense fluctuations of chakra in the secret chamber. The second, the sensing team, reported early in the morning that the chakra concentration of the nine-tailed seal on Kushina's abdomen had dropped to 0 and current detection methods could not observe any beast fluctuations. The third was a curve graph with the vertical axis labeled chakra frequency and the horizontal axis representing time, displaying an extremely regular pulsating pattern. Danzō's single eye fixed on the curve for a long time. The root analysis officer standing beside him lowered his head, his voice barely above a whisper. Lord Danzō, the periodic pulsation of this chakra does not correspond to conventional combat or healing methods. Danzō's finger tapped at the peak of the curve. Get to the point. The analysis officer swallowed hard. Based on the waveform characteristics, it can be inferred that Kosuke Kitahara's yang-release chakra output possesses a strong biological resonance, which must be deeply bound to another ninja's chakra system to be sustained. Danzō's single eye narrowed. Deep binding. Yes. The analysis officer pulled out another scroll from his sleeve, unfolding it to reveal a set of comparative data. We compared the data from last night's Namikaze residence with that of the Senju clan's secret chamber from the night before, and the basic features of both waveforms are highly consistent. In other words, Kosuke Kitahara used the same method on Tsunade and on Kushina, and this method is irreplaceable. He must personally participate. Danzō leaned back slowly against the chair, the stone seat emitting a dull thud behind him. After 10 seconds of silence, he said, "He needs a woman." Danzō's voice emerged from his throat, carrying a chilling tone akin to a predator discovering a weakness in its prey. Whether for healing or maintaining that so-called divine tree core's power, he must undergo this kind of deep resonance with a female ninja. The analysis officer did not refute. Danzō's palm slowly spread open on the table, the reflection of the curve lingering in his single eye. A 2-meter-tall man strong enough to crush a Susanoo, and his weakness is this. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, the curve not quite a smile, but closer to a kind of decaying greed. Send for the links. The analysis officer bent down and retreated. 3 minutes later, the door of the secret chamber reopened. A woman silently walked in. She wore a standard black tactical suit from the Root organization, the fabric clinging to a well-trained and curvaceous body. Her waist was extremely slim, and her legs were straight and long, with a neck exposed outside the mask that gleamed with a cold light. Codename Lynx. She removed the animal mask, revealing a face so exquisitely expressionless that it seemed calibrated with a ruler, beautifully cold and industrialized. Her pupils were light brown, but those eyes lacked any warmth that a living person should possess. They were a beautiful empty shell shattered by the emotional seal and obedience mark of the Root organization. Danzō looked at her from behind the stone table, his gaze sweeping from her face to her neck, then down to the contours of her chest and waist outlined by the tight-fitting suit, as if inspecting the specifications of a weapon. Lynx, your seduction technique training score is the highest in the history of the Root organization. Lynx stood straight, her back erect. Yes. Danzō pulled out a sealed small porcelain vial from beneath the table and pushed it forward. Inside are 30 chakra-tracking insects, a modified breed that, once parasitized, will attach to the target's meridian walls, undetectable by conventional sensing methods. Lynx picked up the vial, her fingertip tracing the surface. Who is the target? Danzō slammed a picture of Kosuke Kitahara onto the table. Lynx glanced down at it, her light brown pupils lingering on the image for less than a second. In what capacity should I approach? Danzō leaned back in his chair, his bandaged right arm resting on the armrest, his fingertips gently tapping the stone surface. As a distant descendant of the Senju clan. His single eye turned toward a tattered page of the family tree hanging on the wall. Several branches of the Senju clan dispersed into various small countries during the Warring States period, most of which have severed their bloodlines, but the household registration records are incomplete, making it impossible to trace. Danzō took out a forged identity scroll from his sleeve and pushed it in front of Lynx. This is your new background with everything from your birthplace to chakra attribute detection reports, fully closed-looped. Even sensory-type ninjas won't find any flaws. Lynx flipped through the scroll twice before closing it. He can smash a jonin into a mist of blood with one slap. If the approach fails, my survival probability is 0. Danzō's fingers paused. Are you questioning the mission? Lynx stuffed the scroll into the hidden pouch at her waist, her back still straight. It's not questioning, it's assessing. Her voice sliced through the air like a blade devoid of warmth. Assessment complete, mission accepted. Danzō's single eye turned in the dim light, landing on the nearly ungraspable slender line at Lynx's waist. Remember, your mission is not just tracking. He stood up, walked in front of Lynx, and looked down at her exquisitely crafted face from above. The resonance pattern of his divine tree core with yang release chakra is what I want. Danzō raised his hand, his index finger pointing through the air at Lynx's chest. If there is an opportunity to create that kind of deep resonance, do not refuse. Lynx's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her light brown pupils betraying no emotion. Understood. She turned and walked out, her footsteps fading down the corridor. Danzō stood still, his single eye staring at the direction she had vanished. Kosuke Kitahara. His voice was low, like a serpent's hiss seeping from a crack in the stone. Even if you can shatter a Susanoo with a single punch, you cannot escape this challenge. At the top window of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on a newly replaced pipe, his gaze crossing over half of Konoha, settling in the direction of the Senju clan's land. The smoke from the pipe dispersed in the morning breeze at the window. Hiruzen's lips moved slightly, his voice only audible to himself. Danzō, what are you up to this time? The afternoon sunlight leaked through the cracks in the broken walls of the Qiansho clan, casting golden bars of light onto the blue stone floor. Sangjia crouched in front of the ruins of the Qiansho ancestral hall, lifting a broken stone tablet with his right hand, the Qiansho family emblem carved on it now weathered to the point of being only half intact. Kongsho stood behind him, her long legs wide enough to reflect light stepping on the rubble, the hem of her green coat blowing against her thigh. This tablet was hand-carved by my second uncle. Kangsha's voice was a bit hoarse. Sangjia turned the tablet over. The inscription on the back was still barely legible, bearing the ancestral teachings of the Qiansho clan. He looked at it for 2 seconds, running his fingers over the surface of the tablet. Those characters from the white-haired one are still so ugly. Kangsha's lips twitched slightly, her smile stifled by bitterness before it could fully form. Tuanzo's people sent the first batch of asset lists this morning, saying they would hand over the subsidiary buildings on the outskirts of the clan territory within 3 days. Sangjia set the tablet down, stood up, and dusted off his hands. What about the core secret storehouse and workshop? They're not listed on the list. Sangjia twisted his neck, producing 2 crisp cracks. Just as expected. Kongsho leaned against a broken wall with her arms crossed, her amber eyes observing the side of Kangji's face. What do you plan to do, eh? Before Sangjia could speak, his nostrils suddenly flared slightly. The motion was so subtle, like a beast in the wild detecting an unexpected scent. His hand slipped out from his sleeve, fingers tapping at his side, the golden purple chakra sparking at his fingertip. Kongsho keenly sensed his change. What's wrong? Sangjia tilted his head, his gaze shifting towards the entrance of the clan territory. There is a visitor. 20 seconds later, a figure appeared at the entrance of the ruins of the Qiansho clan. It was a woman. She wore a dark gray travel cloak, the hood pulled low to cover most of her face, but the outline of her exquisite jawline visible beneath the brim, her skin pale and glossy. Her steps carried a deliberate calmness, each stride and landing measured to an almost mechanical precision. The contours of her body beneath the cloak were outlined by the wind, her waist narrow and flexible, the curvature of her chest pushing the fabric taut, creating faint creases, her long straight legs well-defined, the muscles of her calves tight and smooth as she walked over the rubble. She stopped 10 steps away from Sangjia, raising her hands to lower her hood. Her face was then exposed to the afternoon sunlight. So exquisite that it was almost distorted, every proportion of her features seemed calculated, beautiful in a cold, lifeless way. Her light brown pupils glimmered with hints of amber in the sunlight, yet those eyes held no warmth, resembling 2 smoothly polished glass beads. Kangsha's brows furrowed. She had never seen this woman before. The woman bowed to Sangjia at the right angle. I am a member of the Qiansho clan Mushiatsubaki, paying my respects to Lord Beiyuan. Sangjia. As she straightened, the front of her cloak parted slightly due to her movement, revealing the form-fitting attire underneath, along with the nearly transparent white fabric between her collarbone and chest. Kenji's gaze lingered on her face for a moment. Then his nostrils flared again, even more subtly than before. Qiansho clan. Kenji's voice savored the taste of those 4 words. Which branch? The wildcat took out an identity scroll from her hidden pouch and presented it with both hands. During the late Warring States period, the Qiansho branch family Muxia fell into the Land of Grass, and the family perished in the Second Shinobi World War, leaving only one descendant. Her voice was cool, and even each word polished smooth, devoid of any extraneous burrs. Months ago, I heard that the granddaughter of the first Hokage Lord Kongsho was still in Konoha, and I also heard that the ancestor of the Qiansho Lord Beiyuan Zangjia had broken free from his seal, so I hurried here from the Land of Grass, seeking to return to my roots. Zangjia took the scroll, running his fingertip around the wax seal. The Land of Grass Muxia family. He unrolled the scroll and glanced at the household registration records and chakra attribute reports inside. The forgery was of extremely high quality, the paper aged properly, the oxidation of the ink sediment nearly indistinguishable from a genuine article. Zangjia rolled the scroll back up. Kongsho stepped forward a couple of paces, standing beside Zangjia, her gaze scanning up and down the wildcat. I have never heard my grandfather mention a Muxia family. The wildcat's eyelashes lowered slightly. The branch family severed ties with the main family during the Warring States period, and it may not be recorded in the family tree. Kangsh's brows tightened further. If you claim to be a member of the Qiansho clan, there should be remnants of the Mugen bloodline within you. The wildcat's mouth curled into a perfectly measured, bitter smile. The branch bloodline is thin and the talent for Mugen has not been passed down, but the chakra still retains dual affinities for water and earth. This answer was watertight. Kongsho turned to glance at Zangjia. Zangjia tossed the scroll back to the wildcat, his hands tucked into his sleeves as he tilted his head. His gaze fell to the side of the wildcat's neck, lingering there for a moment before slowly moving to her chest. Not looking at her chest, but sensing the direction of the meridians beneath that delicate skin, the rhythm of chakra flow, and a faint foreign scent mixed in with her blood. Kenji's lips curled slightly. Descendant of the Qiansho. His tone suddenly became very casual enough to be akin to asking about today's weather. Then why does your chakra not have a trace of the Mugen bloodline? The wildcat's pupils constricted slightly, the movement so small that Zangjia caught it with his keen perception. She replied quickly, almost without pause. The Muxia family lineage has declined to below the threshold of perception in this generation, but there remains an underlying quality of the Qiansho clan in the deep spectrum of chakra. Zangjia looked at her. That gaze was strange, devoid of doubt or vigilance, more like a cat observing a mouse that had wandered into its trap. A harmless face bore a gentle smile, yet the underlying essence of that smile sent a shiver down the wildcat's spine. All right then. Zangjia withdrew his gaze, waving his hand at Kongsho. Keep her for now, find a place to settle her. Kongsho raised an eyebrow. Do you trust her? Zangjia had already turned around, striding deeper into the clan territory, his broad back casting a long shadow in the afternoon light. His voice floated back from a head lazy. Whether to trust or not, well, know in a couple of days. Kongsho stared at his retreating figure for a couple of seconds before turning back to look at the wildcat standing in place. The other party stood with her eyes lowered, the sunlight casting upon her exquisite face so beautiful it was uncomfortable. Kangsh's fist clenched slightly within her sleeve. Follow me. The wildcat bowed her head in respect and followed behind Kongsho. Her steps remained precise and calm, a hint of barely perceptible confusion finally surfacing in her light brown pupils. Katsumi led the lynx to a somewhat intact stone house on the eastern side of the clan territory, glancing back at Zangjia. Zangjia walked over from behind Katsumi, resting one hand on the door frame of the stone house and knocking twice on the wood. Don't rush yet. He looked down at the lynx standing at the door, her exquisite and ethereal face illuminated by the slanting sun, while her body was tightly wrapped in a deep gray cloak, but the contours beneath the fabric were unmistakable. Narrow waist, full chest, long legs. A body trained to perfection down to every muscle. Kenji's gaze swept over her, finally settling into her cold, light brown eyes. Girl, you've rushed all the way from the Land of Grass. You must have suffered quite a bit on the way. The lynx lowered her eyes. It wasn't hard. Sangjia turned to Katsumi. You can go back and rest. It'll take her to the secret chamber to check her chakra attributes. Since she claims to be a descendant of the Senju, we should verify her bloodline purity. Katsumi raised her eyebrows, her amber eyes darting between Sangjia and the lynx. Why take her into the secret chamber for bloodline verification? Can't we do it here? Sangjia patted her on the head. The secret chamber has a blood resonance stone left by the Great Pillar. It's not accurate to test outside. Katsumi swatted his hand away, staring at him for 3 seconds. Sangjia Beiyuan, you'd better be just verifying the bloodline. Sangjia shrugged, wearing an innocent smile. Do I look like that kind of person? Katsumi snorted coldly, turned, and strode away the hem of her green coat, sweeping an arc on the gravel ground. After taking 7 or 8 steps, she turned back and glared at him. Sangjia waved at her. Once Katsumi's figure disappeared around the corner, he put away his smile and looked down at the lynx. Follow me. The secret chamber was located on the second underground level of the clan territory, with ancient ceiling patterns of the Senju clan carved into the stone walls, and the air was filled with the dry scent of stone dust. Sangjia walked in front, his 2-meter-tall frame nearly brushing against the stone ceiling, his broad back blocking much of the light behind him. The lynx followed 3 steps behind her, right hand's fingertips stealthily probing into the hidden pouch at her waist, brushing against a small porcelain bottle containing chakra-tracking insects. Her breathing rate remained unchanged, her heartbeat steady at 58 beats per minute, a standard stealth heart rate developed from her training. Sangjia pushed open the stone door of the secret chamber, stepping aside to let her in. The moment the lynx crossed the threshold, she sensed a subtle change in Kenji's chakra, like a slumbering beast opening its eyes. The stone door closed behind them. Inside the secret chamber, only an oil lamp remained, its dim yellow light flickering against the stone walls. The lynx turned around facing Sangjia, her right hand already pinching the porcelain bottle from the hidden pouch. Her lips parted slightly, the front of her cloak gaping open as she turned, revealing the curve of her full chest beneath the tight clothing and the painfully white collarbone. This was the first step of seduction, using visuals to create an opening. Lord Sangjia. Her voice softened by half a note, a hint of moisture glimmered in her light brown pupils. I have a personal matter I wish to report to you privately. Sangjia stood before her, the oil lamp's light casting shadows across his young, handsome face. He tilted his head to look at her, a slight smile gracing his lips. Then he raised his hand. The lynx's pupils rapidly constricted at the moment his hand approached, all her muscles instinctively tensed, the subsequent steps of the seduction technique racing through her mind. Sangjia pinched her chin gently. The pressure was not strong, yet the lynx felt as if she were nailed to the spot, unable to move a single finger. Sangjia applied a bit more force, lifting her face so that her light brown eyes were directly facing him. Little girl. His voice was soft, gentle, as if coaxing an injured cat. I smelled the 30 insects in your body the moment you entered the clan territory. The lynx's heartbeat surged from 58 to 102 in an instant. Sangjia stroked her chin with his thumb. And that obedience mark on the back of your neck, the emotional seal inside your left third rib, and the chakra lock 3 inches above your right knee. He counted them off one by one as if reciting a list of components. The lynx's pupils trembled violently in just 10 seconds, since entering all her trump cards had been laid bare. That old man Danzō does have some skills. He managed to modify you quite thoroughly. Sangjia released her chin, taking half a step back, golden purple chakra glowing in his palm. Finally able to move her hands, the lynx trembled as she gripped the porcelain bottle, something in her light brown pupils crumbling rapidly. Are you going to kill me? Sangjia flicked her forehead with his hand. Why would I kill you? You didn't come here voluntarily. Golden purple chakra shot from his fingertips, flooding into her meridians through her forehead. That stream of yang release heat was hotter than fire, instantly burning through her entire chakra network. The lynx's body convulsed violently, the porcelain bottle in her hidden pouch shattered on the ground, and 30 tracking insects the size of fingernails surged out from the shards, but before they could crawl 2 inches they were reduced to ashes in the yang releases. Scorching heat. But this was just the beginning. The yang release heat continued to penetrate, burning through the obedience mark implanted at the base of her neck, the chakra-weaved web sizzling in the high temperature, peeling off piece by piece. Then it was the emotional seal inside her left third rib. That seal had been driven in by the base with extremely cold chakra when she was 7. Kenji's yang release was like a pair of red-hot tongs gripping the edge of that seal and yanking it out by the root. The lynx's mouth opened, but no sound came out. Her eyes widened, something shattered in her light brown pupils, cracks spreading from deep within to the surface, like an ice lake thawing in spring. Emotions and memories suppressed for 13 years surged back like a flood. She saw a blurry woman smiling in the kitchen calling her to dinner. She saw a man lifting her overhead, spinning around, sunlight illuminating the man's face. She saw a small wooden house on fire and the blood-stained man in a root uniform amidst the flames. She had a father. She had a mother. She had a name. Tears streamed from the lynx's eyes, trickling down her exquisite cold face, each drop hitting the stone ground. She couldn't cry out, her lips trembled, her whole being felt like a porcelain statue shattered from within. Sangjia stood before her saying nothing. The lynx's knees buckled. She knelt at Kenji's feet, her forehead resting against the cold stone floor, her shoulders shaking as she wept, wetting a small patch of ground with her tears. "What's my name? What was it again?" Her voice broke and faltered, squeezing out through her teeth. Sangjia squatted down, one hand pressing on her head. "Take your time, think slowly." The lynx lifted her head to look at him, her light brown pupils finally showing the warmth of a living person, her face stained with tears, nose reddened, washing away the originally cold, industrialized features, revealing a hint of softness. Her lips moved slightly. "Yuzu." The sound was so faint it was barely audible. "My mother called me Yuzu." Kenji's hand ruffled her hair. "Yuzu is much nicer than lynx." The lynx no Yuzu lowered her head again, her forehead resting on the stone floor, once more her body still trembling, but her cries gradually fell into a rhythm. After a long time she lifted her head, her eyes red droplets of water hanging from her eyelashes, lips still slightly trembling. Her fingers clenched Kenji's pants, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Then she slowly leaned down. Kenji's fingers slipped through her hair, his palm pressing against the back of her head. The flickering light of the oil lamp danced against the stone wall, casting the lynx's shadow onto the surface, undulating unpredictably. The secret chamber fell into silence for a long time, until the sound of swallowing echoed. Sangjia leaned against the stone wall, looking down at Yuzu at his feet, his palm sliding from her head to the back of her neck. "Danzō pumped a lot of dirty stuff into your body." Yuzu buried her face against him, her voice muffled. "How should I report back to him?" "You tell him that my body can no longer withstand it. The rejection reaction from the divine tree core is becoming increasingly severe. At this rate, it will completely go berserk within 3 days." Yuzu looked up at him, confusion in her swollen eyes. "But you clearly." Sangjia placed a finger to his lips. "Have him send the sealing team over to prepare for extraction. The larger the formation, the better. The more people, the better." A slight smile curved at the corners of his mouth, his beautiful eyes reflecting the light of the oil lamp. "I want to see just how many trump cards Danzō has hidden up his sleeve." The Hecata system prompts the host has successfully removed all root implants from the target lynx, Yuzu acquiring the root's level encrypted communication frequency and code system. The counterintelligence information chain has been established and the false information release window is open. Yuzu buried her face in Kenji's palm, closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again, her light brown pupils held something they'd never had before. "I'll play my part perfectly." Sangjia stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and strode towards the stone door. "By the way," he turned back to glance at Yuzu still kneeling on the ground. "When we go out, behave yourself in front of Kutsumi. That girl's punches are way heavier than mine." The stone door opened and the afternoon sunlight sliced in through the gap. Sangjia stepped out of the secret chamber, stretching with a few cracks echoing from his neck. He looked up at the sky above the Senju clan territory, a harmless smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. 3 days. In 3 days, Danzō would lay all his most hidden forces out in the open. What he needed to do was to drag each of those hidden things into the sunlight one by one. In the distance on the rooftop, a pair of Sharingan flickered briefly in the shadows. Uchiha Makoto clenched the handwritten note she had copied from the clan's forbidden archives, her fingertips feeling slightly hot. The last line of the handwritten note was a sentence penned by Uchiha Madara himself. Her lips moved silently as she recited the first half of that sentence. The second half had been smeared out with black ink. The oil lamp in the underground chamber has been replaced again, the wick hissing as it burns, casting a bronze hue on half of Danzō's face. The lynx knelt 3 steps away from the stone table, her cloak, stained with earth from the Senju clan, her back, still straight like a blade. Her report was concise and precise, every word meticulously polished. The core of the divine tree within Kitahara Sōsuke has shown a significant rejection response, dark red patterns appearing on the surface of his body multiple times around dawn, lasting approximately 15 seconds. Danzō's fingers paused on the table. Rejection response. The lynx's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He conducted a bloodline test in the chamber, during which his subordinate observed up close that the meridians in his right arm experienced pulsing expansions twice, with the flow of chakra briefly reversing. Her voice hesitated just enough to add a hint of doubt. He himself knew that after the test was over he said one thing. Danzō's single eye fixed on her. What did he say? The lynx lifted her gaze, a layer of calculated fear swimming in her light brown pupils. He said at this rate his physical body won't hold up within 3 days. The chamber fell silent for 7 seconds. Danzō leaned back in his chair, the bandaged right arm twitching slightly on the armrest, then a thin smile cracked at the corner of his mouth. 3 days. His voice echoed off the stone walls, carrying a resonance. Prepare the sealing team and bring out all the materials for the 4 symbols lock array from warehouse number 6. The lynx bowed and turned to leave, her footsteps gradually fading down the corridor. Danzō did not get up immediately. His fingers traced circles on the table, leaving faint white scratches on the stone surface. A rampage within 3 days. He repeated this phrase, the light in his single eye shifting from cold to a kind of excitement that was stiflingly intense. The seal is just a precaution. Relying solely on the seal cannot stop that monster. He pulled a blank administrative order from a hidden compartment beneath the table and wrote 3 lines, sealing it with the root's dark emblem. We need to place another pair of eyes close to him. Half an hour later, on the 5th floor of the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hizashi had just come out of the bathroom, his hair still damp, water droplets running down his graying temples. Danzō was already seated across from his desk, his bandaged right arm resting on his knee, as still as a stone statue. Hizashi glanced at him, draping a towel over the back of his chair. Speak, what scheme are you contemplating this time? Danzō pushed the administrative order across the table. A safety inspector. You want to assign a personal inspector to Kitahara Sōsuke. Danzō's fingers tapped lightly on his knee. He is currently residing in the Senju clan territory with only Tsunade and that recently taken in Senju distant relative woman by his side, completely cut off from information channels. We cannot send anyone from the root. His perception is too strong, and the people from the root carry residual traces of obedience, which would not fool him a second time. Hizashi stuffed the pipe into his mouth without lighting it. So, what do you mean? Danzō raised his hand from his knee, his index finger drawing a vertical line in the air. Regular organization, upright background, has had interactions with the Senju clan, clean identity that he can't find any flaws in. Hizashi paused, gripping the pipe. He had already guessed. Danzō spoke the name. Sarutobi Kurenai. Hizashi's fingers tapped on the surface of the table, sending ripples across the water in his teacup. You want my daughter-in-law to keep an eye on that man. Danzō leaned back in his chair, his voice lowered. Kurenai is the top genjutsu specialist in Konoha, hailing from the Yuhi clan. After marrying into the Sarutobi family, she changed her surname to Sarutobi, and she has worked alongside Tsunade in the medical department for 3 years, and they have a good personal relationship. First, her identity as the daughter-in-law of the 3rd Hokage means that even if Kitahara Sōsuke is arrogant, he wouldn't dare lay a hand on someone from the Hokage family. Second, her proficiency in genjutsu is extremely high, and her observational skills far exceed those of ordinary jonin. Sending her as an inspector is entirely justified. Third, if we don't proactively place controlled individuals around him, he would only be left with Tsunade and Kushina's voices. Danzō's 3 fingers paused in the air. Who will he listen to then? Hizashi's pipe rotated between his teeth, and he finally struck the mouthpiece with a heavy clack. The office was only filled with the rustling of documents stirred by the morning breeze outside. Hizashi sat with his eyes closed for a long time. He knew Danzō was right. The more singular Kitahara Sōsuke's sources of intelligence were, the greater Tsunade's influence over him would be, and her resentment towards the current high-ranking officials of Konoha needed no further explanation. Kurenai won't do any intelligence work. Hizashi opened his eyes, his voice heavy. If she goes, she'll simply be a regular inspector responsible for observing and reporting, not doing anything out of line. Danzō's mouth twitched slightly, the curve caught between acquiescence and mockery. Of course, I only need a pair of clean eyes. Hisashi stared at him for 3 seconds, then picked up the pen on the table and signed his name at the very bottom of the administrative order. The ink hadn't dried yet when Danzō stood up and walked towards the door. Hisashi's voice came from behind. Danzō. Danzō's footsteps halted. If Kurenai runs into any problems, the last layer of goodwill between you and me will be gone. Danzō did not turn back. The end of the bandage on his right arm swayed within his sleeve. Hisashi, what you should be worried about isn't Kurenai. You should be worried about him. His voice drifted in from outside the door. The stone door closed. Hisashi sat alone in the empty office, his pipe still unlit in his hands. Outside, the morning light swept over Hokage Rock and illuminated the front of the building, the 4 stone-carved faces expressing various emotions in the light and shadow. Hisashi's gaze crossed half of Konoha, landing on the ruins shrouded in morning mist within the Senju clan territory. His lips moved, the sound so soft he could barely hear it himself. Lord Tsuji, I hope you won't blame me. Meanwhile, in the depths of the underground chamber corridor of the Senju clan territory, Yuzu leaned against the cornerstone wall, wiping away the last traces of tears from her face. Her fingers pulled out a needle-sized communicator from her dark pouch, twirled it between her fingertips for 2 rounds, then tucked it back away. Her light brown pupils flickered in the darkness, something slowly taking shape within. Danzō believed every word she brought back, and Tsuji believed she could execute the task flawlessly. Both beasts placed their bets on her. Yuzu lowered her head, her fingers tracing a line on the stone wall. Yuzu. She silently repeated the name, a slight curve at the corner of her mouth, a minuscule arc, but it was the first true expression belonging to her after the emotional seal of the root was removed. She turned and walked deeper into the darkness, her footsteps as light as a cat's. On the second-floor window of the Grand Senju residence, Tsuji rested one arm on the window frame, golden-purple chakra sparking at his fingertips. Tsunade walked up the stairs holding a bowl of hot soup, her fair calves subtly visible beneath the wide hem of her bathrobe. What are you looking at? Tsuji withdrew his gaze and took a sip from the soup bowl. I was watching to see when the monkey would play his next card. Tsunade leaned against the other side of the window frame, her amber eyes scrutinizing his jawline from the side. Do you think he'll play another card? Tsuji placed the bowl on the windowsill, wiping his mouth with his thumb. Someone like Danzō, once he loses the first hand, will never admit defeat. He will come up with an even prettier face. Tsunade's brows lifted slightly. Tsuji chuckled and reached out to ruffle her hair. Don't worry, no matter how pretty that face is, it won't be as good-looking as yours. At 10 in the morning, at the entrance of the Senju clan, a woman dressed in a red and white ninja outfit stood outside the door, her left hand holding an administrative order stamped with the Hokage seal and her right hand carrying a cloth bag. Sarutobi Hong. She stood at over 1.7 meters tall, making her quite tall among the female ninjas in Konoha. Her waist was incredibly narrow, but the places that needed to be ample caused the front of her ninja outfit to stretch into a curved crease. Her long jet black hair cascaded down her shoulders, accentuating her face, which was as white as fresh snow. The contours of her features bore the unique charm of the Yuhi clan, but the curve of her pressed lips also revealed a hint of the Sarutobi family's propriety. Her eyes were a rare crimson red, glistening in the sunlight like 2 polished garnets, so beautiful that one couldn't help but take a second look. The sentry Tsunade pushed open half of the wooden door for her. Hong, what brings you here? Sarutobi Hong handed over the administrative order, her voice maintaining a professionally gentle tone. This is a security inspection order issued by the 3rd Hokage. From today on, I will serve as the Hokage's direct inspector stationed at the Senju clan, responsible for recording and evaluating the daily activities of Kitahara Sōsuke. Tsunade glanced at the administrative order as she took it, her amber eyes narrowing slightly. Did the monkey send you to watch over him? Hong's lips twitched slightly. Watching over is your interpretation. The administrative order states it is for security inspection. Tsunade handed the order back. Don't play word games with me. Go back and tell the 3rd Hokage that Lord Sōsuke doesn't need any inspection. Her words were abruptly cut off. This was due to a series of grating sounds coming from deep within the courtyard. Hong's gaze passed over Tsunade's shoulder, fixating on the ancient oak tree in the center of the courtyard, so thick that 3 people couldn't wrap their arms around it. A man was hanging from the thickest branch of the tree doing pull-ups. His 2-meter-tall figure was bare from the waist up, each muscle on his back bulging into ridges as he exerted himself, sunlight reflecting off his sweat-drenched skin, creating a metallic sheen. His hands gripped the branch so tightly that deep fingerprints were left behind, and the entire trunk groaned in agony under his pull. The most outrageous part was the speed. His up-and-down motion was so rapid that even Hong's dynamic vision struggled to keep up, the roots of the ancient oak tree being yanked out of the ground in chunks, dirt and gravel flying in all directions. Hong's footsteps halted, her crimson pupils widening. It wasn't the strength that shocked her. Being a jounin, she had seen many powerful individuals. What left her in a daze was the contrast. Above that body capable of tearing through iron walls hung a face that was entirely mismatched. His features were delicate, as if an artist had sketched them with 10 drafts, his brows and eyes clean and imbued with a unique, unguarded clarity distinct to youthful men. This person looked to be at most 23 or 24 years old. Yet the magnitude of his chakra pressed against Hong's perception, causing a throbbing sensation. Sōsuke released the branch, descending from over 5 meters high, his feet crashing into the ground and creating a circle of cracks. He shook off the bark flakes from his hands and turned to look towards the entrance. His gaze lingered on Hong's face for a moment, then slowly slid down, sweeping over her collarbone, chest, waistline, and finally resting on her straight, fair calves planted on the gravel. The entire process was casual and unreserved, making it feel less like he was looking at a person and more like he was inspecting the specifications of a weapon. "Tsunade, who is this?" "An inspector sent by the 3rd Hokage." Tsunade tightened her arms. Sōsuke walked over to Hong, each step causing slight tremors in the ground, water droplets rolling down his abdominal muscles, merging into a dark stain at his waist. He stopped 3 steps away from Hong, looking down at her. The pressure of his 2-meter height over her 1.7 meters made her back tense into a straight line. "The monkey's daughter-in-law." Hong's lips twitched. Sōsuke tilted his head, displaying his signature harmless expression. "Not resembling the monkey, but not bad." Hong's crimson pupils flickered, twice the expression management she had laboriously maintained, almost collapsing on the spot. Taking a deep breath, she raised the administrative order again in front of Sōsuke. "Lord Kitahara Sōsuke, this is the official inspection order signed by the 3rd Hokage. You may review it." Sōsuke took it, unfolded it with one hand, and glanced at it. "Security inspection, quite well written." He folded the administrative order in half and tucked it into his waistband. Hong's gaze followed the administrative order down to his waistband, rapidly bouncing back after touching the damp stain. Lord Sōsuke, the administrative order needs to be filed and preserved." Sōsuke had already turned and walked into the courtyard, his broad back glistening with sweat as it dripped down his spine. "If you want it back, come and get it yourself." His voice floated back lazily. Hong stood in place, her crimson pupils reflecting the increasingly distant massive figure, her ears turning slightly red under the sunlight. Tsunade approached Hong, nudging her with her elbow. "Do you still want to carry out the inspection task?" Hong clenched her empty fingers into a fist. "I do." Her voice was steady. Tsunade looked at the faint blush on her profile and curved her lips into a not-so-friendly arc. "All right then, come inside." Tsunade led Hong through the courtyard towards the right wing of the main house. As they passed under the old oak tree, Hong's foot stepped into a deep fingerprint pit, matching the depth and shape of an adult man's thumb perfectly. It was a piece of debris that Sōsuke had just crushed and dropped from the branch. Hong glanced down at the pit, then looked up at the 2 deep fingerprints that were nearly embedded in the wood. She couldn't help but move her fingers slightly. The disparity in strength was so vast that it left no room for comparison. Inside the wing, Tsunade poured her a cup of tea. Hong received it with both hands, sitting on a chair with her knees tightly pressed together. "Sister Tsunade, does he usually act like this?" Tsunade leaned against the table, her long legs pale enough to reflect light casually crossed beneath her green jacket. "Like what?" Hong's crimson pupils glanced towards the courtyard, wandering around shirtless. Tsunade took a sip from her teacup, her expression calm and undisturbed. "His clothes won't last long. Once he exerts himself, they'll be ruined. If you can't stand it, make him a couple of pieces yourself." Hong looked down at the water's surface in her teacup, her crimson pupils reflecting 2 points of light. I'm just here to conduct an inspection. Tsunade's lips curved faintly. Then just watch him, don't touch him. Hong lifted her head. Tsunade had already walked out with her teacup, the hem of her green jacket brushing against the doorframe. Hong sat alone in the wing, her fingers twisting around the rim of the teacup. Sounds of Soke shaking off water came from the courtyard, followed by his low voice speaking to Tsunade, filled with a familiar teasing tone though the content was inaudible. But Hong clearly heard Tsunade's response. Put your clothes on. Suki's laughter drifted from the courtyard, mixed with the rustling of oak leaves in the wind. Hong's fingers paused. She took out a blank notebook from the hidden pouch at her waist, opened to the first page, and wrote a line at the top. After writing, she stared at it for 2 seconds, tore it out, crumpled it, and stuffed it into her pocket. The line read, "This person does not resemble any type of threat described by the third Hokage." Hong reopened a blank page, pencil poised above the paper 3 inches away, yet it remained suspended without touching down. In the courtyard, Soke said something to Tsunade, her voice rising slightly. "Kitahara Sōsuke, you're shameless." Suki's voice followed closely behind. "How is it shameless to not wear clothes in my own courtyard? Aren't you being a bit too nosy, girl?" Hong bit the pencil, a subtle wave of fluctuation drifting in her crimson pupils. She lowered her head and wrote a new line on the blank paper. Day 1, still under observation. On the 3rd day of residing in the Senju clan's territory, Hong had already filled 7 pages in her notebook. Yet the useful information contained within barely exceeded 3 lines. She discovered that Tsongjia's behavioral logic could not be applied to any intelligence analysis model. In the morning, Tsongjia set out with Tsunade and Hong, heading towards the eastern section of Konoha's main street. He wore the oversized Senju clan attire modified overnight by Tsunade, with only half of the buttons fastened and the collar wide open, his 2-meter-tall figure resembling a moving tower among the crowd. As they passed an old workshop adorned with the Senju family emblem, Tsongjia came to a halt. The workshop sign had been replaced with an iron plate from the Konoha supply department, and the Senju emblem had been hastily painted over with white, though the patterns beneath the paint were still faintly discernible. Tsongjia tilted his head. "Tsunade, what was this workshop used for before?" Tsunade crossed her arms, her voice somewhat hoarse. "When my grandfather was alive, this was the Senju clan's chakra metal forging workshop. Most of the kunai from my second grandfather's Flying Thunder God technique and many sealing tools originated from here." Tsongjia nodded. He then walked to the front of the workshop, raised his hand, and knocked 3 times. Inside, hurried footsteps approached, and a middle-aged man opened the door, his face changing drastically upon seeing Tsongjia. "You are that." Tsongjia pressed down on the top of the door frame, his knuckles rapping against the iron plate. "Who allowed you to hang this sign?" The middle-aged man's legs trembled, his lips quivering. "It was the supply department's unified allocation." Tsongjia hooked his finger around the edge of the iron plate, applying slight pressure as the 1-inch thick iron plate was torn from the wall like dough. He flipped the deformed iron plate over and glanced at the number on the back. "Go tell your supply department that within 3 days return the Senju emblem to its original state and restore the workshop's usage rights to the Senju clan." He casually tossed the iron plate to the roadside, where it bounced twice on the bluestone pavement, leaving a shallow dent. "Otherwise, next time I come, it won't just be about tearing down signs." The middle-aged man went weak at the knees and directly knelt at the threshold. Hong stood 3 steps away, her crimson pupils capturing every detail of the scene. She mentally reviewed Konoha's current asset dispute resolution process, silently marking it with a cross in her mind. Baiyuan Tsongjia's asset dispute resolution process had only 1 step: tear down. By noon, Tsongjia had dealt with 7 instances of misappropriated Senju properties in the same manner. The management of the training ground was slapped against the wall and forced to return the keys. The guard of the medicinal warehouse dropped the access scroll upon hearing Tsongjia's name and fled, and the head of the experimental building attempted to use the third Hokage's administrative order to block him, only to have Tsongjia crush both the order and the desk into scrap metal. Tsunade followed closely by Tsongjia's side, not uttering a word, but her expression was changing. The originally heavy bitterness was gradually dispersed by something replaced by a vibrant luster that felt unfamiliar to Hong. At noon, the 3 of them sat down at a roadside ramen stall where Tsongjia ordered 12 bowls in one breath. Hong sat across from Tsongjia, her knees instinctively drawing inward. There was only a narrow table separating her seat from Songjia's, and his calves extended beneath the table, occupying 2/3 of the space. As Hong ate her noodles, she discreetly observed Kangji's behavior out of the corner of her eye. Then she did something she hadn't anticipated. While Tsunade was drinking his soup, her fingers quietly formed a seal beneath the table. Crank illusion technique, illusory mist dispersion technique. Its effect was to create a slight visual displacement in the target within 2 seconds, a common probing method among ninjas. The moment the technique was completed, Hong's chakra accurately touched the range of Kangji's perception. Yet nothing happened. Songjia's hand, which held the soup bowl, didn't tremble even slightly. The visual displacement effect was like a drop of water falling into the ocean, not even causing a splash. He set down the bowl and looked at Hong. "Little girl." Hong's fingers retreated under the table. Songjia pointed at her with his chopsticks. "Your little illusion technique feels like a mere tickle." He resumed drinking his soup, stirring the chopsticks in the bowl twice. "Did the monkey not tell you when he sent you that I've never even been touched by the shadow of an illusion technique in my life?" Hong's crimson pupils constricted for a moment, her fingertips pinching her knee. Tsunade beside her slurped up noodles without even glancing at Hong. "I told you long ago, don't try." Hong pressed her lips into a line, swallowing the last bite. In the afternoon, upon returning to the Senju clan territory, she sat at the desk in the guest room, flipping open her notebook. The pen tip hovered over the paper for a long time. In the end, she wrote a line. "This person cannot be predicted using conventional ninja thinking, as he does not operate according to ninja rules." She closed the notebook, leaning back against the chair, her crimson pupils staring at the wood grain on the ceiling. In the evening, at the old home of the Nara clan, Hong knelt in front of the low table in the living room, handing the daytime notebook to Sarutobi Hizashi, who sat across from her. Hizashi flipped through a few pages, a pipe clenched between his teeth but unlit. Hong hesitated for a moment and spoke words she hadn't intended to share. "Grandfather, he isn't as dangerous as you said." Hizashi's hand stopped turning the pages. Hong's gaze fell on the teapot on the low table. When he reclaimed the clan assets on the street, although his methods were rough, he did not harm any unrelated civilians. Before dismantling the iron sign, he even confirmed that there were no other people in the workshop before taking action. "He's not dangerous." Hizashi closed the notebook, placing the pipe down on the table. Hong lifted her head. Hizashi's gaze drifted past her shoulder, landing on an old photograph hanging on the living room wall, where a younger version of himself stood behind Senju Hashirama, smiling shyly. His lips moved slightly. "He is only dangerous to enemies." The pipe clattered against the table, knocking out a piece of dark red tobacco. "The question is, who does he consider an enemy now?" Hong gazed at the deep lines of authority on Hizashi's profile, remaining silent for a long time. She stood up and bowed, turning towards the door. As her fingers touched the door frame, she heard footsteps coming from the courtyard. Heavy, hurried, accompanied by the sharp sound of shoes scraping against the ground as a young man ran. Before Hong could turn around, the courtyard door was kicked open from the outside. Sarutobi Asuma stood under the moonlight, a half-smoked cigarette between his lips, with chakra metal-made dual kunai strapped to his waist, his eyes burning with bright flames. He glanced at Hong. "Did you come back alone?" Hong's crimson pupils reflected her husband's face. Asuma had already bypassed her, striding towards Hizashi. "Dad, who is that Beiyuan person? On what basis do you let Hong act as some sort of inspector for him?" Hizashi leaned back in his chair, raising an eyebrow. "Your wife's mission is an order I signed. What do you want from me?" Asuma slammed his palm on the low table, causing the teapot lid to jump. "Hong is my wife, not your pawn." Hizashi's pipe turned in his mouth. "Then what do you want?" "I'll personally go to the Senju clan territory tomorrow and clarify things with that so-called ancestor face to face." Hong's hands clenched tightly by her side. "Asuma, don't." Asuma had already turned and walked out, his footsteps fading in the courtyard. The moonlight streamed through the open door, dividing the living room into light and shadow. Hizashi's pipe finally ignited, a wisp of white smoke slowly rising in the dim light. Hong stood at the door, her fingers gripping the edge of the door frame, her knuckles white from the pressure. Her crimson pupils gazed through the moonlight, fixed on the direction of the Senju clan territory. The next morning, the gate of the Senju clan's mansion was kicked open from the outside. The wooden door slammed against the inner wall and bounced back, only to be caught by a hand. Asuma Sarutobi stood at the entrance, the Fuin blade strapped to his waist, a lit cigarette hanging from his mouth, his eyes gleaming like short daggers sharpened by the wind. He stepped over the threshold, his shoe soles grinding against the bluestone ground. The sight in the courtyard made him pause for a moment. Kokai sat on a stone bench under the old oak tree, a teapot and 3 cups placed on the stone table in front of him. Hong was on his right, her head bowed as she scribbled in a record book, her dark curls cascading down her shoulders, the tips resting on the collar of her ninja attire, revealing a strikingly white nape. Tsunade flipped through a medical scroll on his left, her green coat sleeves rolled up to her forearms, her fair wrist emerging from the sleeve, her fingertips pinching the edges of the scroll. Kokai had one arm bare. The right sleeve of his Senju clan attire had been torn during training yesterday. His chest and right shoulder muscles were well defined under the morning light, a thin layer of sweat glistening on his bronze skin. He held a teacup in his hand, breaking a piece of pancake with his mouth. Asuma's gaze flickered between Hong and Kokai, 3 times the unlit cigarette in his mouth contorted by his teeth. A man of unknown origin, bare on one shoulder, was drinking tea face to face with his wife. Looking again at that face. Young, clean, and handsome to the point that even other men felt uneasy. "Are you the one who claims to be the first elder brother?" Asuma's voice echoed in the courtyard, startling 2 sparrows perched on the oak tree. Kokai chewed on the pancake, his eyelids lifting slightly. Hong looked up from the record book, her crimson pupils narrowing upon seeing her husband. "Asuma, what are you?" Asuma raised his hand to interrupt her, striding to the stone table, his gaze sweeping over Kokai's shoulder to glance at Hong's position, then fixating fiercely on Kokai. "Stay away from my wife." Kokai swallowed the last bite of pancake, lifted his teacup to take a sip, then tapped the bottom of the cup on the stone table. He looked up at Asuma, his gaze moving upward, first observing the ninja boots on his feet, then the Fuin blade at his waist, finally resting on his face. "Are you the son of the monkey?" Asuma's temple twitched. "My father is Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage." Kokai tilted his head, a seemingly harmless smile on his face. "Yes, monkey." Asuma's hand had already reached for the blade at his back. Tsunade closed the scroll and stood up, a hint of amusement in her amber eyes. Hong also set down her pen and stood up, blocking Asuma's path. "Asuma, calm down. Lord Kokai isn't. You call him Lord." Asuma looked down at Hong, his voice squeezed out from his throat. "You've been with me for 8 years, and you haven't even called your father-in-law Lord." Hong's crimson pupils flickered, her lips parted, but no sound came out. Kokai held the teacup, slowly turning it with his thumb along the rim. "Kid." Asuma's gaze shifted back to Kokai. Kokai placed the teacup on the table and stood up. The stone bench slid back half a foot as he moved. His 2-meter-tall figure spread out like a wall in the morning light, and Asuma only realized the size difference when his gaze met that Nirathan chest. He was only at Kokai's collarbone height. Kokai looked down at him, the angle allowing Asuma to see the outline of his jaw. "Your father sent your wife to keep an eye on me, but he didn't send you here." Kokai's hand lifted from his side, patting Asuma's shoulder with a gentle force, but Asuma felt his collarbone shift slightly. "Put away the blade and sit down for a cup of tea." Asuma stepped back, shaking off Kokai's hand from his shoulder, the Fuin blade making a clear sound at his waist. "I don't want to drink your—" The end of his sentence was still stuck in his mouth when Asuma's hand had already drawn the twin Fuin blades from his back. The chakra wind blade formed instantly on the edge of the blade, the silver-white wind blade causing the air within a 3-meter radius to hum. "Today you will practice with me, and I will show you that the people of the Sarutobi clan are not to be trifled with." Kokai's finger flicked against the back of Asuma's left Fuin blade. Just once. A single finger, the fingertip pressed against the blade's back, flicking outward with such gentle force it was as if he were brushing away a grain of rice from the table. The Fuin blade exploded. From the point where it was flicked, the entire blade shattered along with the chakra wind blade into iron dust, almost too fine to see, raising a cloud of silver-gray mist in the sunlight. At the same moment, the wind blade on Asuma's right Fuin blade also disintegrated, because the pulse of force released by Kokai's flick passed through the left blade, the residual wave directly shattering the chakra metal structure of the right blade. The 2 Fuin blades turned into a pile of iron shavings in less than the blink of an eye. Asuma's arms lost all feeling from shoulder to fingertip, hanging limply at his sides like 2 strands of noodles, lacking even the strength to tremble. The courtyard was quiet enough to hear the faint sound of iron shavings landing on the stone surface. Hong's crimson pupils widened to the maximum in that cloud of silver-gray powder, her ocular technique activated instinctively by her Bodis reflexes, but her consciousness remained stuck in the previous second. She did not see Kokai make a move. It was not that the speed was too fast to see, but rather that the motion was so light it did not register as an attack in her visual center. A flick. A single finger. The twin Fuan blades forged from chakra metal top-tier ninja blades used by the 12 guardian ninja shattered into dust under his hand. Asuma's expression shifted from anger to blankness, then to pallor, the distorted cigarette in his mouth falling to the ground and rolling twice. Kokai stood before him, casually rubbing his fingers on the hem of his clothing. "Kid, your father was smarter than you. When he was young, he never drew his blade in front of me." He bent down to pick up the cigarette that Asuma had dropped, dusting it off, and lit it for him, using a spark of gold and purple from his fingertip. Then he stuffed the lit cigarette back into Asuma's mouth. "Go back and tell the monkey that his wife is safe with me, and she has 3 meals a day." Kokai patted his face lightly as if patting a willful child. "Next time bring some good tea leaves, don't come empty-handed." He turned and sat back down on the stone bench, picking up the teacup once more. Asuma stood there like a wooden stump, his cigarette still smoldering in his mouth, his arms hanging down, lacking even the strength to raise a finger. Hong walked over, supporting his shoulders with her hands, whispering something. Asuma's gaze slowly shifted from Kokai to Hong's face, staring for a long time. Asuma held the cigarette that Sangjia had lit for him between his lips, frozen for a full 10 seconds, before finding his footing again. He turned and walked out of the courtyard, his steps quick yet stiff, his arms hanging like deadwood from his shoulders, not swaying at all. Hong followed him outside. She called out from behind Asuma. The man did not stop. Hong quickened her pace and grabbed his sleeve at the stone steps outside the courtyard. Asuma shook her off, but she wouldn't let go. Her 5 fingers gripped his sleeve tightly, her crimson pupils reflecting the pale side of her husband's face. "Listen to me for a moment." Asuma finally halted. He looked down at the empty space behind his waist where the Fian knife sheath still hung, but it was only filled with a thin layer of iron powder. He pulled the cigarette from his mouth, the ember flickering in the morning breeze. "Hong." His voice squeezed out from between his teeth. "Did he touch you?" Hong's fingers relaxed slightly. "What are you talking about?" Asuma turned around, his arms now devoid of feeling, twisted at an unnatural angle to the side, making him look like a bird with broken wings. He stared at Hong. The fire burning in his eyes was no longer anger, but a more complex mixture of emotions. "Did he touch you?" "I'm asking you." "He has never spoken a single curse word in front of me, nor has he laid a finger on me." Her breath quickened for a moment, and she herself was stunned at the words as they escaped her. "That is a title. It has nothing to do with what you think." "A title?" Asuma advanced a step, getting very close enough for Hong to smell the tobacco on his breath. "Hong, you sat in his courtyard for 3 days, drank tea with him for 3 days, and chatted face to face with him while he was shirtless." His voice was low, each word trembling with intensity. "Your report was 7 pages long, and I haven't read a single one." Hong stepped back half a pace, her back hitting the wall. "That is a confidential document of the Hokage. You don't have the clearance." "I am your husband." Asuma's voice exploded at the street corner, startling a row of gray pigeons from the eaves. Hong pressed her lips into a line, something swirling rapidly in her crimson pupils. Silence lingered for a long time. Long enough for the civilians passing by the corner to quicken their pace. Hong spoke first, her voice not loud, yet every word was sharp. "He has at least never spoken a single curse word in front of me, nor has he laid a finger on me." Her breath quickened for a moment, and she herself was stunned at the words as they escaped her. But she did not take it back. "Stronger than you." Asuma's expression was as if someone had thrown a bucket of cold water on his face, at all his anger and frustration extinguished in that instant, leaving only a vast emptiness that made one uneasy. His lips moved twice without sound. Hong's fingers clenched and then relaxed at her side again and again. She did not even know why she had said such a thing. Those 2 sentences felt less like a comparison and more like a knife precisely stabbing into the softest parts between the two. Asuma bit down on the cigarette and turned away, striding toward the end of the street. This time Hong did not chase after him. She stood at the foot of the wall, morning light spilling through the cracks in the eaves, drawing a crooked line in front of her toes. Her crimson pupils stared at Asuma's receding figure, her fingers unconsciously brushing against the hard cover of the notebook in the hidden pocket at her waist. As the wind blew by, she caught the scent of fresh wood drifting from the Senju clan's territory. It was already past 9 in the morning when she returned to the clan grounds. Hong stopped at the entrance of the courtyard. In the center of the yard, Songjia squatted in front of a pile of construction debris, his bare upper body covered in wood chips and dirt, his 2-meter-tall figure still towering over the nearby stacked wood. His right fist smashed down onto a log the size of a bowl, and at the moment his fist met the wood, golden-purple pattern spread from his knuckles to his forearm, the log bending and softening under his fist like heated wax, sprouting branches and beams on its own, forming a clean and tidy structure. Would release. Without forming seals, without guiding chakra, purely relying on his fists to forge, would release. Tsunade stood nearby, handing him tools, her green jacket sleeves rolled above her elbows, a few wood chips on her dazzlingly white arms, as she pointed at a gap on the left side of the structure, saying something. Songjia tilted his head to glance, then slapped his hand on the gap, a thick beam emerging seamlessly from his palm, filling the empty space perfectly. Hong stood at the door, her crimson pupils capturing every moment of this scene. Deep within her vision, the perception ability linked to her eye technique was operating automatically, capturing the frequency of the yang chakra fluctuations emanating from Songjia. Warmth. Like the heat around a stove in winter, not scorching yet lending a soft texture to the surrounding air. When she noticed Tsunade standing next to Songjia, her expression was entirely different from the impression she had of Tsunade. No irritability, no smell of alcohol, no despair. The granddaughter of the first Hokage stood under the sunlight, her amber eyes clean, as if someone had wiped away years of dust. Hong's heartbeat quickened slightly. Not because of Kenji's face, nor because of that walking weapon-like physique. It was because of the kind of power that changed those around her. "You're back." Kenji's voice floated over from behind the pile of debris. He didn't even turn around, still hammering a beam. Hong's footsteps hesitated at the threshold, her response jumping out instinctively. Songjia stood up, brushing off the wood chips from his hands, turning to glance at her. Sweat trickled down from his temples, flowing along the line of his jaw to the tip of his chin, dripping into the hollow of his collarbone. That face, gifted by the heavens, was clean in the sunlight, with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Where's your man?" Hong's fingers scratched the surface of the notebook. "He went back." Songjia responded with an O, bending down to pick up the shattered Fian knife iron filings he had flicked away, weighing them in his palm. "I'll get him a new set later, I overdid it." He casually tossed the iron filings onto the table, wiping his neck with a towel handed over by Tsunade. "Don't argue with him, young men are like that. Seeing their wives sitting at the same table with other men makes them act like they've stepped on a tail." Hong's crimson pupils flickered at the moment the towel brushed over his Adam's apple. She lowered her head, flipping open the notebook, and began to write on a new page. The pen tip touched the paper, writing 3 characters before pausing. She crossed those out, rewriting a line. Day 7, subject is repairing the old buildings of the Senju clan, no hostile actions detected against the Konoha regime. After finishing, she stared at it for 2 seconds. In the yard, Songjia had started hammering wood again, the dull sound of his fist hitting the log echoing, overlapping with the rhythm of her heartbeat. Hong closed the notebook and pressed it against her knees. A beam of sunlight sliced across her hand, warm enough to make her fingers curl slightly. In the underground base of the root, in a 3-level secret chamber, Danzō sat in the dim light, his right arm completely wrapped in bandages, resting motionlessly on the armrest. On the table lay 3 documents, the top one being an intelligence summary sent back by the Lynx 12 hours ago. He had already gone through it 4 times. Baiyuan Songjia, the Yang release rampage has entered an irreversible stage, with increased physical rejection reactions expected to reach a critical threshold within 3 days. Danzō's single eye lingered on the paper for a long time. There were 3 knocks from outside the door, a unique coded rhythm of the root. "Come in." A ninja wearing a mask engraved with an eagle pattern pushed the door open and knelt on one knee before the table. "Lord Danzō, the 4th report from the Inspector Sarutobi read has been intercepted." He pushed a sealed tube onto the table. Danzō opened the tube with his left hand, quickly scanning the thin sheets of paper inside, his single eye lingering on a particular line for an extra 2 seconds. "The subject is currently repairing the old buildings of the Senju clan with no hostile actions detected against the Konoha regime." Danzō placed the report on the table and tapped 3 times on the corner of the paper with his index finger. Is this exactly what she wrote? The eagle-masked ninja lowered his head. The original text is as such without any deletions or alterations. Danzō's index finger paused. He pulled a pen from the drawer and wrote a line of text in the blank space of the report. The handwriting was almost identical to Red's, yet the content was vastly different. The subject has repeatedly expressed dissatisfaction with the current Hokage's policies, in his words showing clear intentions of power intervention, suggesting an increase in alert level. The eagle-masked ninja looked up at the newly added line, his eyes behind the mask showing no reaction. Danzō returned the pen to the drawer. Send the revised version to the Hokage building using the exclusive passage for the 3rd Hokage. The eagle-masked ninja took the report and disappeared behind the door. The secret chamber fell silent again. Danzō leaned back in his chair, his single eye gazing at the lynx's intelligence and Red's report on the table. 2 clues converged in his mind, forming a chessboard. Sangjie is about to rampage within 3 days. After the report is modified, the 3rd Hokage will escalate his vigilance against Sangjie. But that is still not enough. He needed a bigger card. Danzō's left hand reached for the bottom document on the table and pulled it out. It was a letter sealed with a snake-shaped totem. Orochimaru. The letter was sent 3 months ago, at which time Sangjie was still dormant underground and Danzō was merely maintaining intelligence exchange with this rogue ninja as a matter of routine. But now this line had taken on a new purpose. Danzō picked up a pen and wrote 3 lines on a blank confidential letter. The first line, Beiyuan Sangjie has broken the seal, his physical strength exceeding all known data models. The second line, his core power is the resonance fusion of the divine tree's yang release and his physical body suspected to have a constitution-dependent weakness. The third line, if you are still interested in the sage body, this is the only living sample. He folded the confidential letter and stuffed it into a specially made summoning snakeskin scroll. After finishing all this, Danzō stood up and walked around to the back wall of the secret chamber. His left hand pressed against a hidden mechanism on the wall, which silently slid open to reveal a narrow passage. At the end of the passage was the most core underground warehouse of the route. As Danzō walked in, hundreds of yellowed scrolls were neatly arranged on the stone shelves on both sides, each inscribed with the Senju family crest. These were the core technique scrolls he had moved out from the Senju secret library, including the forbidden technique archives passed down from the 1st and 2nd Hokage, the underlying algorithms of the sealing system, and even the chakra attribute records of the clan leaders throughout the Senju clan's history. Danzō's gaze swept across the stone shelves, his single eye stopping for a moment on the top row of scrolls. Move all of this to the southern border space now. 17. He ordered the 2 root ninjas who had followed him from behind. Complete it tonight, leaving no trace behind. The 2 ninjas responded in unison and began to transport. Danzō stood at the entrance of the passage, watching the Senju scrolls being stuffed one by one into transport sealed boxes. He had no intention of returning them. He would not give Sangjie anything he wanted. As long as he could drag it out for these 3 days until Kenji's yang release rampage. Or until good news came from Orochimaru. In Danzō's single-eye calculation and greed intertwined, spinning round and round in the dim light. Meanwhile, in the study of the Senju clan, Sangjie was lounging with his legs crossed on the windowsill, holding a cup of cool tea. His eyes were half closed, appearing as if he were dozing off. Yet a faint smile curved the corner of his mouth. System prompt target, Shimura Danzō, is detected to be transferring marked supplies. Route tracking has been synchronized and updated. Current supply transfer direction, southern Konoha coordinates have been locked. Sangjie spun his thumb around the rim of the teacup. Tsunade peeked her head in from outside the door. What are you smiling about? Sangjie placed the teacup on the table, causing the liquid surface to ripple. That old man is moving our Senju scrolls out of the village. Tsunade's amber pupils instantly turned cold, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. Where did he move them to? Sangjie extended a finger, drawing a line on the window glass, pointing to a dot at the end of the line. To the south. He finished the tea in one gulp, flicking his tongue in his mouth. Playing hide and seek with me, he has never seen what a real cat looks like in his life. Tsunade stared at the dot on the window glass, her breathing quickening slightly. When do you plan to go retrieve it? Sangjia jumped down from the windowsill, his 2-meter-tall body shaking the floor upon landing, causing the teacup to bounce twice on the table. He walked in front of Tsunade, leaned down to look at her, and tapped her on the head with his finger. "What's the rush? Let him move everything over first." He passed by Tsunade out of the door, his broad shoulders filling the doorframe completely. It's easier to find things packed in one box than scattered across 3 places. Tsunade watched his figure disappear at the end of the corridor, the frustration in her chest gradually easing. She glanced back at the point on the window glass where her body temperature had warmed the edges and curled her lips, slightly wiping it away. On the evening of the 10th day, Hong did not return to the old residence of the Yuans. She sat at the table in the guest room of the Qianzhou clan with all the inspection report drafts she had written over the past 10 days spread out before her. There were a total of 11 copies. As she flipped through the 7th one, her fingers paused. There was a day's gap between the 7th and 8th copies, which was the day after she submitted the report, the day when Rizhan called her to the office for a private conversation. Rizhan showed her an archived document. The document bore her signature, her handwriting, and her report number. However, the last paragraph of the main text was something she had never written. The subject has repeatedly expressed dissatisfaction with the current Hokage's policy, indicating a clear intent to intervene in power. At that moment, Hong was sitting in that old chair staring at the forged handwriting, her crimson pupils gradually deepening. She asked Rizhan where this report had been retrieved from. Rizhan, with a pipe in his mouth, flipped the report over and pointed to the circulation stamp on the back. There was only one seal on the stamp: the root. Hong's nails dug into her knees, leaving a white mark. She looked up at Rizhan, waiting for him to provide an explanation. Rizhan took the pipe from his mouth, tapped out the ashes, and placed it on the table. He remained silent for a long time. That silence conveyed more clearly to Hong than any answer. He knew the report had been altered, but he chose not to pursue the matter. Hong stood up, saluted, and walked out of the office. Now she sat in the guest room, her crimson pupils fixed on those 11 drafts, a single question swirling repeatedly in her mind. Her report had been tampered with. The one who altered it was Danzō, and her father-in-law, the 3rd Hokage, was fully aware of it. The sound of Sangjia kicking a shuttlecock could be heard in the courtyard. It wasn't a real shuttlecock, it was a fist-sized stone that he kicked up with his toes, spinning in the air 17 times before landing. Tsunade was counting beside him. 17. Sangjia grunted and kicked again, the stone tracing a higher arc than before. 17 is passing, at anything below 20 is shameful. Tsunade's voice had a hint of laughter. "Do you have to kick it barefoot?" Kangji's response was half carried away by the wind, and Hong only heard the last few words. "I just ruined my shoes again." Hong stacked the drafts together, aligned their edges on the table, and tucked them into her hidden pouch. She stood up and left the guest room. The moonlight had already crossed the roof ridge. Sangjia sat on a stone bench in the courtyard with the cracked stone he had kicked resting by his feet, his bare soles on the cool stone with small fragments of gravel stuck between his toes. Tsunade had already returned indoors, leaving him alone in the courtyard. He held a bowl of cold porridge in his hands, stirring it twice with his chopsticks without raising his head. "Aren't you going home?" Hong sat down on the stone bench opposite him with her knees tightly pressed together, the hem of her attire gently swaying against her thigh in the night breeze. She did not answer his question, but instead pulled out a folded piece of paper from her hidden pouch and placed it on the stone table, pushing it toward Sangjia. Sangjia set down the bowl and unfolded the paper with his porridge-stained fingers. He read it for 3 seconds. Hong's crimson pupils shone like 2 glowing coals in the moonlight. "This is what Danzō added to my report. I never wrote these words." Sangjia flipped the paper over and glanced at the circulation stamp on the back. His expression did not change much. The corner of his mouth even carried a faint smile left from when he was kicking the stone. "Did the monkey see it?" "He did." Hong's lips tightened slightly. "He saw it." Sangjia flicked his finger on the paper, and it flipped over on the table. What was the old monkey's reaction? Hong pressed her fingertip against her knee and then released it. No reaction. Sangjia folded the paper and tucked it under the bowl as a coaster. "So you came to tell me." Hong's back straightened, her crimson pupils colliding with Kangji's gaze above the stone table. Sangjia tilted his head slightly, the moonlight gliding from his left shoulder to his right shoulder, casting half of his exceedingly handsome face in light and the other half in shadow. Do you know what will happen to you for doing this with the monkey and Danzō? Hong's hand tightened around the strap of her ninja tool pouch, the tendons on her fingers standing out. I know. Her voice was not loud, but each word was firm. I am a jonin, not a lapdog of the root. Her fingers relaxed on the strap before tightening again. My report only contains what I saw with my own eyes. Sangjia looked at her. In the moonlight, Hong's long black hair cascaded down from her shoulders, tracing the curve of her ninja attire with the tips resting on her overlapping knees. Her face was very pale, so pale that the moonlight did not need to reflect it, emitted its own glow. The crimson pupils burned fiercely within that whiteness, like two flames unwilling to be extinguished. Sangjia smiled. It was not his usual playful grin, but a deeper smile that emanated from his chest. Dajuzi was right back in the day. He reached out and pulled the piece of paper from under the bowl, waving it playfully between his fingers. Konoha is not without good people, it's just that the good ones are all suppressed. He stood up, his 2-meter-tall figure casting a long shadow in the moonlight, the edge of the shadow just touching Hong's toes. Sangjia pinched the paper between his fingers, igniting a small golden-purple flame on its surface, which danced twice in the night breeze before extinguishing, leaving only a wisp of thin smoke. I'll take this. He looked down at Hong, his gaze sweeping from her forehead, brow bone, nose, lips to pause at her jawline. But I need to clarify something with you first. Hong's back tightened under his gaze. Sangjia took out a piece of candy he had taken from Tsunade, flicked it with his thumb, and it spun 3 times in the air before landing on Hong's knee. What you did today has nothing to do with the monkey or Danzō, and it has nothing to do with your man. He squatted down, resting one arm on his knee, aligning his gaze with Hong's. This distance allowed Hong to smell the scent of wood mixed with sunshine that belonged to him. You just feel that something is wrong, don't you? Hong's crimson pupils trembled in front of his unreasonably close face. She nodded slightly. Sangjia reached out and patted her head lightly as if he were patting a well-grown sapling. All right, go back inside and sleep. He stood up and walked back, the slippers making rhythmic sounds on the stone floor. As he reached the corner of the corridor, his voice drifted out of the shadows. Tomorrow, come with me to the south. Hong sat on the stone bench, the candy on her knee glistening with a thin layer of sugary sheen in the moonlight. She picked it up and spun it around on her fingertips. The candy wrapper had a crooked flower printed on it. The morning mist had yet to dissipate when Sangjia pushed open the courtyard door from the inside. He had changed into a deep gray short outfit, rolling up the cuffs to his forearms, revealing wrists thicker than tree trunks with veins crisscrossing like a map. Hong was already standing in the courtyard waiting. She had switched to a lightweight dark operative outfit, her black curls tied up in a high ponytail, exposing a long neck and a subtle curve below her collarbone. As Sangjia stepped out of the door frame, his gaze swept across her face, pausing momentarily at her waistline. Wearing something this tight, can you run? Hong twisted her finger on the buckle of her ninja tool pouch. Better than your sandals. Sangjia glanced down at his feet, his toes curling on the cool stone. True, I should wear shoes. Tsunade leaned halfway out of the second-floor window, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, still unbound, her nightgown hanging loosely, revealing a large expanse of pale skin below her collarbone. What are you taking her for? Sangjia looked up at Tsunade, his hands clasped behind his back, his posture straight as a rod. To help you bring home your belongings. Tsunade's amber eyes swept around before landing on Hong, then returning to Sangjia's face. And what about me? Sangjia pointed into the yard with his thumb. You'll be keeping watch. Tsunade's brows knitted together as she leaned on the windowsill, her astonishing curves wrapped in her nightgown shifting slightly with her movement. Beiyuan, Sangjia, you want me to keep watch? A smirk crept onto the corner of Sangjia's mouth. The clan grounds can't be left unguarded. You're the rightful heir of the Thousand Hands. If you just sit in the courtyard, those dark operatives won't dare to approach. He paused, raising his hand to gesture in the air. Besides, if Danzō tries something while I'm away, you've regained your super strength. A punch from you won't be a problem. Tsunade's anger was quelled by this remark. Her mouth opened slightly, then closed again. She stared at Sangjia for 3 seconds, her gaze shifting to the back of Hong's head, her tone dropping a notch. You better just go move things. Sangjia had already turned to walk out of the courtyard, his broad figure taking up the entire stone path. Without looking back, he raised his right hand and waved. Girl, you look prettier when you're jealous than when you lose at cards. Tsunade's face turned a shade of pink, the wooden railing on the window creaking under her fingers. Only after Tsung Jia and Hong's figures completely vanished at the alley's mouth did Tsunade retract her hand. Looking down at the window frame, she had left 5 finger marks on, unable to suppress the fire in her heart. The branches and leaves in the dense forest flew past the heads of the 2 individuals at a rapid pace. Tsung Jia's speed had surpassed human limits. Every step he took caused the branches beneath him to snap without bending, creating a series of explosive sounds. Hong gritted her teeth and followed for a quarter of an hour. Her physical skills were decent among the jonin, but Tsung Jia's unreasonable speed had her heart and lungs nearing their limits after the 20th tree. Tsung Jia stopped on a thick branch and looked back at her. Hong landed on a branch several meters away, her chest heaving violently, the front of her ninja outfit soaked in sweat clinging to her chest and outlining an irresistible contour. At 165 meters tall, she appeared particularly petite in front of Tsung Jia, her fair cheeks flushed from the exertion of running. Tsung Jia's gaze swept across her face before returning. "How long have your eyes been uncomfortable?" As Hong bent over to catch her breath the moment she heard this, her breathing hitched. She straightened up, a fleeting ripple passing through her crimson pupils. "What did you say?" Tsung Jia scratched his nose with his thumb, his tone as casual as chatting about the weather. "The nerve endings in your right eye have cracks, not just one but layered, at least 20 times torn apart." He tilted his head slightly, his 2-meter-tall figure squatting on the branch, the leaves across from him curling in the warm air he exhaled. "It's an old problem for illusion-type ninjas. Repeated chakra washing of the visual circuit. Over time the nerves become like chewed cane." Hong's fingertips tapped against the tree bark, a small piece of wood splinter wedging under her nails. Her lips pressed into a line, forcing the breath that was surging up back into her trachea. "How long has it been?" Tsung Jia asked again, this time with more weight in his tone, not just casually asking. Hong fell silent for 5 seconds. The shadows of the leaves fell on her brow, her crimson pupils shining startlingly in the dark. 7 years. Tsung Jia's brows twitched slightly. "Does Asuma know?" Hong's fingers loosened from the tree bark, her hand hanging naturally at her side, the skin tone glistening brilliantly in the dappled light beneath the leaves. "No idea." Tsung Jia looked at her for a moment, then shifted his gaze, standing up and brushing the dust off his pants. 7 years, and you haven't mentioned it to your man." He flicked his tongue in his mouth as if tasting a very sour plum. Hong did not respond, her crimson pupils fixating on a distant leaf, her lips tightly pressed. Tsung Jia suddenly jumped onto the branch where she was. When his 2-meter-tall body landed, the entire branch bent under his weight, causing Hong to jolt and nearly lose her balance. Before she could steady herself, an arm wrapped around her waist. Tsung Jia's right arm circled around her side, 5 fingers gripping below her ribcage, lifting her as if carrying a bundle of firewood. Hong's face was pressed against the groove where his oblique muscles and external obliques met, her nose brushing against the warm fabric soaked in sweat and the incredibly hard muscle texture beneath. "Wait. What are you doing?" Tsung Jia had already set off. His speed was 3 times faster than before. The sound of the wind rushed into Hong's ears, swallowing her last half of the sentence in a howl. Her thighs were pressed horizontally by Tsung Jia's forearm, her entire body hanging off his right side, the hem of her ninja outfit lifted by the wind, revealing a slender and well-proportioned leg. Hong wanted to struggle, but Tsung Jia's arm was unyielding like an iron hoop. She could feel the muscles covering her ribs tightening and relaxing rhythmically with his steps, the heat seeping through the thin fabric, making half of her face numb from the warmth. "Put me down." Tsung Jia's voice came from above, half of it shredded by the wind. "At your speed it will take until tomorrow morning to reach the southern border." Hong grabbed his waistband, but failed to grasp it. Her fingers slipped over the edge of the line, the sensation beneath her fingertips as hard as a stone slab. Her ears burned bright red within 2 seconds. Throughout the journey, she couldn't utter a single protest. It wasn't that she didn't want to speak. It was just that her face was pressed against that scorching muscle, and every time she opened her lips she would bump into the hard groove beneath the fabric. The warm breath she exhaled bounced back and hit her face, forcing her to keep her mouth shut and breathe through her nose. But breathing through her nose was even more torturous. The mixed scent of wood, sunlight, and sweat rushed into her lungs. Hong closed her eyes. Her crimson pupils hid behind her eyelids, her eyelashes brushing against the fabric at Sangjia's waist. Sangjia paused for a moment. Then he resumed his original pace even faster than before. The wind turned the treetops of the dense forest into a blurred green tunnel. Halfway through the journey, Sangjia spoke. Once I finish dealing with Danzō, it'll help you take a look at those eyes. The wind was too strong. Ahong was unsure if she had heard correctly. But hidden against Sangjia's waist a slight nod occurred. Sangjia's lips curved slightly, though he didn't let her see. The coordinates of the southern border's outpost number 17 were drawing closer. Sangjia's steps halted at the last large tree. He pulled Hong from under his arm, letting her stand on the branch, his hand still resting on her waist without releasing it. The wind tousled her hair, several curls sticking to her cheek, her pale face retaining an unusual flush. Her thighs felt slightly weak and the light in her crimson pupils was dimmer than usual. Sangjia looked down at her, his gaze tracing from her forehead to her chin, pausing for a moment. We've arrived. He nodded his chin toward the valley ahead. Following his gaze, Hong saw the entrance to a base disguised as an abandoned mine at the end of the dense forest. She took a deep breath, tucking her disheveled bangs behind her ear. The temperature under her fingertips was 2 degrees higher than her body temperature. Sangjia had already released his grip and leaped down from the branch. When he landed, the ground trembled and several rocks above the entrance of the outpost fell and rolled away. You wait on the tree, don't come down. Hong watched his 2-meter-tall back walk toward the outpost, the moonlight carving a sharp outline of his broad physique. Her right hand rested on her ninja tool pouch for a moment, but ultimately she did not open it. The reflection of his back lingered in her crimson pupils until he finally stepped into the darkness of the outpost. As Sangjia walked into the entrance of the outpost, the oil lamps on both sides of the corridor flickered 3 times due to the heat radiating from his body. The depth of the outpost was greater than he had anticipated. After 3 layers of steps, there was a downward-sloping stone corridor with a metal gate every 5 meters, each framed with unique ceiling stickers. Sangjia did not even slow his pace. When his left foot landed on the first gate, the entire 4-inch thick iron plate was kicked into 2 halves along with the frame embedding into the stone walls of the corridor. The echo rolled down the hallway, bouncing back and forth 6 times between the gates of the 2nd and 3rd layers. Inside, the sound of hurried footsteps arose. There's someone. All teams get in position. Sangjia had his hands in his pockets as he walked past the 2nd gate, the iron plate bending 3 times beneath his soles. Behind the 3rd gate stood 6 root ninjas, already forming hand seals. Wind release vacuum. Sangjia lifted his right foot and stomped on the stone floor of the corridor. The movement was light, as if extinguishing a cigarette, but... However, after that stomp, the entire corridor's floor cracked into a radiating spiderweb pattern with fissures rapidly spreading from beneath his feet. At the moment they converged beneath the 6 root ninjas, the ground exploded. It did not shatter. Instead, from the fissures emerged a dozen vine-like wooden tendrils, each covered in golden-purple vein patterns resembling blood vessels ripped from some ancient creature. The tendrils wrapped around the limbs and torsos of the 6 individuals at an unreasonable speed, hoisting them into the air, their mouths sealed shut. Sangjia passed through the 6 individuals without even a glance. He stomped again with his foot. This time the force was greater. After 2 seconds of muffled sounds, the ceiling of the entire outpost cracked open, creating a fissure that penetrated the 3-layer structure, with dirt and debris beginning to fall. Moonlight streamed through the fissure, illuminating the lowest level of the outpost. 37 root ninjas surrounded the storage area on the bottom level, and the barrier formation had already been deployed. Sangjia pulled his hands out of his pockets, stretching his 10 fingers, the joints cracking. You all had Lord Danzō playing hide and seek with me, stuffing his toy soldiers into this rat hole. He brushed the dust off his palms. Boring. His right foot struck the ground for the 3rd time. This stomp made no sound, but the walls of the outpost simultaneously exploded outward, as if the entire underground structure had been crushed like a walnut by a giant hand, disintegrating all its components within 3 seconds. The debris from the collapsing roof was ensnared by the golden-purple tendrils that surged from below, all being flung towards the surrounding dense forest. The 37 root ninjas still maintained their hand-sealing posture, but they were now suspended at strange angles by the tendrils, their weapons scattered across the ground. From the moment his foot first struck until the area was cleared, it took a total of 10 seconds. Hong watched all of this unfold from the tree. Under the moonlight, Sangjia stood amidst the ruins of the outpost, surrounded by scattered debris and golden-purple tendrils laden with people, yet not a speck of dust clung to his short attire. Her fingers turned white as they gripped the branch. Sangjia circled the ruins, flipping over 3 crushed tin boxes. The boxes were empty. He then opened a hidden compartment beneath the floor, which contained only a layer of dust and a letter folded twice. Sangjia picked up the letter and scanned it under the moonlight. Then he glanced up in the direction where Hong was. "Come down." Hong jumped from the tree, landing at the edge of the ruins. Sangjia handed her the letter. When Hong took it, her finger brushed against Sangjia's knuckles, his body temperature several degrees higher than normal, causing her fingertips to recoil slightly. She unfolded the letter. It contained only 3 paragraphs. The first 2 paragraphs bore Danzō's usual handwriting, cold and rigid, stating that the scroll had been transferred to another unmarked location. The third paragraph was added separately. The handwriting changed, more hurried, as if written while laughing. Hong's gaze swept over the content of the third paragraph, the light in her crimson pupils dimming bit by bit. Yuhi Kurenai has been placed on the Route C7 monitoring list as of today, with all her communication privileges transferred from the Hokage to the Route's management. This order has been verbally approved by the 3rd Hokage. Hong's fingers trembled slightly at the corner of the letter, a small movement, but Sangjia saw it. She flipped the letter over, revealing a copy of the Hokage's direct order stamped with Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal seal. The moonlight illuminated the dark red seal, making it particularly glaring. Hong folded the letter back, creasing it twice before tucking it into the inner layer of her ninja tool pouch. Her movements were slow, pausing for 2 seconds on the flap of the pouch before releasing. Sangjia tilted his head to observe her rummaging in his pocket until he produced a fruit candy of unknown origin. He remained silent, standing amidst the ruins as the moonlight fell from above, casting sharp angles on his extraordinarily handsome face. Hong's crimson pupils met his gaze. Her lips moved slightly, but the sound that emerged was steadier than she had anticipated. "You have seen the content." Sangjia spun the candy on his fingertips, the tip of his thumb clicking against the wrapper, producing a delicate crisp sound. "I have seen it." Hong's hand gripped the strap of her ninja tool pouch, her 5 fingers tightening one by one. He signed it. Sangjia's head tilted slightly, the moonlight sliding from his left cheekbone to his right. He signed it. The courtyard fell silent for 3 seconds. A nameless bird in the depths of the forest called twice, the tail end drawn out by the night wind. Sangjia tossed the candy up, spinning it 4 times in the air before catching it. "Are you planning to return to that home?" Hong straightened her back slightly, the crimson glow in her pupils burning for a moment under the moonlight. The corners of her mouth formed a small arc, not a smile. "Home." The words slipped through her teeth, colder than the night breeze. Sangjia pressed the candy into her palm, his fingers brushing against her palm before withdrawing. "Let's go back." As he turned, Hong saw the 2 lines of scapula drawn by the moonlight on his broad back, resembling 2 folded knife blades. She glanced down at the candy in her palm, the wrapper printed with the same crooked flower as the one from last night. Hong clenched the candy in her hand and caught up with Sangjia's pace. All the while, he did not carry her as he ran. The speed was adjusted to a pace she could keep up with. Hong ran half a meter behind him, her gaze fixed on the trapezius muscle that moved with his stride. She knew what lay behind that extraordinarily handsome face. It was a heat that drew one in irresistibly. System prompt detected: target, Yuhi Kurenai, emotional fluctuation exceeding threshold, dark attribute, chakra affinity index rising. Current affinity 17. 4. Note this target's chakra network has old backlash damage. Repair feasibility is under assessment. Sangjia ran ahead, the system panel flashing twice in his peripheral vision. The corner of his mouth twisted, not looking back. The moonlight was dragged by the 2 intersecting figures across the fallen leaves of the dense forest, stretching longer. When returning to the Senju clan's territory, the sky was already completely dark. Tsunade sat at the stone table in the courtyard, 2 untouched bowls of rice, and a pot of cooled tea before her, with chopsticks resting on the rim of the bowls, facing the entrance. She had waited the entire day. When Kosuke pushed open the courtyard door and walked in, Tsunade's amber eyes turned in the lantern light, sweeping over the red behind him before returning to his face. "Where's the stuff?" Kosuke sat down across from her and took a sip of the cold tea. "It's empty." The old man moved it away. Tsunade frowned slightly. Kosuke knocked the teacup on the table, causing the liquid inside to sway 3 times. "No rush. If he could move it once, he won't be able to do it a second time." He pointed his chin towards the red. "She'll be staying here tonight." Tsunade glanced at the red. The red stood under the lantern at the entrance, a few leaves stuck in her dark curly hair, her pale cheeks glistening with sweat that had not dried, and her ninja outfit slightly open at the collar, revealing a patch of delicate skin below her collarbone dampened by perspiration. Her crimson pupils were dimmer in the light of the lamps, not as bright as during the day. Tsunade's frown tightened even more. "Why?" "Her communication privileges have been revoked. The monkey signed off, and Danzō has put her on the C7 watch list." Tsunade tapped her chopsticks against the rim of the bowl, producing a crisp porcelain sound. She looked into the red's eyes, remaining silent for 2 seconds. "Come over and eat." When the red walked to the table and sat down, Tsunade had already pushed the untouched bowl of rice in front of her. A pair of chopsticks were added to the utensil holder next to the bowl. The red glanced at Tsunade. Tsunade's amber eyes contained no extraneous emotions, just a simple message: "Since you're here, eat first." The 3 of them had a quiet meal around the stone table. Kosuke ate quickly, finishing 3 bowls of rice in just 5 minutes. The sound of his chopsticks scraping the bottom of the bowl was rhythmic like a beat. Tsunade picked the bones off the fish tail and placed it into Kosuke's empty bowl. Kosuke tapped his chopsticks against the rim of the bowl. "I've eaten fish tails for 10 years. Can I have a fish belly instead?" Tsunade's chopsticks paused for a moment. "Finish what's on the table before you talk." The red sitting next to them glanced between the 2. She quietly finished the rice in her bowl, placing her chopsticks neatly beside it. After the meal, Kosuke chopped 2 pieces of wood in the courtyard for firewood, starting a fire in the red's guest room. When Tsunade went upstairs, she stood in the corridor on the 2nd floor for a while, looking down at Kosuke squatting by the fire in the red's room. She didn't say anything, but the light in her amber eyes turned several times. Around the time of midnight, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. The sound of the wooden door crashing against the wall shook the lantern hanging under the eaves, causing it to sway 3 times. Asuma Sarutobi stood at the door, reeking of alcohol. His forehead protector was askew, the collar of his ninja outfit was open, and his scarf trailed halfway on the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, uncertain whether from drinking or lack of sleep. "Red." His voice echoed from the courtyard, bouncing back and forth between the stone walls. Kosuke sat at the stone table, carving a piece of wood, the knife spinning rapidly in his hand. He didn't even look up. The red walked out from the guest room, standing at the doorframe. She had changed into a different ninja outfit with the collar neatly buttoned to the top. The lantern light illuminated her profile, her crimson pupils calm like a still pool of water. Asuma saw Kosuke. His expression changed. Then he saw the red come out of the guest room, and his expression changed again. "Why are you here?" The red's arms hung naturally at her sides, her fingers unclenched. "My communication privileges have been revoked." Asuma stepped forward 2 paces, his wooden clogs scraping sharply against the stone floor. "Revoked or revoked, why not go home?" "What are you doing here?" The red's words came half a beat slower than his. "Your father signed off letting Danzō's people monitor me." "That's still a mission. Don't you know you have to cooperate?" Asuma's footsteps halted. He stared at the red for 3 seconds, a muscle in his jaw twitching. "Cooperate to alter the report I wrote myself." A faint, almost inaudible sound broke within the red's crimson pupils. Asuma's breath hitched, his voice rising a pitch. "What alteration? Who told you that? Is it that wild man?" He pointed towards Kosuke. Kosuke's knife made a turn on the wooden block, shaving off a thin strip of wood. He still didn't look up. Asuma pulled a crumpled stack of paper from his pocket and slammed it on the stone table. "This is what Danzō showed me. You exchanged information with this man in private, betraying the Hokage's secrets. It's clearly written in black and white." The red's gaze fell on the stack of papers. She recognized the paper's specifications. It was the standard documentation from the roots. She didn't flip through it. "Those things are forged." Asuma's knuckles tapped against the edge of the stone table. "Forged? What evidence do you have?" The red looked at him, her crimson pupils flickering in the light like two candles swaying in the wind. I showed you the original draft of my report, you said you believed me then. Asuma's mouth twitched and the lines at the base of his teeth became pronounced. That's what you said. You claim someone altered your report, but you can't provide any evidence. Danzō has a complete reporting chain and circulation records. Oh, what do you have? The red's fingers curled slightly at her sides before releasing. I have every single draft page I wrote myself. Asuma's voice rose an octave, a hoarse sharpness, escaping his alcohol-scorched throat. What good are drafts? Can drafts prove you were executing a mission while spending day after day with this man? He pointed again toward Kosuke, his finger trembling in the air. 10 days. A full 10 days. You stayed in his courtyard acting as his safety inspector. Do you think I know nothing? The red's back pressed straight against the doorframe, her spine resting against the wood, feeling the hardness of the grain. I was executing a mission issued by the third Hokage. Asuma stepped closer, towering over her by half a head, the smell of alcohol and tobacco mingling overwhelming the red's face. His mouth opened, his tongue caught momentarily between his teeth. Then that phrase tumbled out of his mouth. Have you been sleeping with that wild man? The air in the courtyard felt as thin as it could be. The lantern swayed under the eaves, casting shadows across the red's face. Her crimson pupils constricted for a moment, then returned to normal. As if nothing had happened. But Kosuke's knife stopped. The sound of wooden clogs stepping on stone echoed around the corner of the corridor, unhurried and steady, with each step evenly spaced. Kosuke walked out from the shadows holding a cup of tea that spun at an impossible angle on his fingertips, not a drop spilled. He approached the stone table and set down the teacup. The crisp sound of the cup hitting the stone surface sliced through the courtyard silence, clearer than Asuma's earlier words. Tsunade stood at the second-floor window, her hands resting on the windowsill, her amber pupils devoid of sympathy. Kosuke glanced at Asuma, then at the red. His palm rested on the stone table, his knuckles lightly tapping twice. The moonlight illuminated his excessively handsome face, a slight smile on his lips, yet the warmth of that smile was steadily dissipating. Sagai did not glance at Asuma. He walked toward Kurenai and crouched before her, his 2-meter frame lowering itself with deliberate gravity. The dull thud of his knees striking the stone pavement made Asuma's breath catch mid-inhalation. His gaze met hers at eye level. Moonlight streamed across his left shoulder to his right, bathing his sharply defined face in a chiaroscuro of gold and shadow, one side radiant, the other steeped in darkness. His voice dropped low, so low that only Kurenai could hear it within the courtyard. Did his words wound you? Her crimson irises held steady on his face for the span of a single suspended breath. The lantern's glow traced a slow incandescent ring along the rim of her iris, like a scorched stone flung into icy water. She remained silent for 3 seconds. Only the faint fraying whisper of the lantern's rope knot stirred in the night breeze. Kurenai nodded, barely perceptible, her chin lifting less than half an inch. Sagai watched her eyes. The faint trace of a smile vanished from his lips. He rose. Not swiftly, more like surfacing from deep water, but each ascending inch carried palpable weight pressing down upon the air itself. His full 2-meter height unfolded beneath the moonlight. He strode toward Asuma. When he closed to within 3 paces, Asuma's back instinctively locked rigid, tense as forged iron. The wine's haze dissolved entirely before the heat radiating from Sagai. He reached out and gripped Asuma's collar with 5 fingers. The motion was casual, no more forceful than a street vendor hoisting a chicken by its neck. Asuma's feet lifted cleanly off the ground. He hung suspended at a height of 1 meter for 2 seconds, feet kicking weakly in the air, before his wooden sandals slipped from his right foot, clattered onto the stone, and flipped once on impact. Asuma's hands seized Sagai's wrist, nails driving in with desperate full-force pressure. Yet the blue vein along Sagai's wrist didn't so much as twitch. "Let me go." Sagai did not release him. He lifted Asuma until their faces hovered barely a fist's width apart. Asuma could trace the precise curve of every eyelash, could smell the sun-warmed wood scent clinging to Sagai's skin. Sagai's lips moved. His voice was a whisper, delivered solely into Asuma's ear. No one else heard the words. But everyone saw the change in Asuma's face. It shifted from ashen fury to pallid shock, then to a hollow visceral gray, as if his entrails had been torn away. All in under 2 seconds. Sagai finished speaking. His fingers loosened. Asuma dropped from 1 meter high, knee striking stone with a muffled, sickening thud. He did not rise. He knelt, their palms flat on the cold stone, fingers splayed wide, trembling at the tips, digging into the narrow fissures between slabs. Tsugai stepped back, bent to retrieve the fallen sandal and placed it gently beside Asuma's hand. The gesture was almost tender. Then, gripping the fabric of Asuma's collar again, he swung his arm once, flinging him like a sack of unburdensome rice, straight out the courtyard gate. Asuma skidded 3 meters across the outer cobblestones before his back slammed into the low wall opposite. He raised his head. His lips trembled twice in the moonlight, parting slightly. No sound emerged. Tsugai returned to the stone table and picked up his teacup. The tea had long gone cold. He drank it anyway, lips brushing the rim. Tsunade leaned halfway out the second-floor window, golden hair rippling in the night wind. The lantern light caught her vivid features, casting amber warmth into her curious, watchful eyes. "What did you say to him, Tsugai tilted his head upward, glancing at her, the teacup swaying lightly in his hand. "That cannot be spoken." Tsunade's brows snapped together. "Why can't it be spoken?" A faint knowing lift tugged at Tsugai's lips. Moonlight traced the sharp line of his brow and nose, illuminating a face too handsome, too composed, too infuriatingly smug. "Because the words I spoke, I utter them only once in a lifetime. To one man alone." Tsunade's mouth opened, then closed, searching, failing, before she exhaled sharply and slammed the window shut with a resonant bang. The window frame shuddered thrice. Below, Tsugai let out a quiet laugh, not loud but rich and nasal, humming low in his throat. He set the cup back on the stone table and turned to look at Kurenai. Kurenai still leaned against the door frame of the annex. Her posture hadn't changed, but the lantern-lit silhouette behind her had softened, subtly altered. Her shoulders had settled just slightly downward. Her spine eased a full inch away from the frame. Her crimson eyes remained fixed on the courtyard gate, the place where Asuma had vanished, yet not a single tear fell. Tsugai stopped before her, not crouching, simply standing tall, his 2-meter presence casting her entire figure in shadow. "Those eyes of yours have borne wounds for 7 years. His voice wove with the night wind, warmer now by half a degree. "That man stood beside you for 7 years and never once saw the injury." Kurenai's fingertip scraped a shallow line across the doorframe, splinters of wood catching beneath her nail. She said nothing. Tsugai rummaged absently in his pocket, finding none left. He glanced down at the empty pocket, then lifted his hand, his thumb's pad coming to rest gently upon Kurenai's forehead. And flicked. Her bangs lifted briefly, revealing a stretch of smooth, luminous skin, the lantern light gliding across it like liquid gold. "Go inside. Sleep." Tsugai withdrew his hand and turned away. At the corridor's corner, his voice drifted back from the gloom. "Starting tomorrow, I'll heal your eyes." Kurenai stood motionless in the doorway, lifting her fingertips to press lightly against the spot on her forehead where he'd flicked her. It was still warm. She lowered her hand and stepped into the annex, closing the door behind her. The moment the door clicked shut, her back slid slowly down the panel until she sat on the floor. In the ensuing darkness, her crimson pupils burned, bright, unwavering, enduring. Her right hand slipped into the inner compartment of her ninja pouch and found the candy stamped with a lopsided flower. Deeper still, another one. The 2 candies brushed together in her palm, a soft, crinkling whisper of cellophane. She drew her hand back and clenched it tightly. Outside in the courtyard, the rhythmic thud of Tsugai splitting wood began again. Once, twice, 3 times. Each strike landed with inhuman steadiness, measured, inevitable, resonant. As Kurenai closed her eyes, that rhythm synced seamlessly with the pulse beating in her chest. System alert: target, Yuhi Kurenai, Yin Chakra Affinity Index continues rising. Current affinity 23. 1. Note: feasibility assessment for ocular meridian repair has been confirmed. Recommend initiating primary yin-yang harmonization protocol at optimal opportunity. Tsugai's axe bit deep into the log, splitting it cleanly in 2. One half struck the base of the wall, the other rolled to his feet. He nudged the splintered wood aside with his foot, then glanced up, first at Tsunade's shuttered second-floor window, then at Kurenai's firmly closed annex door. A quiet curve touched his lips. "Daichunin, you once said Konoha was perfect in every way." He hoisted the axe onto his shoulder, the moonlight sliding like mercury across its gleaming edge. Except that its good men are buried too deeply. His gaze lifted past the rooftops, settling on the distant silhouette of the Hokage Tower. Its rooftop lamp still burned. Sugai's eyes narrowed, measuring not distance in space, but duration, how many more hours that light would remain alight. After closing the door to the side room, Hong did not immediately go to bed. She sat on a low stool by the window, taking out 2 candies from her pouch and placing them side by side on the windowsill. Moonlight fell on the candy wrappers, casting a silvery outline on the 2 crooked flowers. Hong's crimson pupils stared at the flowers for a long time, long enough for the moon outside to move from the left ridge of the roof to the right. She got up to wash her face, and when she wrung out the towel and draped it over the basin's edge, a sudden patch of vision was missing from her left eye. It was as if someone had dug a hole in a complete painting. Hong's fingers clenched the towel tightly, the tendons on her knuckles taut. She closed her left eye, and using her right eye looked at the towel rack, able to see the direction of the wood grain. Then she closed her right eye and looked with her left. The right half of the towel rack disappeared. Hong remained silent. She folded the towel twice and placed it on the basin's edge, walking back to sit by the window. The dark patch in her left eye was expanding. From a coin-sized black spot it spread to 1/3 of her entire vision. Only 1.5 candies remained on the windowsill, the other half had been swallowed by the ever-expanding darkness. Hong's back leaned against the wall, each vertebra digging into the cold stone surface. She pressed the fingers of her right hand against the edge of her left eye socket, feeling a tiny nerve at the bottom of her eyeball pulsing irregularly, like a string being plucked by the wind. It had been 7 years. Each time an episode occurred, it was like this vision loss, lasting from a few minutes to several hours, then slowly recovering. But this time was different. The darkness did not stop after swallowing half a candy, it continued to spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hong's left hand clenched on her knee, her nails digging into the fabric of her ninja pants. Her breathing rate increased from 16 breaths per minute to 22. Sweat seeped from her hairline, flowing down her temples to her chin, dripping onto her collarbone. On the windowsill, only half a candy remained visible. Hong bit her lower lip, the pressure of her teeth turning the color of her lip from red to white. The courtyard outside the side room was quiet. The sound of Sangjia chopping wood had stopped at some point. Hong curled up, her knees pressed against her chest, her forehead buried in the gap between her crossed arms. Her left eye was completely dark. The edge of her right eye also began to show tiny crack-like dark lines. The door to the side room was kicked open from the outside. The hinges creaked against the door frame, a piece of wood flying out from the crack and landing on the stone floor next to Hong's feet. Sangjia stood at the door, his 2-meter-tall figure blocking all the lantern light in the corridor behind him, only the outline of his shoulders outlined in a warm yellow glow. He looked down at Hong curled up by the window, took a step barefoot on the stone slab, and walked in. "If you're awake, calling out won't kill you." Hong did not look up. Her voice came muffled from the gap in her arms. "It's nothing, just my old problem." Sangjia crouched down in front of her, resting his forearms on his knees, tilting his head at an angle. His hand reached out, fingers gripping Hong's wrist, pulling her arm down to reveal her face. Hong had no strength to resist, or rather, in the face of his warm hand, the thought of resistance evaporated the moment his fingertips touched her skin. Her face was revealed. Sweaty all over, her complexion as pale as the moonlight on the windowsill, her lips marked with a shallow imprint from where she had bitten them. Her scarlet left pupil lost its focus, the pattern on her iris resembling a shattered ice surface, while her right pupil still sparkled, though dark lines were beginning to appear at the edges. Sangjia's thumb pressed below her eye, a faint golden purple light illuminating the entire structure of her retina. Sangjia furrowed his brow slightly, the crease stretched from the center of his brow outward by an inch, then relaxed. 20-some cracks, I miscounted this afternoon, it's 31. His fingers moved from her eye corner to her brow bone, the golden purple light flickering beneath his fingertips. The main optic nerve is intact, but the branching lines are mostly damaged, with traces of the chakra pathway reversing layered upon each other. Hong's right eye was fixed on his face, close enough to count the small mole on his left cheek and see the shadow cast by his eyelashes on his cheekbone. Her lips moved slightly. "Can it be treated?" Sangjia's thumb glided from her brow bone to her eye corner, his fingertip brushing away the cold sweat, drying it off. His fingertip lingered at the corner of her eye for a moment, the golden-purple light reflected off her crimson iris, making it appear like a gem ignited by the sunset. What do you think? Hong's eyelashes fluttered at the warmth of his fingertip. Something shattered in her scarlet right pupil, yet the golden-purple light glued it back together. System prompt detected target Sherry Hong's left optic nerve terminal damage has surpassed the critical threshold. A right eye compensatory overload has reached 87. The Sherry clan's bloodline harbors negative pupil power residuals deep within, which is eroding the visual circuit at a rate of 3.2 per hour. If not completely cleared within 168 hours, permanent blindness will ensue. Repair plans class yin-yang harmony using pure yang vitality to wash away the residual pupil power, reconstructing the optic nerve branching lines. Estimated time 4 to 6 hours. Zhang Jie's hand withdrew from Hong's face, rubbing it on his pant leg. He sat on the edge of the bed, which creaked under his weight, letting out a sad moan. Your broken eye is harder to deal with than Tsunade's at the time. Hong's wrist still felt the warmth of his palm, hot enough to raise the hairs on that part of her skin. Her fingers curled, trapping that residual heat in her palm. How hard can it be to deal with? Zhang Jie wiped his chin with the back of his hand, the moonlight casting a strong outline on his chiseled jawline. Tsunade's was a blockage in the meridians like a clogged water pipe. Just clearing it was enough. Your issue is that the line is burned through, the copper wire has melted, and we need to dismantle all the old lines and lay a new set. Hong's back leaned against the wall, cold sweat soaking the collar of her ninja outfit, the fabric clinging to the skin beneath her collarbone outlining a fluctuating arc. Her voice steadied a half degree from before. How long without treatment until it's completely useless? Zhang Jie's fingers tapped twice on the edge of the bed, the sound of his knuckles striking the wooden planks alternating with the calls of crickets in the courtyard. 168 hours, 7 days. After 7 days, the left eye will go blind first, and the right eye won't last a month. Hong's fingers tightened on her knee, her nails sinking into the fabric, hearing the faint sound of fibers being torn. Her scarlet right pupil focused on Zhang Jie, the lantern light tracing a circle around the edge of her iris. Treated. Zhang Jie's eyebrows raised half an inch. Don't rush to say treat, you haven't heard the treatment method yet. The red hand released its grip from the knee, fingers unfolding one by one. Her fingertips lingered in the air for a moment before resting next to the 2 candies on the windowsill. Zhang Jie looked down at the 2 candies, then at the red hand. A slight curve formed at the corner of his mouth. All right, close your left eye first. Don't force it with chakra, the more you push the worse it gets. He stood up, his 2-meter-tall figure casting a shadow that stretched from the floor to the ceiling in the room. As he walked to the door, his hand rested on the doorframe, knuckles tapping lightly against the wood. I'll tell you the treatment tomorrow. The red voice caught up from behind him faster than the night breeze. Why not now? Zhang Jie's footsteps paused for a moment without turning back. Because you're sweating profusely, trembling, and your heartbeat is 40 beats faster than normal. His voice floated out from the shadow of the doorframe, warmer than the moonlight. Decisions made in this state, I won't acknowledge. He walked away. The sound of his bare feet stepping on the stone corridor faded step by step, each footfall steady enough to induce unease. Hong sat by the window, her left eye closed while the crimson pupil of her right eye reflected the empty moonlight at the door. Her fingers brushed against the candy on the windowsill, causing the crooked flower on the candy wrapper to spin halfway. Her fingertips were still warm. It wasn't her own warmth. Hong hadn't slept all night. With her left eye closed and her right eye staring at the crack in the ceiling, she counted 372 lines. When the first ray of light dawned through the window crack, 2 more dark lines appeared at the edge of her right eye. In the courtyard, the sound of Zhang Jie kicking stones echoed steady as a pendulum. As Hong pushed open the room door and stepped outside, Zhang Jie was squatting by the well, washing his face, water dripping from his chin and splashing onto the stone floor, creating little flowers. His short-sleeved shirt was open, revealing a muscular torso, like a cast-iron slab, the morning light tracing golden edges upon it. Zhang Jie lifted his head from the water, shaking off the droplets from his hands, 2 of which flew onto the front of Hong's ninja outfit. Did you sleep? Hong stood 2 meters in front of him, her ninja outfit fastened at the top button, her dark curls, still unbound, cascading over her shoulders, contrasting against her height of 165 centimeters, and a face so pale it seemed to steal 3 parts of the moonlight. No. Zhang Jia raised an eyebrow standing up from the well, picking up the towel draped over the stone railing to wipe his neck. How's your left eye? Hong's eyelashes fluttered in the morning light. The dark area has expanded compared to last night. Zhang Jia tossed the towel over his shoulder, walked to the stone table, and sat down, his long legs extending far beyond the stone bench. He gestured with his chin towards the stone bench across from him. Sit. Hong walked over and sat down. On the stone table were 2 bowls of porridge and a plate of pickled vegetables, the porridge still steaming. Zhang Jia picked up a bowl and took a sip, stirring the chopsticks in the plate of pickled vegetables. I told you last night the treatment will be the same as what Tsunade did. Hong's hand holding the porridge bowl paused momentarily. A drop of porridge slid down the edge of the bowl, gliding past her thumb. Zhang Jia picked up a piece of pickled radish, chewed it twice. Have you heard of yin-yang harmony? Hong placed the porridge bowl back on the table, the porcelain clinking against the stone with a crisp sound. The crimson pupil in her right eye constricted slightly in the morning light. I've heard Tsunade mention it. Zhang Jia took another sip of porridge, the bottom of the bowl revealing white. Did she mention how to actually do it? Hong's fingers traced half a circle along the rim of the bowl, her fingertips grazing the glazed texture of the porcelain. She remained silent. Zhang Jia tapped the empty bowl against the table, crossing his chopsticks over it. He leaned back, slightly resting his arms on the stone slab behind him, his whole demeanor relaxed, as if he were basking in the sun at home. Let me be clear with you. His fingers tapped on the stone slab. The mess in your eyes can't be cleared away with ordinary medical methods. Again tapping. The residue of the yin attribute in your visual nerves has entangled for 7 years. To remove it, sufficient yang attribute vitality must be infused from the root, burning away the old and allowing the new to grow. Hong's fingers halted on the rim of the bowl. What about the method of infusion? Zhang Jia's mouth twisted slightly, his eyes narrowing as morning light filtered through the gaps in his eyelashes, casting 2 streams of golden purple light. You're asking knowingly. The veins in Hong's ear swelled 0.5 millimeter in that instant, the color at the tip of her ear shifting from white to pale pink. Her hand withdrew from the bowl's rim, resting on her knee. Her fingertips gripped the fabric of her ninja pants, the joints of her fingers turning slightly white. Zhang Jia gazed at her ears before shifting his gaze back to her face. Whether to treat or not, you decide for yourself. He stood up, his 2-meter-tall figure casting a long shadow in the morning light, the shadow's edge resting on Hong's toes. If you don't treat it in 6 months, you'll be blind. Don't even think about illusions, you won't be able to walk. He approached the room door, turning his back to Hong, his right hand resting on the doorframe. His fingers brushed against the wood, and a small splinter fell from the doorframe, spiraling down to the ground. I've lived over 100 years and never touched unwilling people. He pressed his thumb against the edge of the doorframe, creating a small indentation in the wood under the pressure. If you can't get past that mental hurdle tomorrow, I'll ask Minato to find the Konoha medical team to check on you. He paused for a moment. Although they probably won't be able to treat it. Hong sat at the stone table, the morning breeze lifting a strand of her loose curls, brushing against her cheek. She could smell the scent of wood and sunlight emanating from Zhang Jia, gradually receding with each step he took. The bowl of porridge on the stone table was still steaming with its last traces of warmth. Zhang Jia's foot had already stepped over the threshold. Hong's fingers tightened on her knee, her nails digging into the fabric, the sound of fibers breaking audible. Close the door. Zhang Jia halted. The small indentation his thumb made on the doorframe was clearly visible in the morning light. Hong's voice was steadier than she had anticipated, steady enough that she barely recognized herself. From the inside, Zhang Jia turned his head. The morning light streamed from behind him, shrouding his entire face in backlight, leaving only the golden purple shards of light in his eyes glaringly bright. He looked at Hong for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, he stepped into the room. The door closed behind him. The sound of the latch falling echoed between the stone walls of the courtyard. The curtain on the 2nd floor fluttered, slightly revealing half of Tsunade's face from the gap, her amber pupils fixated on the tightly closed room door below for 5 seconds. Her fingers tapped 3 times on the windowsill, the rhythm identical to how Zhang Jia usually chopped wood. Then she drew the curtain shut. After the wooden door of the guest room was bolted, the courtyard fell into a long silence. Tsunade leaned against the pillar of the 2nd floor corridor, her golden hair loosely tied up with a hairpin with a few strands cascading down her neck. She was wearing a loose bathrobe, the neckline slightly opened, revealing a large expanse of fair skin below her collarbone and the shadow line carved by the sunlight on her chest. From the second floor, looking down, the doors and windows of the guest room were tightly shut, but Tsunade did not need to see with her eyes. Her fingertips rested on the wooden railing of the corridor beneath, which a faint resonance of chakra was pulsing. That was the young release of Kosuka. She was too familiar with this frequency. Tsunade's nails scraped across the railing, peeling off a thin strip of varnish. Here it comes again. Her voice was muffled between her teeth, barely loud enough for her to hear. The old oak tree in the courtyard rustled in the morning breeze, and the shadows of the leaves danced across the stone floor. Tsunade stood at the railing for a quarter of an hour. The chakra resonance, which began gently, gradually quickened its rhythm, like a heart slowly warming from a standstill. Tsunade's amber pupils scanned the surroundings, her teeth biting into her lower lip, leaving a row of tiny indentations. She turned and walked into her bedroom, closing the door but not locking it. The curtains weren't drawn tightly, leaving a gap wide enough for a finger that aligned perfectly with the courtyard below. Tsunade sat on the low couch by the window, her arms crossed over her chest, the remarkable curves barely contained by the bathrobe, creating a deep valley in her overlapping arms. She stared at the wooden grain on the ceiling, counting over 80 horizontal lines. The chakra fluctuations below peaked at the 40th minute. Tsunade's nails dug into her forearm, leaving a crescent-shaped white mark. Kosuka Kitabayashi, you owe me. Outside the courtyard wall, the moonlight had long faded into a pale white. Morning mist swirled between the brick joints, wrapping every footstep in a layer of cotton. Asuma Sarutobi stood at the corner of the alley, less than 12 meters from the Senju clan's courtyard wall. He held a flask of wine in his hand. The flask had been purchased from the tavern Jiraiya frequented, adorned with a red toad painted on its body, grinning from ear to ear. Asuma was not wearing his forehead protector, his hair tousled over his forehead with a hint of stubble sprouting along his chin. After being thrown out of the courtyard by Kosuka last night, he had wandered the streets of Konoha all night. He walked from the southern district to the northern district, from the northern district to the training ground, from the training ground to the memorial stone, and finally arrived at this tavern. He drank half a flask. Holding the remaining half flask in his hand, he walked back. He stood at the mouth of the alley, his right hand holding the wine flask, the left resting on a broken brick with a corner missing. The moment his fingertip touched the brick surface, something seeped through the crevice. A faint chakra fluctuation carrying a yang release frequency that made one feel warm all over. Asuma was a jonin. His perception ability wasn't top-notch, but it was enough to discern the direction of that fluctuation. The guest room. The room where Kosuka resided. Asuma's finger halted on the brick surface. The liquid in the flask swirled against the wall, producing a faint gurgling sound. He did not move. He stood in the morning mist at the mouth of the alley like a forgotten wooden post. The chakra resonance danced beneath his fingertips, its frequency quickening like two hearts forced to synchronize. Asuma's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He removed his left hand from the brick surface. His 5 fingers hovered in the air for 2 seconds before slowly curling into a fist. His nails dug into his palm, and something warm seeped through his fingers. The wine flask slipped from his right hand. The bottom of the flask struck the stone path, the ceramic surface cracking into 4 pieces, the wine splattering all over the ground, soaking the dirt at his feet and a dry leaf. The scent of wine spread in the morning breeze, mingling with the warmth of the yang release from the courtyard wall. Asuma looked down at the puddle of wine. He turned around, stepping slowly into the depths of the alley. His footsteps were much slower than when he arrived. Slow enough that with each step his feet left a dragging thud on the stone. After taking 10 steps, he paused. He did not look back. The morning breeze blew into the alley, sweeping his disheveled hair over his eyes. He raised his right hand and wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. There was nothing on the back of his hand. He continued to walk forward. His figure shrank into the mist at the end of the alley, engulfed in white from head to toe. The broken wine flask lay at the base of the wall, the red toad's smiling face cracked in half. The door of the guest room opened in the noon sunlight. When Kosuka walked out from the doorframe, the light in the courtyard leaked through the leaves of the old oak tree, falling in patches on her. She had changed into a clean ninja outfit, the collar neatly buttoned to her collarbone and the belt tightened an inch more than usual. Her dark curly hair was tied into a high ponytail again, revealing a long fair neck along with a delicate line extending from her jaw to her collarbone. But what caught everyone's attention first was her eyes. Her crimson pupils were a whole shade brighter than when she first stepped into the Senju clan territory 10 days ago. The iris patterns transformed from a fragmented ice-like appearance to flowing water-like designs perfectly symmetrical between her left and right eyes without a hint of darkness or cracks. Those eyes scanned the courtyard under the noon sun, taking in the veins of every leaf, the antennae of ants on the stone table, and even the broken shells in the nest under the eaves across the way, all crystal clear to a level she had never experienced before. Tsunade leaned against the doorway opposite, her arms crossed over her chest, which was ample enough to cover half the doorframe, her amber pupils sweeping from Kosuke's head to her feet, then back up again. The corner of her mouth twitched. "You look too good." Kosuke's ears flushed slightly, but her steps remained steady. She walked over to the stone table and sat down, pouring herself a cup of tea from the teapot on the table. The angle and height at which the tea poured into the cup were perfect, not a single drop spilled onto the table. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Even your tea-pouring hand is steadier than yesterday." She straightened up from the doorway, walked over to the stone table, propped one hand on the surface, and leaned forward slightly. The loose bathrobe's neckline opened in an arc with her motion, revealing a large expanse of white skin and the shadows within. Her gaze fixed on Kosuke's eyes, she leaned in 2 inches. Left eye. Kosuke's left eye blinked once under Tsunade's scrutiny. The crimson pupils held no hint of murkiness. Tsunade straightened up, sitting on the stone stool beside the table. Her legs crossed the hem of her bathrobe, sliding down from her knees, revealing a beautifully curved calf. She lifted her teacup and took a sip, the edge of the cup brushing against her lips, causing the corners of her mouth to curve slightly. "Welcome aboard." Kosuke's fingers twirled around the teacup, her fingertip grazing the fine texture heated into the cup's surface. "What crew?" Tsunade clinked her teacup against the table. "So far there have been 3 women treated by that bastard, and you rank 3rd. After saying you are ranked 3rd, Tsunade leaned against the stone table with a teacup in hand. Her legs crossed the hem of her bathrobe piled above her knees, revealing a segment of her calf. The morning light illuminated her skin, which gleamed like warm jade. Her red fingers paused on the teacup for 2 seconds. "3rd." Tsunade stirred the tea leaves with the lid, her eyelids not even lifting. "In front of you there's a girl named Lynx whose real name is Yuzu, who has a root emerging from her back." The red pupils turned halfway around, her gaze landing on the faint red mark on the side of Tsunade's neck before returning. "Lady Tsunade, what exactly do you mean by joining?" Tsunade's lips curled slightly, that arc containing 3 parts self-deprecation and 7 parts an indescribable meaning. "It means that when you see that bastard walking around the yard shirtless and your heart rate exceeds 90, don't pretend nothing's wrong with me." The tips of her ears turned slightly red again as she placed the teacup back on the table, the porcelain bottom making a crisp sound against the stone slab. "I came to treat my eyes. I was also here to treat my hemophobia at first." Tsunade stood up, the neckline of her bathrobe swaying with her movement, the area of her snow-white skin and the curvature of her chest beneath the fabric creating a captivating curve that drew the eye. She approached Hong, bending down slightly, her amber eyes fixating on Hong's refreshed red pupils. "What happens after the treatment?" Hong did not answer. Her fingers brushed against the 2 candies in her ninja tool pouch, her fingertip grazing the crooked flower design on the candy wrapper. Tsunade straightened up and patted Hong's shoulder, the force much lighter than usual. "All right, take your time to think." She turned and walked up the stairs, leaving a comment as she reached the top. "He went out today, saying he was going to talk to Minato about something. He'll be back before dinner. If you get hungry, there are rice balls in the kitchen." Hong sat in the yard, sunlight filtering through the leaves of the old oak tree, landing on her shoulders and knees, scattered into a mosaic of golden spots. She closed her eyes and then opened them again. The vision in her left and right eyes was perfectly symmetrical, without dark areas or cracks. Even the color temperature of the light could be distinguished to 2 decimal places. 7 years had passed. She had forgotten what it felt like to see the world with both eyes. Hong's fingers withdrew from the ninja tool pouch, a fragment of candy wrapper clinging to her fingertip, glinting in the sunlight. She did not flick it away. Night fell. In the courtyard of the Senju clan, Tsuji took a cold shower by the well, water pouring down from his head, flowing down the sharply defined contours of his chest and abdomen, splitting into several streams along the lines of his waist and hips, dripping onto the stone slab with a series of sharp sounds. He shook the water from his hair, grabbed a towel draped over the stone railing, and roughly dried off, walking to the center of the yard shirtless, crossing his arms behind his head and looking up at the moon. Today he spoke with Namake's Minato for 2 hours. That blonde kid was much smarter than he had imagined, far surpassing the strength of his younger self. Tsuji's mouth curled slightly. If the Great Pillar were still alive and saw this kid Minato, he would probably say something like, "The will of fire has finally reached the right person." Just as he was thinking, a faint sound of footsteps came from outside the courtyard, light as if a cat were walking on tiles. But Tsuji's ears were sharper than a cat's. His fingers moved behind his head, turning his right ear slightly towards the courtyard gate. The footsteps stopped outside the door. They lingered for a long time. Long enough for Tsuji to count the moon from left to right, and then back from right to left. He tossed the towel over his shoulder, walked barefoot to the gate, and yanked open the wooden door that hadn't yet been replaced. Outside stood a woman. Uchiha Mikoto. The moonlight streamed from behind her, outlining her figure with a silver edge. The deep purple kimono was tied neatly, the waistband creating a slender arc, the fabric at her chest pushed into a full curve, casting a small shadow under the moonlight. Her black hair was not tied up, cascading over her shoulders and back, accentuating a neck so white that even the moonlight seemed to retreat. Standing at 165 meters before Tsuji's 2-meter-tall figure, her head reached just to his chest. When she raised her face, the red light spun in her black pupils. The Sharingan. The 3-Demo Sharingan activated uncontrollably, the tomo patterns on her iris spinning, moving as quickly as a top struck by a whip. Mikoto's gaze collided with the droplets of water still clinging to Tsuji's bare chest and abs, causing the rotation in her pupils to accelerate again. Tsuji leaned against the doorframe, the towel draped over his left shoulder, water droplets rolling down the grooves of his collarbone, bending around the curves of his chest muscles, eventually disappearing into the shadows below his waistline. He looked down at the tense woman before him, the corner of his mouth tugging slightly. A married woman from the Uchiha clan, not at home, coaxing the child in the middle of the night. "What brings you here to see me?" Mikoto's jaw clenched for a moment, her gaze shifting from his chest to his face. That face was extraordinarily handsome under the moonlight, droplets of water hanging from his temples and jawline, accentuating his black eyes that sparkled with golden and purple light, making him look like a statue drenched by the rain. Mikoto pulled out a yellowed piece of paper from her kimono sleeve and handed it to Tsuji with both hands. "Senior Beiyuen, I found a fragment of a handwritten page by Uchiha Madara in the clan's confidential archives, which contains information about you." Her voice was steady, but as her fingers touched Tsuji's palm while handing over the paper, they retracted as if they had touched a red-hot iron. Tsuji glanced at her retracted fingers, then at the paper. He didn't rush to take it, but instead pulled the towel from his shoulder and hung it on a nail in the doorframe. "Come in and talk." Mikoto's feet paused just before the threshold. Tsuji had already turned to walk inside, his bare feet making a lazy rhythm on the stone slab. He took 3 steps without looking back. "Standing at the door for the whole village to see the Uchiha clan's matriarch visiting me in the middle of the night. Will you still be able to mix in with the clan tomorrow?" Mikoto bit down on her lip, stepping over the threshold. As the courtyard door closed behind her, the curtains on the second floor moved. Tsunade's half-face peeked through the curtain gap, her amber pupils fixed on the figure in the deep purple kimono in the yard for 3 seconds. She tapped her fingers on the windowsill twice. "Another one here to see a doctor." Her voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough to carry downstairs. Tsuji sat down by the stone table, stretching his legs outside the stone bench, grinning up at the second floor. "If you keep being so sour, the stones in this courtyard will start to pickle." Tsunade's curtain was pulled up the force, causing the window frame to hum. Mikoto stood in the center of the courtyard, moonlight cascading onto her shoulders and flowing black hair, her gaze flickering between the bare upper body of Kosuke and the tightly closed curtains on the second floor. Her Sharingan was still spinning. Kosuke took the yellowed handwritten page, unfolding it under the moonlight. The ink on the page had faded considerably, but he could still make out a few lines. It was Madara's handwriting. Kosuke's fingers brushed across the paper surface, his fingertip grazing the dried ink stains that had hardened for decades. This kid's handwriting is still so ugly. Makoto's lips twitched slightly. That was Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha Madara that made the entire ninja world tremble in fear. In this man's mouth, he had become the kid with ugly handwriting. Kosuke read the handwritten note twice, flipping the page over between his fingers, revealing a large area obscured by ink, faint outlines of several characters barely discernible. He placed the page on the stone table, pressing his finger down on one line of recognizable text. Solar release resonance can activate the deeper bloodline circuits of the Sharingan. After reading it aloud, Kosuke looked up at Makoto. You came to find me because of this line. Makoto sat down on the stone bench opposite him, the hem of her kimono spreading a small patch of deep purple on the stone surface. Her hands rested on her knees, fingertips gripping the edge of her skirt. Senior Northfield, ever since that night you broke the seal, my Sharingan has begun to resonate uncontrollably within me. Kosuke tapped his fingers on the stone table. Continue. Makoto's throat moved slightly, a thin vein pulsing in her fair neck. At first it was just a burning sensation around my eyes, but then it evolved into the entire optic nerve vibrating. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the three tomo of her right eye's Sharingan spun a circle before slowing down like a machine about to come to a halt. The further I am from you, the more intense the vibrations become, even affecting my vision at night. Kosuke drew a circle on the stone table with his index finger. So you're not here to discuss old matters. Makoto's fingers tightened half an inch on her skirt. I need to know what is wrong with my eyes. Kosuke stood up, walked around the stone table, and approached Makoto. His shadow stretched from her toes to the top of her head, the moonlight fracturing across the contours of his shoulders. Kosuke bent down. His right hand reached out, his thumb and index finger gripping Makoto's chin, lifting her face upward by 2 inches. Makoto's breath caught in her throat like a string being held taut at both ends. His thumb brushed over her cheekbone, a golden purple light flickering on his fingertip, penetrating the texture of her skin and diving into her eye socket. The Sharingan, stimulated by his solar release, completely spiraled out of control, the three tomo spinning frantically, the red patterns on the iris bubbling like boiling water. Makoto's entire body stiffened on the stone bench, her hands gripping her skirt tightly, the knuckles of her fingers pressing into the fabric. Kosuke's thumb paused at the corner of her eye, the golden purple light illuminating the internal structure of her Sharingan. He released his hand. As his fingertip moved away from her face, it left a burning sensation on her skin, like an invisible brand. Kosuke straightened up and returned to his side of the table. He tapped the stone table twice, the moonlight falling on his handsome face, a crooked smile at the corner of his mouth. Your eyes are even more gluttonous than Madara's back in the day. Makoto's ears flushed a bright red, the color spreading from her earlobes to the side of her neck, particularly conspicuous under the moonlight. How many years have you been hungry? Makoto's voice squeezed out from between her teeth, every word trembling slightly. Please clarify, senior. Kosuke pointed in her direction with his index finger. Your Sharingan's face layer has a main meridian of feminine ocular power blocked for at least 10 years. He pointed again. The reason for the blockage is an overload of feminine chakra with no corresponding solar energy to balance the metabolism, causing the ocular power to accumulate thicker and thicker, completely obstructing your pathway to unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan. Makoto's fingers loosened on her skirt, then tightened again. Can it be cured? Kosuke looked at her, the moonlight casting a rugged outline across half of his face. Are you sure you want to ask this here? Makoto's crimson pupils locked onto his golden purple sparkling eyes, and in the instant their gazes met, her Sharingan spun another circle. In Kosuke's mind, a system notification sound rang out. Ding. Detected that the target Uchiha Makoto has a severe accumulation of feminine ocular power, blocking the threshold for unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan. Compatibility of Yin-Yang 83. 7. The highest suitable target currently. Tip through glass yin-yang harmonization. The main ocular power meridian can be thoroughly cleared, unlocking the potential of the Mangekyo and synchronously elevating the hosts would release compatibility to a new stage. Kosuke closed the system panel in his mind. He stood up, pulled the towel off the door frame, and draped it back over his shoulder. It's too late today, you should head back. Makoto's brows furrowed slightly. Senior. Kosuke walked to the courtyard entrance, pulling the door open with one hand, stepping aside to clear the passage. Moonlight streamed in from outside, spilling onto his bare chest. "Come back tomorrow." He tapped the door frame with his fingers, his voice warmer than the moonlight. "Think carefully about one thing before you come back." Mikoto stood up, stopping just as she reached the door. Her face was only level with his chest, and she had to look up to see his eyes. "What is it?" Kosuke looked down at her, his gaze shifting from her Sharingan to her fingers gripping the hem of her skirt, then back up. "You are Uchiha Fugaku's wife." Mikoto's eyelashes trembled slightly. Kosuke released the door frame and took a step back. "Think it over before you come knocking again." Mikoto stood in the alley for a long time. Long enough for the moon to move from the rooftops in the east to directly overhead. When she returned to the Uchiha residence, she bypassed the front door and climbed over the side wall. Itachi's room door was closed, even breaths seeping through the crack, the 3-year-old child sleeping soundly. Mikoto paused in the hallway, bent down to tuck in the corner of the blanket that had rolled up at the door, then tiptoed into her own room. She did not turn on the lights. Sitting on the low stool by the window, the fingertips of her right hand pressed against the edge of her left eye socket. The Sharingan was jumping in its socket more violently than before. Like a heart that had been scalded by hot water, it thumped against its cage. Mikoto's fingers moved from her eye socket to her temple, pressing 3 circles, the pulsation's frequency diminishing slightly, then bouncing back. "Think carefully before you come knocking again." His voice echoed in her mind. Mikoto's fingers slid from her temple to her cheek. The small area of skin where his thumb had brushed was still hot, as if an invisible fingerprint had been left behind. She closed her eyes. What appeared before her was not Madara's handwritten notes, nor the ocular power meridian map of the Sharingan. It was the chest glistening with droplets of water under the moonlight, and the angle of those golden-purple sparkling eyes looking down at her. Mikoto's hands fell from her face, clenched on her knees, her nails digging into the fabric of her kimono. She was Uchiha Fugaku's wife, the matriarch of the core family of the Uchiha clan. Moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating her fair ankles, clearly defining the delicate outline of her bones. Mikoto sat for the entire night. The next evening at the Senju clan's grounds, Tsunade reconstructed a collapsed wall using wood release in the courtyard. Golden-purple chakra flowed from his palms into the ground as wood sprouted from the crevices of the stones, twisting into the shape of a wall as if alive. Without even using a hand seal, he stood with his hands on his hips as the wood grew upward on its own. Tsunade crouched by a stone table, cradling a bowl of mung bean soup, stirring it 3 times with a porcelain spoon. "What did you talk about with that Uchiha woman last night?" Senju brushed the wood shavings off his hands. "Just a few casual chats." Casual chats. Tsunade's spoon clinked against the rim of the bowl, causing a drop of mung bean soup to splash out and land on her thigh, sliding down her smooth, pale skin. She wiped the drop of soup away with her fingertip, her amber eyes fixed on Senju's back. "You chatted casually with a married woman while shirtless." Senju turned around, wiping the sweat from his neck with a towel, looking down at Tsunade, who was crouched on the ground. From his angle, he could see the neckline of Tsunade's loose bathrobe dipping forward, revealing 2 snowy white curves and a shadow so deep it was untraceable. Senju's gaze lingered on that shadow for half a second before he looked away. The genes of the Big Pillar's family have indeed mutated. Tsunade, realizing where he was looking, covered her neckline with one hand, her face flushing from her neck to her earlobes. "What are you looking at?" "Looking at the wall." Senju pointed at the newly repaired section of the wall behind her, wearing a smile so innocent it made one want to punch him. Tsunade stood up, almost spilling the mung bean soup. Holding the bowl in one hand, she pointed at Senju's nose with the other. "Kitahara Senju, you better explain to me what that Uchiha woman is here for." Senju sat down by the stone table, took a sip from the bowl of mung bean soup Tsunade was holding without even using a spoon. "Her Sharingan has a problem." Tsunade withdrew her finger from in front of his nose, squinting her eyes. "What problem?" Senju placed the bowl on the table and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Negative ocular pressure. The path to the Mangekyo is blocked. If not addressed, her vision will begin to deteriorate within 3 to 5 years. Tsunade fell silent for 2 seconds. As a medical ninja, she understood the professional terms immediately. "So, what are you planning to do? What do you think?" Senju's fingers tapped on the table. "I haven't agreed yet." Tsunade's shoulders relaxed slightly, but her mouth didn't relent. You better not agree. Why not? Tsunade snatched the bowl back from his hands, the porcelain making a soft sound against her fingers. Because you're already enough of a jerk, you don't need to add Uchiha's wife to prove it. Senju laughed, twice his laughter bouncing off the stone walls of the courtyard. Hong walked out from the side room holding a cup of tea, her crimson pupils sparkling like two gems in the sunset. Her steps were much steadier than 10 days ago, her waist belt tied neatly, the neckline of her ninja attire fastened to her collarbone, revealing a long, graceful line of her pale neck. What's all the noise in the courtyard about? Tsunade turned to look at her. Do you know Uchiha Makoto? Hong walked to the stone table and sat down on the stone bench next to Senju. I know a bit about her. Her fingers traced the rim of the cup in a half-circle. Uchiha Fugaku's wife, a sensory-type ninja, her strength is at the Jonin level. She had just given birth to her first child during the QB incident and had been at home raising Itachi ever since, rarely appearing in the ninja system. Hong paused. People in the clan privately call her Madam Clan Head, but as far as I know the Uchiha clan is currently facing deep internal conflicts. Fugaku has been away from home on missions for a long time and Makoto's situation isn't good. Senju's fingers tapped twice on the stone table. What do you mean by not good? Hong's teacup paused just before her lips. There's a radical faction within the Uchiha advocating for independence from Konoha. Fugaku is caught between the village and the clan, suffering from both sides, and his temper is quite bad when he's at home. She glanced at Songjia with her crimson pupils. Makoto is part of the moderate faction and has a tense relationship with several elders of the radical faction. Senju leaned against the stone table, his arms resting on the stones behind him, looking up at the leaves still swaying on the old oak tree. Ah, the Uchiha. His voice trailed off. That kid Madara was stubborn back then. One disagreement would have him at odds with the big pillar, and after that he would sneak over to drink with me, cry after drinking, and then say he wanted to wipe out the Senju. Tsunade and Hong both looked at him. Senju's fingers drew a circle in the air. The flaw of the Uchiha clan ultimately is summed up in one word: blocked. He lowered his hands and laid them flat on the stone table. Feelings that are blocked turn into hatred, hatred that is blocked turns into madness, and blocked eyes turn into blindness. The courtyard fell silent for 2 seconds. A leaf fell from the old oak tree, spiraling down to land on Senju's hand. He flicked the leaf away and stood up. We need to find someone to communicate with them. Tsunade's voice caught up with him from behind, laced with jealousy and a hint of seriousness. Does it have to be you who communicates? Senju turned his head, the moonlight just climbing up the courtyard wall, casting on his excessively innocent face. In this ninja world besides me, who else has the yang release to satisfy the Sharingan? Tsunade opened her mouth but then closed it. She couldn't find a rebuttal because what he said was true. 3 knocks echoed from outside the courtyard door. The rhythm was gentle and evenly spaced, as if the person knocking had hesitated for a long time before finally letting their knuckles fall on the wooden board. Senju glanced towards the door and then at Tsunade. You see, whether or not to communicate is not up to me. He walked over and opened the door. Makoto stood outside the door, dressed in a new deep blue ninja outfit, a short blade tucked at her waist, her black hair pulled into a sleek high ponytail, revealing a delicate pale face and a long slender neck. She was 1.65 meters tall, her waist cinched by the design of the ninja outfit, forming a slender curve. The fabric across her chest stretched slightly tight. 2 white translucent calves peeked out from beneath the hem of her ninja outfit, clad in blue ninja sandals, resting on the stone slab at the doorstep. Her eyes were black with no Sharingan activated, but Songjia could feel the bloodline beneath those eyes pulsating, beating rapidly. Makoto looked at the man standing nearly 40 centimeters taller than her. Her gaze traveled down from his face for an inch, then forcefully pulled back. Senju was dressed today. His loose, deep blue long shirt was open at the front, revealing a small section of muscle from his chest to abdomen, sweat darkening the fabric. Have you thought it through? Senju's hand rested on the doorframe, his fingers tapping lightly on the wood. Makoto raised her chin slightly, the moonlight cutting across her sharp jawline. I've thought it through. Senju looked into her eyes for 3 seconds. Then he stepped aside from the doorway. Come in, Uchiha's wife. The stone door of the sealed chamber closed, cutting off the insect song of the old oak in the courtyard. Sangjia pushed his sleeves up twice, revealing the ridged muscles of his forearms, and turned to regard Mei-chin standing by the stone platform. Only a single oil lamp burned in the chamber. Its flame wavered under the pressure of the chakra field flowing between the two of them. Mei-chin's fingers rested on the edge of the stone platform, knuckles slightly bent. Under the collar of her shinobi garb, the portion of her clavicle caught the dim light and cast a shallow shadow. "Sit down." Mei-chin glanced at him, but said nothing, then swung herself up onto the stone slab. The surface was icy through the thin fabric it pressed against the root of her thigh, and her knees involuntarily closed a half-inch. Sangjia stepped directly before her, raised his right hand, 2 fingers pressed together. A bean-sized mote of golden violet light formed at his fingertip. "Activate the Xiaolunian Sharingan." Mei-chin drew a deep breath. Her black pupils began to turn 3 tomo surfaced, and her crimson irises took on an uncanny sheen beneath the golden violet glow. Sangjia's fingertip touched the center of her brow. Mei-chin's whole body jolted as if struck by lightning. Golden violet yang chakra poured in at that point, coursing along the meridians of her forehead and branching toward the eye sockets, its searing heat grinding through the layer of ocular stagnation she had accumulated over 10 years. "It hurts." Mei-chin squeezed the sound from between her teeth, hands clawing the edge of the stone as her nails rasped against the coarse surface. Sangjia's finger did not move. "Endure it. The first layer of stagnation is the thickest. Burning it away takes 30 seconds. Mei-chin's Xiaolunian trembled violently, the edges of the 3 tomo blurred, collapsing inward like ink melting toward its center. Her upper body pitched forward uncontrollably, and her forehead struck Sangjia's chest. His free left hand cradled the nape of her neck, palm pressed against the protrusion at the top of her cervical spine. Yang chakra entered from that second contact and radiated down her spine. 2 streams of energy collided within Mei-chin. Her back arched to the fabric of her shinobi uniform, strained to its limit, and the curve of her waist traced a taut line in the lamplight. Sangjia lowered his head and watched the high black ponytail pressed against his chest, feeling her rapid breaths beating against his clavicle. 30% cleared. The hardest part is past. Mei-chin's fingers loosened their grip on the stone and instead seized the sash at Sangjia's waist. She did it instinctively, seeking support to withstand the tidal surge of energy within. Sangjia glanced down at the hand clutching his sash, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "A married woman of the Ujibo household, move your hand up." Mei-chin's ears flushed crimson, but her grip did not slacken. She had no spare consciousness to tend to shame. Her Xiaolunian was being remade. The 3 tomo fully liquefied, flowing across the crimson iris into 3 curved streaks like petals of a flower unfolding. Sangjia felt the meridian structure beneath his fingertips reorganizing at speed, so he turned Mei-chin over and laid her prone on the stone slab with her back toward him. His right palm pressed to the center of her back, fingers splayed to cover the region where the meridians were most densely concentrated between heart and lung. Golden violet light spread from his palm, seeping through the shinobi cloth and into the flesh beneath. Mei-chin's fingers left 5 pale scratches on the stone. Her cheek lay against the cold surface, lips parted slightly, and her quick breath fogged a small patch of mist upon the slab. Sangjia could plainly feel the inocular power within her meridians being stripped away layer by the yang release. Each layer peeled sent a violent shudder through her body. A system panel pulsed in Sangjia's vision. Ocular stagnation clearance progress 47. 63. Yin-yang convergence efficiency current conduction mode contact efficiency coefficient 0. 7. Recommended upgrade to full meridian resonance mode to complete deep cleansing. Sangjia slid the panel aside. He bent and pressed his lips to Mei-chin's ear, his voice kept very low. "The next stage will be intense. You must loosen your collar, or the fabric will burn." Mei-chin turned her face on the stone to a new angle, revealing a red eye wet with tears yet still clear. The nascent pattern of the Wanwating Mangekyo flowed within that eye. The outline of a threpetaled motif was already distinct. Her hand trembled as it sought the first hidden clasp at her collar. Outside the sealed chamber, the old oak in the courtyard began to quake strangely. Its leaves whispered as if shaken by an invisible frequency. Gangsho stood in the second-floor corridor, her palm on the wooden railing of the chakra at her fingertips transmitted the chamber's fluctuations into her nerves without missing a thread. The golden violet pulses grew more frequent and fierce. At each peak, Gangsho's breath caught by half a beat. She released the railing, went back to her room, fished a tin of tea from a cabinet, and set a kettle on the stove. As steam pushed the lid with a soft pop, the chamber's chakra resonance reached its apex. Golden violet and inky blue lights seeped from the cracks between the courtyard stones, forming a thin iridescent mist beneath the moon. Gangsho carried the teapot to the stone table under the old oak and poured herself a cup. The instant the cup brimmed, the resonance stopped. The courtyard held its breath for 3 seconds. Then the stone door of the chamber was pushed open from within. Senju stepped out first, the hem of his robe rumpled, sweat slick on his neck, and chest, a towel draped over his shoulder. He went to the stone table, lifted the cup before Gangsho, and took a swallow. Gangsho watched him, amber eyes full of a whole shinobi world's jealousy. 45 minutes. Senju set the cup down. You timed it. I counted 327 leaves. Senju chuckled and wiped his brow with the towel. Light footsteps came from the direction of the sealed chamber. Meichin emerged from behind the stone door. Her hair had fallen from the high ponytail to drape over her shoulders, black strands clinging to her cheeks and rendering her face nearly translucent. Her shinobi collar was buttoned again, though a faint flush above her clavicle had not yet fully faded. What truly riveted Gangsho's gaze were Meichin's eyes. A threepetaled mandala rotated slowly in the crimson iris. The petal edges shimmered with a blend of golden violet and inky blue, as if sunrise and the deep sea had been kindled at once. Meichin lifted her hand and turned it over to view her palm. The meridian lines along her 5 fingers were sharply defined, blue chakra flowing through the channels, both fast and steady. Her voice carried the residue of uneven breaths. This is the wanwading. Senju picked up the teapot from the table, poured a cup, and handed it to her. I've optimized this wanwading. It won't blind you no matter how long you use it. Meichin accepted the cup and sipped. Her fingers still trembled slightly as the rim touched her lips. Senju leaned against the oak trunk and watched the rotating ocular pattern for 2 seconds. The ocular technique has been identified. Your Wanhatong's inherent jutsu is called Ueja, an S-rank control-type illusion. He drew a circle in the air with his finger. Don't use it inside the clan. Don't ever activate the wanwading in front of anyone, including Fuyu. Meichin's ocular pattern receded and her iris returned to black. I understand. Senju nodded. Go back, dawn is near. Meichin set the cup on the stone table and turned toward the courtyard gate, pausing for a beat as she passed Gangsho. Gangsho held the teacup with the rim at her lower lip. Her amber eyes skimmed over the cup, and she said evenly, "Welcome to the Victims' League." Meichin's mouth twitched, a head bowed. She hurried through the gate, and her footsteps faded into the edge of the moonlight. Gangsho slammed the teacup down on the stone table with a crisp clink. Beiyuan Senju. Senju was wiping sweat from his forearm with a towel. Gangsho rose, approached him, and tilted her head up to look at the man who stood half a head taller than she. Are you concerned about whom I heal or about the method I used? Gangsho's answer was to snatch a porcelain spoon from the table and bring it down, aimed at his forehead. Senju caught the spoon and in the same motion her wrist. Her wrist was wrapped completely in his palm. The warmth of his hand nearly made her fling her other hand away. Let go. You calm down first. I'm not angry. Your chakra is pooling into that fist. Gangsho glanced at her clenched left hand and silently loosened her fingers. Senju released her wrist and returned the porcelain spoon to the table. The courtyard fell quiet for a few seconds. Gangsho back turned to him, let the curve of her shoulders rise and fall once in the moonlight. You owe me more and more. Senju remained silent, his gaze settling on the wisps of hair at her nape lifted by the night wind. A system panel flashed a new line of information at the corner of his vision. Long-range strength chakra source detected, bearing Yuin. Movement mode papery fragmentation and dispersed flight. Tag Angel Xiaonan. Estimated affinity 79. 2. Estimated arrival at Huajigua border 18 hours. Senju's eyes passed beyond the courtyard wall toward the northwest sky veiled in clouds. Work coming in. Gangsho turned her head. What? Senju closed the system panel and swung the towel over his shoulder. Nothing much. Guests arrive tomorrow. He stepped into the main house and shut the door. Gangsho stood in the courtyard staring at the closed panel for a full 5 seconds, then looked down to see a faint lip mark on the rim of the cup Meichin had left on the table. She inverted the cup and trapped it on the table, then turned and went upstairs. Meanwhile, in an underground chamber at the southeast corner of Muyi, a thin white snake slithered from a crack in the wall, tongue flicking as it climbed onto Tuanzang's desk. The snake ejected a grain-sized rolled note. Tuanzang unrolled it. There was a single line: "He lingered near the Yujibo clan grounds for 45 minutes last night." A smile pulled at the corner of Tuanzang's mouth as he slipped the note into an envelope and wrote a name on the front: Yujibo Assembly Hall Elder Seat. The pieces were set. He needed the Yuji boss wrath to divert that monster's attention, even if only for half a day. The morning light seeped through the branches of the old oak tree, casting a patch of shimmering gold on the stone table of the Senju clan. Tsunade was the first to emerge. She wore a loose gray bathrobe, the sash tied loosely, revealing a glimpse of her strikingly white collarbone and shoulder necklines, holding a pot of freshly cooked white porridge. Red was the second to come out. Her crimson ninja attire was fastened to the collarbone, with a cascade of black hair draping over her shoulders. The red pupils treated by Kosuke glimmered under the morning light like two polished rubies, her demeanor more composed than it had been 10 days prior. Yuzu silently walked out from the corner room, her light brown short hair tucked behind her ears, dressed in clean plain ninja attire, carrying 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks, quietly sitting at the corner of the table. The 3 women settled around the stone table, their gazes briefly intersecting amidst the steam rising from the pot of porridge before each turned away. Kosuke emerged from the main house, his upper body still bare, a towel draped over his shoulder, droplets of water clinging to his hair as he strode confidently to sit beside the stone table. He picked up a bowl and poured himself a serving of porridge, gulping it down without even blowing on it. Tsunade's chopsticks halted momentarily in midair. "Can't you wear some clothes while eating?" Kosuke mumbled a response while chewing on pickled vegetables. "It's hot." Red's gaze swept over the defined muscles on his shoulder before she lowered her head to drink the porridge earnestly. Yuzu ate her meal one bite at a time, remaining silent, but a folded note lay next to her on the table with a piece of fruit candy pressed beneath it. A knock sounded from outside the courtyard gate. 3 light taps. Tsunade's chopsticks clattered against the table. "So early in the morning, someone's here." Kosuke stood up to open the door. Makoto stood outside, dressed in a simple white kimono jacket with a dark blue fitted ninja outfit underneath and no sword at her waist. Her hair was tied back into a high ponytail, revealing her delicate pale face and a long, graceful neck. At a height of 1.65 m, she appeared particularly petite before Kosuke, yet she stood upright, exuding the dignified demeanor of a Uchiha matriarch. In her hand she held a colorful piece of drawing paper. It was drawn by Itachi, expressing gratitude for Uncle Kosuke's help with the house repairs. Kosuke took the paper and glanced at it. The drawing depicted a gigantic figure with muscular blocks resembling small hills next to a tiny stick figure with the wobbly writing saying, "Such an impressive uncle." Kosuke's lips curled slightly. "This child has a talent for drawing, as she captured my pectorals quite accurately." He stepped aside to allow her in. "Come in and have porridge." Makoto stepped into the courtyard, her gaze colliding with those of the 3 women by the stone table. The air fell silent for a heartbeat. Tsunade set down her chopsticks, resting her elbows on the table, chin resting on her hand, her amber eyes half closed. "Sit down, we don't have enough bowls and chopsticks. I share a bowl with Kosuke." Makoto halted at the stone table. Kosuke had already returned to sit down, still holding the bowl of porridge he had partially consumed. "Don't mind her, Yuzu. Go fetch another set of bowls and chopsticks." Yuzu silently stood up and 10 seconds later returned with a clean set, placing it at the only empty spot on the stone table, Kosuke's left. Makoto sat down at that position, less than a fist's distance from Kosuke. Tsunade stirred her chopsticks in the bowl. "Now that everyone is here, I have something to say." Kosuke chewed on the pickled vegetables without lifting his eyelids. Tsunade straightened up, her gaze sweeping from Yuzu to Red, then to Makoto, before finally resting on Kosuke. "As of now, the order is me, Yuzu, Red, and you." The last "you" is directed at Makoto. Her chopsticks nearly slipped from her grip, bouncing off the edge of the bowl with a crisp clink. Kosuke set down his bowl. "Who established this order?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "I did." "Any objections?" Kosuke lifted the bowl again and continued eating without saying another word. Red held her teacup in front of her lips, the corners of her mouth curving slightly behind the rim. Yuzu bowed her head to eat, her light brown hair obscuring half her face, but the exposed tip of her ear was red. A faint blush crept onto Makoto's face, spreading from her cheekbones to her earlobes, yet she did not argue, steadily picking up her chopsticks to add a piece of pickled vegetable to her bowl. This action itself was an answer. Tsunade watched her for 3 seconds, scoffed lightly, and lowered her head to drink porridge. The breakfast atmosphere stabilized wonderfully amidst the vinegar's sourness and the porridge's fragrance. Halfway through eating, Makoto set down the drawing paper, preparing to rise and take her leave. Kosuke's voice sounded from behind her. "Sit down, I'm not done talking yet." Makoto bent halfway, but straightened back up, sitting properly again. Kosuke wiped his mouth with the towel, pushed the bowl aside, resting both arms on the stone table as he leaned forward. His expression shifted. The playful demeanor he had while chewing pickled vegetables changed to a serious one. The golden purple light in his eyes flickered, and the temperature in the courtyard seemed to drop by a couple of degrees. Danzō is nearing death. The 4 women turned to look at him simultaneously. Kosuke tapped his index finger on the stone table. But before he dies, he will orchestrate something to drag the Uchiha into the mire. Makoto's pupils constricted, her chopsticks resting on the rim of the bowl, her fingertips not leaving it. Kosuke looked at her. "There are factions within the Uchiha planning a coup, you know this." Makoto fell silent for 2 seconds. "I know." Kosuke nodded. "Danzō relayed the news of my visit to the Uchiha compound last night to the radical elders." His finger tapped the table once more. "He wants those old men to believe I'm trying to recruit you, forcing them to act prematurely, using the Uchiha's internal turmoil to create a shield for himself." Makoto's fingers finally left the chopsticks, gripping the hem of her kimono on her knees tightly. "Fugaka," Kosuke interrupted her. "At the hour of Shin tonight, I will go alone to meet Fugaku at the back mountain of the Nanha Shrine." Makoto lifted her gaze to meet his. "What will you discuss?" Kosuke's palm spread open on the stone table, then slowly clenched into a fist, the knuckles producing a series of sharp cracking sounds. "I will discuss whether he wants Itachi to have a peaceful life, or if he wishes to send the entire Uchiha to accompany Danzō in death." The courtyard fell silent for 3 seconds. Tsunade was the first to speak. "What if the discussion doesn't go well?" Kosuke released his fist, picked up the drawing paper from Itachi, glancing at it. The little stick figure in the drawing was smiling happily. He folded the paper neatly and tucked it away in his clothing. "If the discussion doesn't go well, I will resolve it physically." Red set down her teacup, her fingers spinning around the rim. "I can handle intelligence communication. I am more familiar with the movements of our roots' dark lines." Yuzu lifted her head from the corner, her voice soft yet steady. "Danzō has set up 3 surveillance posts within a 2-kilometer radius of the Nanha Shrine, codenamed Sparrow, Eagle, and Owl, with a rotation pattern of every 4 hours. Tsunade slapped the table, standing up. "I'll go prepare medical supplies. Let's hope they won't be needed." Kosuke looked at Makoto. "Go back and tell Fugaku at the hour of Shin tonight, I will come alone to the back mountain." Makoto nodded. Kosuke added, his voice low, yet each word struck the stone table like a hammer. "If he brings more than 2 people, it won't be a discussion, it will be a death sentence." Makoto stood up, slightly bowing to the 4 individuals by the stone table before turning to walk towards the courtyard gate. Her steps were swift, the hem of her white kimono gently swaying at her ankles, a pair of pale straight calves catching the morning light momentarily before vanishing beyond the door. After sending Makoto off, the courtyard fell silent once more. Tsunade walked a couple of steps by the stone table before suddenly turning back. "You really won't kill Fugaku?" Kosuke leaned against the old oak tree, arms crossed over his chest, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on his chest in the morning light. "I'll see if he's worth keeping alive." Tsunade stared at him for 2 seconds before turning and heading back indoors. Red cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks and, together with Yuzu, carried the items into the kitchen. Only Kosuke remained in the courtyard. He pulled out the drawing paper of Itachi from his clothing, unfolded it for a glance, and a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. A new notification popped up in his vision. "The distant chakra source continues to approach. Mode of movement paper-like, dispersed flight. Tag Angel Conan. Estimated arrival at the border of the Land of Fire 11 hours. Estimated affinity maintained at 79. 2. Kosuke folded the drawing paper back neatly and tucked it into his clothing, his gaze sweeping over the courtyard wall toward the northwest. The sky was blue and something moved beneath the cloud layer. As he withdrew his gaze amidst the treetops of the southern edge of Konoha, a 3-meter-long white giant serpent silently swam toward the direction of the Uchiha compound, its eyes reflecting a pale, indistinct smiling face. Orochimaru. Before the hour of Shin arrived, Songjie had already changed into his clothes. The collar of his deep blue robe was open, revealing the honey-colored muscle contours from his chest to his collarbone, with his belt casually tied in a loose knot and a handkerchief draped over his shoulder. Kongsho leaned against the door frame, her 2 long fair legs extending from under the hem of her bathrobe, her amber eyes fixated on Songjie as he tied his belt. "Did you not say to find Fujiwara at the hour of Shin?" Songjie rolled up his sleeves, revealing the bulging muscle lines on his forearms. "Just a small task first." Kongsho frowned slightly. "What small task?" Songjie walked to the courtyard door and tapped his fingers on the door frame. "Twist off a head that needs twisting." Kongsho stepped away from the door frame, causing the collar of her robe to sway forward, revealing a white arc at the top. "Danzō." Songjie glanced back at her, his gaze skimming over the curve of her collar without lingering. "Did we not agree to fish for big game with a long line?" "The fish is already fat enough. If we let it grow any fatter, it will bite." Songjie pushed open the courtyard door, the evening breeze sweeping in from the alley and fluttering the hem of his robe. "Keep the soup warm for me. I'll be back in half an hour to drink it." He stepped over the threshold, his voice drifting back through the courtyard door. Hong leaned out from the second-floor corridor, her crimson eyes watching Kenji's figure disappear at the alley's entrance. Her fingers rested on the railing, unconsciously tracing the wood's grain. Kongsho looked up at her. "Stop looking, he can handle this alone cleanly." Hong withdrew her gaze, pressing her lips together slightly. "Danzō's root base has at least 3 strength ceiling barriers." Kongsho huffed, turning to walk into the kitchen and moving the soup pot on the stove to a low flame. 30 barriers are not enough for him to tread upon. In the southeast corner of Konoha, at the last underground base of the roots, Songjie stood before the iron gate, hands tucked into his belt, looking up at the ceiling array carved into the door. He extended one foot, tapping the tip of his shoe on the iron door. The 3 iron gates, along with the ceiling barrier behind them, shattered into powder in the same instant, metal fragments and chakra remnants exploding in the passage, followed by a cloud of dust settling on the ground. Songjie stepped onto the shattered iron pieces, the sound of his shoes scraping against the metal echoing in the dim corridor. More than 20 root ninjas rushed out from the dark compartments on both sides of the corridor, their breaths rapid and synchronized beneath their masks, kunai and hand signs lifted in unison. Songjie did not even pause in his steps. A stream of golden-purple chakra radiated from his body like a wave of invisible heat washing over the corridor. The knees of the 20 root ninjas hit the ground simultaneously, their foreheads pressed against the cold stone slab, their kunai clattering to the ground. Songjie passed among them, the hem of his robe sweeping past the backs of the kneeling ninjas. The door to the innermost secret chamber was open. Danzō stood inside, the bandages on his right arm already undone, 10 crimson Sharingan lined up along his pale arm, spinning under the dim light, emitting a strange scarlet glow. Songjie stopped at the doorway, tapping his fingers on the door frame. "One-eyed dragon, are you waiting for me?" Danzō raised his right hand, and the first Sharingan began to spin wildly. "Konoha Songjie, you are immortal, but Izanagi can rewrite fate." Songjie stepped into the secret chamber. "You can't even touch Madaro's fur, but you're quick to steal his clan's eyeballs." Without further ado, the moment the first Sharingan on Danzō's right arm closed, his figure vanished from before Songjie. Izanagi activated. Kenji's right fist had already slammed into the spot where Danzō had been standing, the entire stone wall torn apart by the force of the punch, the residual wave overturning all the furniture and scroll racks in the secret chamber. But Danzō appeared 3 meters behind Songjie, unharmed. Rewritten death once. Songjie turned around, flicking dust off his fingers in the air. "How many eyes are left?" Sweat trickled down Danzō's forehead. The second Sharingan closed. Kenji's left palm swept in from the side, crushing Danzō's chest for an instant before he exploded into a mist of blood. As the blood mist dissipated, Danzō reappeared in the corner of the secret chamber. 2 of the Sharingan on his right arm completely lost their luster. Kenji's head tilted slightly. "Interesting, bring it on." The third Sharingan closed. This time Songjie didn't use his fist, his fingers gripped Danzō's cervical vertebrae. The moment the strength of his 5 fingers condensed into the bones, the sound of the cervical vertebra shattering echoed in the secret chamber. Danzō reborn for the third time appeared 2 meters directly in front of Songjia, only 7 spinning Sharingan remaining on his right arm, his breathing already a disheveled mess. Kenji's fingers still bore a slight warm sensation as he wiped them on the hem of his robe. The cells of the Uchiha, the eyeballs of the Uchiha clan you've stolen from both of the brothers' clans. His right hand raised, fingers together, palm facing Danzō. For the 4th time, I want take your life. Kenji's palm turned over, golden purple light erupted between his fingers, transforming into a scorching wave of energy slicing straight towards Danzō's right shoulder. Danzō's right arm was twisted off from the shoulder joint. No blood gushed out of the wound, was seared into a charred scar by the heat of the yang release. The severed arm with 7 still spinning Sharingan crashed onto the stone floor, bouncing twice before the 7 crimson pupils shattered simultaneously upon leaving the body, their red irises breaking apart like shattered glass. Danzō knelt on the ground, covering the charred stump with his one remaining arm, his face unable to be described as merely pale anymore. Songjia looked down at the scattered Sharingan fragments on the ground. These eyes are stolen, their shattering is no great loss. Danzō's left hand frantically formed seals on his chest, tearing open his own clothing. A 4-symbol sealing pattern in the center of his chest began to spin rapidly, releasing an acrid burning smell. Self-detonation seal. Kenji's palm pressed down on the ground, golden purple chakra surged downwards, and wooden vines the size of the courtyard erupted violently from the cracks in the stone, wrapping Danzō entirely into a sealed wooden ball in the blink of an eye. The muffled sound of the explosion came from within the wooden ball. The surface of the ball bulged a few times, the patterns burning black in the high temperature before rapidly contracting. 3 seconds later, the wooden ball cracked open. There was nothing inside, not even ashes were left behind. Songjia stood up, brushing the wood chips off his palms. Sending you on your way. He turned around, exiting the secret chamber, walking out of the corridor and leaving the ruins of the base. The evening breeze blew from the direction of Konoha, carrying the aroma of cooking smoke and leaves. Songjia stretched lazily, the joints in his shoulders cracking, twice the collar of his robe fluttering in the wind. Half an hour. He followed through on his promise. The courtyard door of the Senju clan was half open, with Kongsho sitting at a stone table, a steaming bowl of soup and a pair of clean chopsticks in front of her. Songjia pushed the door open. Kongsho looked up at his hands. Clean, with not a trace of red in the nail crevices. Dead. Songjia sat down at the stone table, lifting the soup bowl to gulp down a mouthful. Dead. Kongsho's chopsticks tapped against the edge of the bowl, a glint of light swirling in her amber eyes. She did not ask further or express any sentiments, simply standing up to walk into the kitchen, bringing out a plate of pickled cucumbers and placing it beside Songjia. Eat before you go meet Fujiwara. Songjia chewed on the cucumber, the soup bowl now empty. He set the bowl down, wiped his mouth, and stood up to change into a freshly pressed robe. Kongsho leaned against the door frame, standing at 1.68 m, reaching only to his chest, the loose belt of her bathrobe accentuating her slender waist below, which a generous curve was mostly concealed by the fabric. Come back early. Kenji's palm landed on her head, ruffling her hair. I'll bring you some supper. Kongsho raised her hand to swat his palm away, a faint blush creeping onto her ears. Songjia chuckled, turning to exit the courtyard. Hong watched his silhouette disappear into the moonlight from the second-floor window, her crimson eyes gleaming for a moment before being mostly concealed by the curtains she drew. In Songjia's mind, the system panel popped up with a series of settlement messages. Ding! Danzō's influence eradicated, complete. The internal political risk index of Konoha drops to 12. New passive skill unlocked, root intelligence network takeover rights. Warning, Uchiha coup risk index rapidly rising to 87. Critical time window 72 hours. Songjia swiped the panel aside, quickening his steps towards the direction of the South-He Shrine. The moon peeked out from behind the clouds, illuminating the stone steps overgrown with moss at the back of the shrine. At the end of the steps stood a lone figure. Uchiha Fujiwara. Alone. No weapon in hand, no guards by his side. The moonlight fell on his face, clearly illuminating his tired features that seemed aged by 10 years. Songjia stopped at the top of the stone steps, looking down at the Uchiha clan leader 5 meters away. The man's eye sockets were sunken, a few new white hairs at his temples, his back straight, but burdened by an invisible weight, pulling him down towards the ground. Kenji's fingers tapped against his waist belt. Fujiwara raised his head, the moonlight fracturing in his dark red pupils. He had come with a heart prepared for death. The moonlight sliced the clearing behind the South-He shrine in half. Sangjia stood at the top of the stone steps, while Fujitake stood before the stone tablet separated by the weight of 2 eras. Fujitake spoke first, his voice rough like iron sheets sanded down. Beiyuan Sangjia. Sangjia's hands were tucked into his belt, his chin raised slightly. My grandfather's grandfather witnessed you pressing Uchiha Obito down in the Valley of the End. Fujitake's Adam's apple bobbed. That riverbed is still shattered to this day. Sangjia's mouth curled slightly. So it was wise of you to come alone. I heard what Makoto sent word about bringing more than 2 people is courting death. Fujitake's hands hung at his sides, fingers relaxed, showing no intention of clenching into fists. I didn't bring even 1. His gaze swept across the empty mountainside. Sangjia walked down the stone steps, each step on the moss-covered stones sounding like a muffled drum. His 2-meter-tall figure cast a giant shadow over Fujitake as the distance closed. He stopped 2 steps in front of Fujitake. Speak, what mess is the Uchiha clan in now? Fujitake's eyelids twitched. The radicals are already out of control. His voice was low, as if afraid to disturb the spirits behind the stone tablet. 3 elders have secretly conspired with more than half of the combat personnel, not only demanding to break away from Konoha, but also to eliminate all pro-Konoha members within the clan. Including you. Sangjia's fingers slipped from his belt, crossed against his chest. Fujitake forced a bitter smile, the curve of his lips more sorrowful than a cry. Including me, including Makoto, including everyone opposing the coup. His gaze fell on the rubble beneath his feet. They will act within 5 days at the earliest. Sangjia looked down at the man nearly 30 centimeters shorter than himself, the moonlight casting 2 shadows on the ground between them. What do you intend to do? Fujitake raised his head, the dark red pupils reflecting Sangjia's outline. I can't do anything. When those 6 words left his mouth, his shoulders sagged half an inch. If you came to protect Makoto and Itachi, I will hand them over to you. Sangjia stared into Fujitake's eyes for 3 seconds. Then his right fist came crashing down. Not on Fujitake, but on the massive stone tablet engraved with the Uchiha clan emblem behind him. The moment his fist made contact with the stone, golden purple light exploded from between his fingers. The stone tablet was shattered into powder, with a direct punch, debris and dust swirling in a gray-white storm, the shockwave lifting Fujitake's hair and the edges of his clothing, blowing his bangs back. Fujitake's body swayed, yet he did not retreat. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but his legs no longer obeyed him. Sangjia retracted his fist, dusted with stone powder, the golden purple afterglow in his palm fading after 2 seconds. What fate will you accept? His finger pointed at Fujitake's chest, the tip just an inch from the fabric of his ninja attire. You're the clan leader. If you accept your fate, 300 Uchiha will die with you. Fujitake's pupils constricted sharply in the moonlight. Sangjia withdrew his hand, tucking it back into his belt, his tone trailing off with a chill colder than the moonlight. No matter how much of a bastard Obito was back then, he fought against the pillars for a lifetime, and he never abandoned his clan. Fujitake's Adam's apple rolled twice, his lips parted slightly before tightening again. Sangjia turned around, facing the ruins of the shattered stone tablet for 2 seconds. I will give you a way out. He extended a finger. Before the radical elders take action, I will step in to suppress them. Fujitake's voice faltered. Are you going to kill them? Sangjia glanced back at him. Whether I kill them depends on if they are sensible. He extended a second finger. The condition is that the Uchiha accept Konoha's unified management in the future, cancel independent policing rights, and exchange for political treatment equal to other clans. Fujitake clenched his jaw for 2 seconds, the muscles in his cheeks tensed. Independent policing rights are the foundation of the Uchiha clan. Sangjia's second finger swayed in the moonlight. The foundation of a clan is survival, not locking themselves away to play. He retracted his hand, crossing his arms over his chest, the lines of his abdominal muscles outlined in the moonlight with rugged angles. Obito walked the wrong path back then. He turned the Uchiha against the whole world, and in the end he lost himself as well. Sangjia's voice softened slightly. Do you want Itachi to walk the same path? Fujitake's body seemed to have the last bone supporting him pulled away, his shoulders completely slumping. He remained silent for a long time, long enough for the moon to move from above the shattered stone tablet to the treetops. I promise you. Sangjia nodded. Fujitake raised his head to look at him, the weary red pupils reflecting Sangjia's extremely handsome and unthreatening face under the moonlight. Why do you help the Uchiha? Sangjia's gaze passed over Fujitake, landing on the remnants of the Uchiha clan emblem, yet to be shattered on the pieces of the stone tablet. Because that bastard Obito entrusted me with the care of his descendants before he died. His finger traced half a circle in the air before lowering. Although he never said it out loud, I knew. Fujitake's jaw tightened, a lump in his throat like a stone, a faint red rimmed his eyes, which he forced back by biting down hard on his molars. He deeply bowed to Sangjia, nearly at a 90-degree angle, the curve of his back pulling tight under the moonlight like a taut string. Sangjia did not let him rise immediately, but waited for him to slowly straighten up. The two men locked eyes for a breath's length amidst the ruins of the stone tablet. Sangjia turned to walk towards the stone steps, taking 2 steps before his toe struck a piece of rubble, causing him to turn back. I cured your wife's illness. Fujitake's back felt as if poked by an invisible needle. Sangjia's shoulders shrugged slightly. I didn't do anything else, believe it or not, it's up to you. A complex array of emotions washed over Fujitake's face. His lips moved twice, but ultimately made no sound. Sangjia did not wait for him to respond, striding up the stone steps over the rubble and mossed the hem of his long robe flipping in the night wind. The moonlight covered the stone steps as his 2-meter figure walked away, stepping into the light. In Sangjia's mind, the system panel quietly refreshed a line of text. Risk index of Uchiha-ku decreased from 87 to 43. Key variable reaction of the radical elders pending observation. He dismissed the panel, whistling as he walked along the forest path back to the Senju clan land. Halfway there, a white paper butterfly drifted down from the night sky, silently landing on his shoulder. On its wings was written a single character. Good. The strokes were delicate, the ink clean, with a slight tremor at the end, as if the writer's hand had quivered momentarily before being steadied. Sangjia glanced down at the character on the butterfly's wing, pinched the paper butterfly off his shoulder, folded it neatly, and tucked it into his collar, pressing it against his collarbone. His footsteps quickened slightly. The gate to the Senju clan land stood ajar, orange light spilling through the gap. Tsunade was sitting by a stone table, a thin blanket draped over her knees, holding a cup of tea that had long gone cold. Her amber eyes turned to catch sight of Sangjia as he entered. What about the late-night snack? Sangjia spread his hands. I forgot. Tsunade's teacup clattered against the stone table, producing a sharp sound of porcelain. Sangjia sat down across from her, pulling the folded paper butterfly from his collar and placing it on the stone table. Tsunade's gaze landed on the butterfly, her brows furrowing. What is this? Sangjia's finger flicked the wing of the butterfly. A guest is coming tomorrow. He leaned back on the stone table, tilting his head as the moonlight filtered through the branches and leaves of the ancient oak above, breaking into a mosaic of gold and silver. In the distance beyond the courtyard walls, in the night sky of the northwest border of the Land of Fire, millions of white paper pieces were gathering into a human-shaped silhouette along the corridor of the wind. At the center of the paper pieces, a pair of amber eyes opened in the high sky, gazing down at the sprawling forest below. A lip ring glinted on her lips in the moonlight. The moonlight flowed down from the crown of the old oak tree, turning the stone table of the Senju clan into a silvery mirror. Tsunade sat beside the stone table, one leg resting on the other, the hem of her gray bathrobe sliding down from her knee, revealing a small leg that gleamed white under the moonlight, with droplets of water still clinging to her ankle from her earlier bath. In front of her were 2 wine cups and a pot of warmed sake. The sound of the courtyard door being pushed open reached her ears, and Tsunade's toes tapped lightly on the ground, but her body did not move. Kage walked over and sat down at the stone table, the collar of his long robe still unbuttoned, the muscle lines from his collarbone to his chest appearing as if carved from stone in the moonlight. He picked up the wine pot, poured himself a cup, and gulped it down. Tsunade's fingers traced the rim of her cup. Have you finished talking? Kage set the empty cup back on the table. It's done, Fugaku agreed. Tsunade poured herself a cup of wine, taking a sip, her amber eyes peering at him over the rim. How did you negotiate? Kage's fingers tapped lightly on the table. First, I smashed the ancestral tablet of his clan with a punch, then explained the reasoning to him. Tsunade's cup clinked against her teeth, nearly spilling sake out of her nose. You smashed the Uchiha clan's tablet. Kage tilted his head slightly. It shattered quite cleanly. Tsunade set her cup down, her fingers tapping twice on the table, matching Kage's habitual rhythm. Harsher than Grandpa. Kage poured himself another cup, his thumb wiping the overflow from the pot's spout. Your grandfather was too kind enough to sacrifice himself and drag you down with him. Tsunade's fingers paused on the table, her nails scratching a fine white line into the stone. She didn't refute him. The wind swept in from outside the walls, the leaves of the old oak rustling softly, a few shards of silvery light falling on the loose collar of Tsunade's bathrobe, outlining a gentle curve beneath her collarbone. Kage drank his third cup, twisting it halfway. Tsunade suddenly spoke, her voice lower than before. When Makoto came today, she had your chakra residue on her. Kage's hand holding the wine cup did not stop. The sake slid down his throat before he set the cup down. It got on her while treating her eyes. Tsunade's thumb and index finger tightened around her cup, the knuckles of her fingers turning white. Does treating eyes require that much? Kage shot her a sidelong glance. Has the vinegar jar toppled? Tsunade's cup exploded in her hand. It wasn't dropped, it was crushed. Shards of porcelain and sake slipped through her fingers, clattering onto the stone table, with one piece grazing her hand and drawing a fine line of blood. Kage furrowed his brow, about to reach out. Tsunade was quicker than him. She stood up, one hand gripping the front of Kage's long robe, her extraordinary strength flowing through her arm, directly pulling the 2-meter-tall man off the stone bench and bringing him close. Kage lowered his head, their foreheads nearly colliding, their noses separated by less than an inch. Tsunade's amber eyes were astonishingly large at this distance, swirling with the intoxication of wine and anger, along with something she would never admit, to which Kage saw clearly. Her breath struck Kage's lips, carrying the sharpness of sake. Kage remained still, waiting for her. Tsunade was the first to kiss him. The pressure of her lips carried a gentle bite like punishment, yet also a declaration of something. Kage's palm encircled her waist, lifting the 168-centimeter-tall woman entirely off the ground, turning around 2 steps to press her back against the rough trunk of the old oak tree. Tsunade's bathrobe sash brushed against Kage's fingertips, the knot coming undone, the gray fabric slipping half an inch down her shoulder with the moonlight, and the golden-purple glow emanating from Kage's body, falling onto the snowy curve beneath her collarbone. Tsunade's fingers tangled in Kage's hair, gripping tightly, her nails digging into his scalp. Bastard. What you owe me. First pay me back. Kage lowered his head, his lips brushing against her earlobe. Including interest. The old oak tree shook violently. The leaves of the crown rustled like a storm passing through several branches as, thick as bowls, snapped under nearly half an hour of chakra resonance, crashing down onto the stone floor of the courtyard, bouncing a few times with a dull thud. On the second-floor corridor, a red curtain was drawn open slightly, then pulled back from the inside. After 5 minutes, the curtain was pulled open a smaller gap. Crimson eyes flashed behind the gap, then the curtain was pulled tightly, and the figure rolled back to the bed, covering both ears with a pillow. When the courtyard fell completely silent, the moon had already shifted to the other side of the old oak tree. Kage carried Tsunade upstairs and pushed open the bedroom door. Tsunade's hair was completely loose, and the sash of her bathrobe had been tied into a knot so tight that even Kage couldn't undo it. She leaned against Kage's chest, her expression fluctuating between satisfaction and anger. Kage laid her down on the bed, pulling the blanket over her shoulders. Tsunade's feet stretched out from beneath the blanket and kicked Kage in the stomach. Get out. Kage stumbled back a step from the kick, chuckling as he turned to walk towards the door. As he reached the doorframe, a voice called out behind him. Tomorrow go buy wine cups you owe for them. Kage didn't look back, raised his hand to acknowledge, and pulled the door shut as he left. Ding. Tsunade Inyang maintenance completed. The potential unlocking progress of the 100 heal technique 5. 2. Cumulative unlocking progress 31. 6. Kage squatted in the courtyard, dragging the broken oak branches to the corner and stacking them neatly, looking up at the starry sky. A red line of text popped up in the lower right corner of his vision. Countdown for Conan's meridian collapse, 234 days. In the distance between the treetops at the eastern gate of Konoha, a slender purple snake shadow silently glided through the branches and leaves its eyes narrowing in the dark for a second before retreating deep into the forest. Kage's palm rested on his knee, his gaze crossing over the wall towards the eastern gate. Snake skin, it's not yet time to deal with you. He withdrew his gaze, standing up to brush off the bark dust from his legs just as the communication scroll at his waist lit up. Kage unfurled the scroll. Minato's writing was so hurried that the last few words nearly blended together. Mr. Kage, the Uchiha radical elder, gathered overnight upon learning of Danzō's death. The coup has been moved up to 3 days from now. Fugaku has also sent a secret report stating that the Elder Council has put him under house arrest an hour ago. Kage rolled up the scroll and tucked it back into his waist. He stood in the center of the courtyard, the moonlight stretching his 2-meter-tall shadow to the base of the wall, the hem of his long robe flipping up in the night wind. All right, let's wrap things up early. The next afternoon, the Uchiha radicals took action. 3 elders led 60 elite Uchiha members to seize the headquarters of the Konoha police force, declaring their independence from Konoha and sealing all entrances and exits of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku was bound and trapped in the firewood room of the clan's backyard. Mikoto had climbed over the back wall to escape. She cradled Itachi in her arms, the hem of her deep blue ninja outfit fluttering as she ran her long legs, carefully stepping along the edges of the roof tiles with precision and silence. Before she could knock on the gate of the Senju clan, Tsunade had already opened it from inside. Sweat beaded on Mikoto's forehead, and for the first time a look of panic crossed her pale face. Itachi quietly leaned against her chest, his dark eyes displaying a calmness far beyond his age. Kosuke jumped down from the ridge of the main house, landing with a thud that kicked up dust on the stone slab. He approached Mikoto and glanced down at Itachi. Itachi looked up at him as well. Kosuke's large palm rested on Itachi's head, covering almost the entire child's head. Your mother is fine. He rubbed Itachi's hair with his thumb. Your father will be fine too. Itachi nodded slightly, his movement small but resolute. Kosuke retracted his hand and turned to walk towards the gate. Tsunade leaned against the doorframe, her fair legs crossed beneath her robe, arms folded across her chest. Are you going alone? Kosuke grabbed a towel from the rack by the door and glanced back at her. There's no need for the whole family to come for a chicken killing. He stepped out of the courtyard, not running but walking. With each step on Konoha's bluestone pavement, a faint golden-purple chakra pulsed through his footsteps, causing the ground within 100 meters to resonate as if something were crashing from his feet to his heart. Ninja and civilians along the way saw his 2-meter-tall figure emerge from the alley, and no one needed to be reminded. Everyone automatically stepped aside, pressing their backs against the walls. As Kosuke reached the entrance of the Uchiha clan grounds, the sun had just dipped to the height of the rooftops, painting the entire street in a thick orange-earth hue. 60 elite Uchiha members stood in 3 rows before the clan gates, more than half having activated their Sharingan, the crimson pupils swirling in the sunset. Kosuke stopped 3 meters from the gate, tearing the towel from his shoulder and casually tossing it to the ground. The leading Chunin captain swallowed hard, struggling to steady his voice. Kosuke Uchiha, the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan do not require outside interference. Kosuke tapped his finger on his belt. When I was in the same pants as Madara, your grandfather was still nursing. The opposing formation moved. 20 elite members simultaneously took their stance, unleashing a barrage of genjutsu, 20 waves of different intensities converging towards Kosuke. Kosuke stood his ground, not even blinking. The ripples of the genjutsu struck him, evaporating like water splashed on a red-hot iron plate. He raised his right foot and grounded against the earth. It was not a stomp but a grind. The moment his foot twisted, the ground around him seemed to be gripped and twisted by an invisible giant hand, the bluestone pavement fracturing into a radiating web, shockwaves spreading outward along the cracks. At that instant, the knees of 60 elite Uchiha members buckled simultaneously, all of them lifted half a meter by the shockwave, before crashing heavily back to the ground, weapons scattering across the area. No one died, but not a single person could stand. Kosuke walked past the fallen bodies, the hem of his long robe brushing against the back of their heads. Pushing open the door to the council hall, 3 radical elders stood facing each other inside. The leading elder had graying hair at his temples, his Mangekyo Sharingan fully activated, and a purple-blue skeletal Susanoo was expanding behind him, its massive ribcage enveloping half the council hall. Kosuke stopped just inside the threshold, tilting his head to examine the Susanoo's frame. You can't even learn a single hair from Madara's Susanoo. He raised his right fist without any preparatory movement, thrusting it straight forward. The moment his fist struck the center of the Susanu's chest, golden-purple light burst forth from between his fingers, the skeletal frame cracking from the point of contact, shards scattering like purple fireflies in the air. The leading elder was thrown against the wall by the residual wave, leaving an indentation of his body, coughing up a mouthful of bloody foam. The second elder had completed his hand signs, his right eye's mangekyo spinning wildly, a mass of black Amaterasu flames shooting from his pupil, aiming for Kosuke's face. Kosuke extended his left hand. His 5 fingers spread open, directly grasping the searing black flames. The black flames struggled in his palm for 2 seconds before being wrapped in golden-purple yang release chakra, gradually compressed into a black sphere the size of a thumb. Kosuke flicked the sphere toward the wall on his left, the black flames burning a hole the size of a basin into the wall, with charred smoke wafting from the opening. Don't waste good things. The third elder's knees buckled and he collapsed to the ground. Kosuke didn't look at him. He walked past the kneeling elder and pushed open the door to the back hall. Fugaku sat in the corner of the firewood room with chakra sealing ropes binding his arms and legs, a dried bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, but his back remained straight. Kosuke crouched down, placing a finger on the sealing ropes. Golden-purple light flowed through the knots, causing the ropes to loosen and fall to the ground. Fugaku stood up, moving his wrists before looking up at Kosuke. There was no fear in his eyes, only something Kosuke had seen on Hashirama. Kosuke patted Fugaku's shoulder, the force controlled precisely, not knocking down the man who was 30 centimeters shorter than him. Let's go clean up your mess. In the open space in front of the council hall, all Uchiha clan members were gathered. Kosuke stood at the top of the steps, the sunset casting light from behind him, his 2-meter shadow covering the entire area. The Elder Council is dismissed. He pointed his index finger at the 3 elders slumped on the ground. These 3 are permanently stripped of their ninja status, and Fugaku will manage the clan affairs with full authority. He retracted his finger and tucked it into his belt. If anyone has objections, come talk to me. The space was quiet enough to hear the wind passing through the eaves. No one spoke. Minato's figure flashed from the street corner, the white cloak of the 4th Hokage fluttering in the sunset, as he quickly approached Kosuke, holding a document stamped with the Hokage seal. Minato surveyed the scene, and with a twitch of his mouth unfolded the document and read aloud. The Uchiha's Independent Policing Authority is incorporated into Konoha's unified security system in exchange for equal participation rights for the clan in political and military affairs. After reading the decree, Minato handed the document to Fugaku, who received it with both hands, red marks still visible on his knuckles from the ropes. Kosuke walked down the steps, brushing off the dust from his robe, and stepped towards the clan gates. The sunset stretched his shadow to several meters long, dragging it across the open space past the kneeling figures. The end.